show, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down, down, down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
Magnus, Nepo, Duda, Aronian, Caruana, Sevian, Zhang, Kamsky, Sverts, Mark Paragua, Lodici, Sonis, Basso, Bernatsky, Shevchenko, Krivyorchko, Elyanov, Tukmakov, or Juan Lemi, Jordan Van Forest, Lucas Van Forest, Van Wely.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
he will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens to steal, and Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first. f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo in bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special day of the FTX Crypto Cup. It's the penultimate day, 2 rounds to go, and my goodness, have we got a whopper of a card for you. Yesterday, we saw Magnus Carlsen slipping up for the first time. He got lucky to get a point, actually, after losing his first 2 games against Duda. He managed to take it to the tiebreak, Magnus Magic, thereby securing at least a point. He did lose in the tiebreak. Everybody, you would have put your house on Magnus winning this tiebreak after the momentum shift, but he got a point. Praggnanandhaa came unstuck for the first time against the experienced Leko Liem, meaning that Magnus Carlsen is currently leading the event by 1 point with 2 rounds to go, but today he faces a stern test in a player that hasn't really featured much because it's been such a 2-horse race for most of the tournament. But Alireza Firouzja is very much back in the picture. Alireza is only 2 points off the lead, meaning that if Alireza beats Magnus Carlsen, of course, remember, it's football scoring system, 3 points for a win if you win in the first 4 games. It means that Alireza will leapfrog Magnus, and if Praggnanandhaa doesn't beat Jan-Krzysztof Duda, all of a sudden, Alireza Firouzja is going to be out in front alone. And goodness me, we will have a very, very exciting final round. By the way, in that final round, Pragnananda plays Carlsen. You couldn't have scripted it better. And with me is one of my favorite people on earth, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Peter Leko. Peter, it's going to be an exciting round.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Lawrence. Hello, everyone. I absolutely share your excitement. It's unbelievable what we are up to here. 2 more rounds and Firuza against Carlsen, all to play for. Alireza was bouncing back after this very unfortunate first round loss to Prague, and it just shows his incredible strength, his mental energy. He didn't let him be shocked by that defeat in the first round. He started winning match after match, and here he is. He has a chance to take it.
Yeah, he does. And what I've been impressed about him in this particular tournament is I've been watching the matches. He's had quite a level of control in the majority of matches. I mean, yes, he's had a few interesting ones, but for the most part, he's kind of won quite cleanly. Stylistically, I'm seeing a slight change as well in his play, and that seems to be serving him. Maybe a bit of maturity coming into his game. If you talk about Alireza, and of course, he had a very, very difficult candidates tournament. One of the things that we're looking for is some maturity in his play, some development. And I think we're starting to see that slowly. And so today is going to be obviously a crucial round. Can he beat the world champion? Well, of course he can. He's young, he's hungry, he's got all the talent in the world. Magnus, very frustrated with how he played yesterday. He said it as well. He was very disappointed in his play, but we also know that Magnus is the most tough mentally in the game, and he will want to make sure he finishes this tournament on top. It's in his hands now for Magnus. If he wins today and he wins tomorrow, that's it. So it's going to be a cracking game. And of course, we're going to have to keep an eye on that Pragnananda Duda match. As for the other players, everybody else is out of it. Nobody else can win. Giri is far too far away on 7 points. Liam Lequang and Duda on 6, way too far away. Ronian has had a really weird tournament, actually. Levon just having moments of madness, actually. You know, his blunders against Prague, his blunders against Giri, it's been a bit of a blunderfest by Levon. And of course, Hans Niemann. You know, the 0 score, we were talking about this off air, Peter, it doesn't really do Hans justice somehow. It feels like 0 it's a bit harsh.
Exactly. I mean, this whole system is so tricky, yeah, that there was not a single match where he didn't have a chance. Yeah, and this shows that just very little is missing. And there was an interview with him yesterday where he actually was very nicely and very correctly highlighting that the way to bounce back after a loss is not any kind of magic or whatever. None of the magic works and it does not exist. But the way to win, yeah, if you win a game or you win a match, then automatically, you know, you ease yourself, you get yourself into the psychological state that you assume that everything will work for you, yeah? And if you are not able to turn the tides, then always you are carrying this pressure and you always, it's on your mind that you very much want to win. And if you very much want to win, usually always something gets between.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't agree more. I'm really excited. I mean, he's been great for the tournament. His interviews have been fantastic. Such a character. Still so young. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of Hans Niemann. If he can get a bit more tough mentally and not go on this basically tilt, this kind of mental collapse, which he suffers from time to time, very, very hard on himself, talking about, you know, after losing that first game, he wanted to go into the ocean and all of this stuff. Once he starts getting rid of that and working on the mental game, he's going to be a really, really tough customer. So I'm very, very excited to see that. Of course, before we go to the games, remember, with 2 rounds to go, you can still become part of the big giveaway by claiming your FTX Crypto Cup key. You've got to go to ftxcryptocup.com, claim your key, and when you do that, you get to enter into a bunch of very nice little challenges. You can do a fantasy challenge to decide who will win the event, and you can win some cash prizes. Remember, this is completely free. You will be also automatically selected when you enter and you get your key with various chances to win prizes. You can win months of Chess24 Premium and so on and so forth. So make sure you get yourselves to the FTX site, get an account, and remember to use the code as well, CryptoCup22, and you can get involved in all of that stuff. So that's fantastic. 4 minutes to go. Now, over the various streams, Peter, we can see the people there getting ready to watch. And of course, this is the first day where spectators are allowed, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. This is a very special moment for the whole tour. I think this FTX Crypto Cup with the spectators there on the weekend. I believe we're gonna have fully packed house. It should be an incredible atmosphere.
And look at that. There's a guy in the first round. You know they're in Miami, no shirt on, doesn't care, just topless in the first round. And there we have somebody you may recognize. Tanya Sachdev, who's been doing such a fantastic job in my seat, is on site today with the tournament hall opening up. She's going to be doing a bunch of interesting stuff on the floor. And, of course, we have to say, happy birthday, Tanya Sachdev. Her birthday today. Many happy returns, Tanya. I messaged her before the stream, wished her happy birthday. I said, what are you doing for your birthday? She says she has no plans. Somebody work something out for Tanya. Take her for a nice meal. I know she likes that sort of stuff. She deserves a nice treat tonight, especially because she's been working so hard with you, Peter, over this past week, breaking down all the action. And congratulations to her as well for her performance at the Olympiad. I haven't said that publicly yet. What a fantastic performance. Heartbreak for the Indian women's team at the end. Didn't get the gold after leading the event for the whole tournament, but she got bronze for her performance, and the bronze team medal. It's still a very, very significant performance by Tanya. And there she is in the front row, getting busy with the locals, the local fans. So that's obviously fantastic to see. If we do get to cut to her, then I'm sure we'll get advised by our fantastic producer, and we might hear from some of the locals. So let's see what happens. Now, 2 minutes to go, Peter. We got to do our predictions. Let's build it up. All right. So let's start with some of the matches that aren't so relevant to the tournament standing. So let's start with Hans Niemann against Levon Aronian. Two guys really struggled this tournament. What do we think? Is this the time for Hans to get his first win, or are we thinking a Levon victory?
Well, actually, I do feel like maybe this is the moment for Hans to strike, but, I still feel a little bit guilty when I did not pick Levon in one of those matches, I think against Duda. I decided to go with Duda, so now I have to go with Lev because I'm a big fan.
I also believe Lev is going to win. I think Lev is a tricky customer, and I don't think Hans is going to win that match. I also believe Lev will win. All right, next one. Let's do... Who should we do next? Giri Lequan. Here we go.
Wow, very tough. I feel like Anish is gaining momentum. He also had a very rough start. Actually, he lost to Magnus in the very first round in a tricky match because in the first two games he had real chances, didn't use them. Then he got crushed by Magnus at the end, and it kind of set him back, but he's not coming. I feel like Anish, what he performed yesterday against Levon makes him a good candidate, so I'm going to pick Anish now.
All right, I'm going to go for Liam. He will gain a lot of confidence by beating the young gun yesterday. He's also, stylistically, they're actually reasonably close, but I've got a feeling this one actually goes to tiebreak, Peter. I say this goes past the 4 games and Liam actually wins one of the Blitz games. That's my prediction. So that's the first difference we've got. All right, the next, now very significant game. Pragnananda against Duda, 2 young stars, of course. Prag, the super young star, has had a fantastic tournament. Gotta say, I'm not feeling it for Prague today. Duda, he beats Carlsen. Stylistically, I think he's weird for Prague. I'm going with a Jan-Krzysztof Duda win today.
Okay, I'm very happy that you made the first announcement, because I felt like, you know, if you take Prague, I'm gonna take Duda, but now that you took Duda, I'm gonna go with Prague.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so you've got Prague. Okay. I mean, really, to be honest, I think everybody wants to see a Prague win, because then tomorrow when he plays Carlsen, it's literally winner takes all, potentially, depending on, of course, the result of this key matchup. Alireza Firouzja, suddenly in the race. He got a lot of help yesterday. Duda beating Carlsen means that if Alireza Firouzja beats Magnus today, he goes in front of Magnus. Well, if he beats him in the first 4 games. If he beats him in the tiebreak, they'll be equal on points, and then, goodness, then we'll have to work out who's in front for, based on other criteria. Peter, I'll let you choose first this one. Alireza Firouzja or Magnus Carlsen, who have you got?
Okay, I'm now for Alireza Firouzja, just to make the event even more exciting. I mean, then we will not know at all who might win the tournament. So I take Firouzja now.
Okay, you're taking Firouzja. Well, I tell you what. All right, I'll go with you for the fans. Alireza Firouzja for the win today in a very, very tense battle that goes all the way to Armageddon. I'm calling it right now. Armageddon. This goes down to a blitz game, winner takes all. That is my prediction.
Actually, I also sense it somehow, yeah, that it would be very logical that it comes down to a blitz playoff, and if it comes down to a blitz playoff, then we are not far away from Armageddon.
No, that's true. Yeah, it could also. Looks like everybody. Tell me.
Look at this. Everybody is there. Everybody started. Only Alireza and Magnus are still waiting for their first moves. What's going on?
What? Who isn't there?
I mean, everybody started. I mean, all other 3 games are already in progress, but the game has not yet started between Alireza and Magnus.
Is that normal? No.
No.
Maybe there's some technical issue here. Look, it looks as though there's a technician there. Maybe the music isn't working or the headphones. The chief arbiter is there. Looks like we've got liftoff now, though.
Yeah, there you have it. E4. Okay.
Okay.
And the Caro-Kann, E4, C6.
Oh, very nice. Okay, let's see what system Alireza goes for here. Very curious.
Yeah, I hope for D4, D5, E5, yeah, because I want to see what Magnus has in store after E5. It's always so curious, because they haven't really been challenging his Caro-Kann. Oh no, Alireza goes for knight F6, and after D5, knight C6, okay, this is, and Queen A5. Oh my goodness. I mean,
you won't believe this, but I've prepared this exact line.
Really?
And I have not spoken to Magnus. I don't know if he's seen my game, but I've played this. I played this against, who was it against? I played it in a tournament. And I actually had the white side of this. I tell you what, I'm going to just bring up the database as well, because I'm sure I had the white side of this in a real game, and I have to just remind myself. Peter, what do you know about this move?
Nothing.
You've never seen it, huh?
No, never seen it. I mean, I would be just falling from the chair. I feel like this is maybe a special welcome then by Magnus to you, yeah, that you are entering the show today. Then he has to show respect.
If it's because of my game, I will laugh. It's my game against Miguel Admiral from 2020, the strong Dutch Grandmaster. And I remember, and I played it myself against Greg Shahade twice with the black pieces.
Wow. Okay, then recently. Tell us everything. Tell us, reveal all the secrets.
Yeah, so I've actually got some notes on it. So the move Bishop E2 is absolutely not critical, because you can take and go Bishop F5, and this is not at all the way to play. If you want to go back, Peter, the critical line against Queen A5 is to play the move Queen E2 in this position.
What? Queen
Yeah,
E2?
and the idea is that you want to take on D5 and play Queen B5 check. Very nasty. And here, after the move Bishop to, in this position here, like Knight F6 runs into E5, which is very unpleasant for Black. Suddenly the Knight doesn't have a good square. There are some E6 pushes. And if you go Bishop G4, this is my game against Admiral, you play E takes D5. And now again, C takes D5 runs into this check, and then there might be some Knight E5 as well. So Black plays Knight F6. And now it's a mistake to take on C6. You should just play H3. This is my game. Bishop takes F3, Queen takes F3, Knight takes D5, and you get a standard game after Bishop C4. Black can't take on C3. E6 and castles, and White is ever so slightly better, but it's, of course, a kind of well-known structure where Black can be okay. But I won a really nice game in the Batavia Grandmaster Tournament just before Corona. But I do remember that Bishop E2, and by the way, this is, this is just not, this was played in Collars against Admiral, and Admiral played exactly in the way that Magnus has played. Bishop E2D, Bishop G6, castles, Knight D7, D4, E6. We are following that exact game. And Admiral actually beat Dimar Collars with the black pieces. So for sure, Magnus has had a look at this. I will make it clear I've had absolutely no communication with Magnus about this match. So I don't know what inspired him to play it, but there you go. Knight H4. I think we're now in completely new territory. Bishop F4.
I mean, I have a different take. It's simply you have no right to reveal it, right? I mean, we know exactly that you talked all the finesses. You have just given a wonderful lecture on this whole stuff. I had no clue whatsoever about Queen A5. I'm pretty sure that you discussed it in secret with Magnus.
No, I really didn't. I swear I haven't spoken to him in the whole event. I don't like to talk to him when he's mid-event. He's a good pal of mine, but I really haven't spoken to him. So I'm very happy to see this on the board, but I think Magnus is happy, no? Knight H4. It's kind of like, so what, right? I mean, we just have a standard Caro structure or Scandinavian. You get the open H file. I'm not at all impressed by Ali Reza's setup. Are you?
Well, but if you don't know this for Queen A5, it's so difficult to react in a rapid game, right? I mean,
of course
you don't
it
know
is.
how much time you should invest. Yeah, and he basically decided, I don't want to be provoked, let me just play normal. But then probably he felt like if he's not going for Knight H4 and knowing that Ali Reza is always very ambitious, yeah, that otherwise Black will just develop and have absolutely no problems. So the move Knight H4, maybe Ali Reza is not that happy about the move, but he wants to stick to his usual way of trying to play as aggressively as possible.
Totally understand, yeah. I mean, but is it really that aggressive? That's my point, right? Let's just say I play a move like Queen C7 standard or Knight F6 or Bishop D6. I don't even know which move is. I just don't want to allow. I mean, is F4 on the menu? It might be. If Bishop D6, can you think about F4, F5?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, of course, you can also play Bishop E7, then you force me to take on G6 and you get the structure also possible.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are really thinking that maybe F4 disturbs you, you can just force the trade. And then you anyway gonna go Knight F6. Okay, White will play with C4. Yeah, try to get the D5 square at least. You don't really want to give up all the squares. And anyway, where is Black going to castle? If he castles short, then there is no more pressure on the H2 pawn. If Black castles long, then we're gonna see a very double-edged crazy fight. All right,
I'm curious.
Okay, let's take a look at the other games.
Sure.
Because there is a big news. I mean, in the Hans Niemann Levon Aronian game, Hans Niemann fell into the trap which we prepared for the Chennai match 2013 with Team Vichy. And Vichy also got the chance to use it against Magnus in the first game. Magnus fell into the trap, but luckily for him, he escaped. Because this is like the standard stuff that you want to develop the knight to c3, but exactly in this move order, knight c3 runs into this atypical d takes c4, b takes c4, knight b6. putting pressure on the c4, and there is no good way of protecting this pawn. Knight d2 runs into queen takes d4, and otherwise after c5, black jumps with the knight to c4, and black gets some initiative.
Wow. So this is already a catastrophe for Hans on the back foot with white here. This was the 2013 game one or two.
Game one in Chandler, yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I was there commentating it, I remember, but I do remember, but yeah, and Vichy went for a quick repetition for no reason at some point.
Exactly,
no?
yeah, it was probably simply the and also before the match you feel like with black you are happy to make a draw in the first game, yeah, so it was probably like unexpected chance, yeah, suddenly Vichy was not yet ready to try to use the maximum out of it, and you see here that Levon is 6 minutes up on the clock immediately. I mean, this is a dream scenario to start the match.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Yep. All right. Well, tough moment here for Hans. What is the best move here then, Peter, after bishop c1? I'm just curious.
Well, I don't recall already. I mean, I just remember that, yeah, black has all the rights to be energetic already. Yeah, because we see that, I mean, we are winning tempis. Who knows, maybe some e7, e5 breaks are also hanging in the air. Yeah, for example, even maybe black can play a move like e5 immediately. I wouldn't rule it out. Besides, also breaking with b6, some queen a5. I mean, so many options. Now Levon is thinking because he's spoiled with a big choice.
Maybe you can even play a move like knight d4. I mean, maybe not. Maybe knight e4 also is logical to be able to trade and put pressure on d4, and you can play knight e4 takes queen d5, rook fd8. My goodness, this could get completely out of control for white.
Yeah, well, after knight e4, I believe I have to play queen b3, and there is no other move. I have to get some stability. I mean, it's because white is white. One shouldn't be expecting miracles from black's position, but basically it's already something that black seizes the initiative, and white is the one who has to watch out to maintain the equality with careful play. Already, all right, Levon opted for b6. We continue. For example, the Prague versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda game is very original. Also, look at this. It was a rating, knight fc d5, gc, knight c6, the line which is gaining more and more popularity. d4, bishop f5, bishop g2, e6, castles, knight b4. Yeah,
it's actually a reverse Jabava, right? Is what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, it's basically reversed and forcing the knight to h3. Yeah, this is kind of the main point. Bishop e7, c3, knight c6, queen a4. I'm a little bit surprised because here now Duda opted for queen d7, and I believe that in the Olympia there was a very interesting and critical game for this whole variation. Abdusattorov shocked Vincent Keimer with the move knight f6, knight e5, short castles, knight takes c6, b takes c6, queen takes c6. This is like black sacrifices the pawn, and one could argue that, okay, now black, what kind of compensation black has? And here the stunning novelty by Abdusattorov was h7, h5, yeah. And it turned out that simply because the misplaced knight on a3, actually this is a very tricky position. Vincent lost control, he missed some detail, and he was on the back foot and had to fight for his life. He finally managed to escape, but he was lost at some point. So I'm a little bit surprised that Jan-Krzysztof opted for queen d7, because I believe that queen d7 was supposed to be slightly unpleasant for black. Yeah, it was critical that can you sacrifice the pawn or not?
I remember that because I tweeted and I said, if this is all prep by Abdusattorov, I'll eat my hat. And then it turns out it was all prep because he played h5 quickly, and it doesn't feel like black has got true compensation there. But you're right, the knight on a3 suddenly means that it's very difficult for white. And here you're absolutely right. If we look at the game, it looks pretty nasty for black. Knight e5, okay.
Yeah, because in fact, if now black plays knight f6, then white pushes b5, the knight has to move somewhere, and then knight e5 tempo, and we see that queen d7 heavily backfires then. So knight e5 is practically forced if you have already played queen d7.
Yeah, and, so knight.
And now takes, knight b5, putting pressure on the c7 pawn. You can't protect it with the rook, so Duda goes king d8, and now Prague jumps with knight e5.
All makes perfect sense.
Bishop G6.
Yeah.
Now he grabs the bishop.
He's going to take and play E4, right? That's the idea, I assume.
Well, I mean, okay. The point is that his knight is slightly or maybe he wants to go bishop F4. It could also
Bishop
be.
F4 first.
Yeah, try to make sense of this knight.
Makes perfect sense. So bishop F4, and if
yeah, it's a good question. Yeah.
You can't play A6 here, right? Or can you?
Yeah, probably you can. And this is very critical because if you can play A6, then it's fine for you. Yeah, knight takes C7, rook C8.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can take on D5.
Yes.
This is speculation. Yeah, it's not clear.
No, it's not.
But okay, who knows? Also very interesting position. In any case, Prague has opted for E4. It's a different direction, but this case now he will have to retreat with his knight.
Okay, let me put something ridiculous on the board. Let's say you play C6. Okay, can I take on D5? I know it's crazy. I just want to hear me out. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, in the worst case scenario, I can just take it back.
Of course you can.
But I mean, also CB5, I'm feeling like I'm getting a better version with black than in
it's probably a better version, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so E4. So after C6, he'll play knight A3.
Yes, and okay, he will say that, you know what, anyway, I have two bishops. Please show me how you're going to develop the knight. If you take D takes E4 to try to get the D5 square, then white will also have the C4 square for white's knight. It's then this typical kind of Caro-Kann Scandinavian structure.
Okay, very interesting. Can we quickly check out Giri Lequang? Just very quickly. Looks like some kind of Italian.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a very fashionable line. Actually, it's a lately one of the most popular lines. I mean, black plays with A5, white plays H3, bishop E6, bishop B5. Yeah, it's the usual way that you always sidestep against bishop E6, bishop A7, rook E1, knight moves to E7. Also, it's kind of important to highlight that black has actually saved the move H6 compared to many other lines where black loses a tempo for H6, D4, knight G6, bishop A4. Slightly mysterious, but this kind of things, this bishop maneuver is kind of typical as well. And black takes ED4, C takes D4, D5, E5, knight H5. Wow, it actually resembles me of some anti-Berlins also. These structures are very similar. Knight F1, knight F4, white gives up the bishop, but he gets some tempi. I mean, queen D2, knight G6 back, and white to move here.
Look, I mean, I would take white here personally, but at the same time, it's not that easy, right? I'm conflicted about what the plan should be.
Yeah, well, I mean, black will definitely try to break with F6. Yeah, open up the F8 rook, create some pressure on white's bind, but on the other hand, after F6, white will also get some squares. Yeah, for example, the E5 square, the bishop from A4 might come to C2 and then put pressure on the knight on G6. The big question is, will Anish jump out with his knight, or we are seeing that he's actually taking his time?
Well, let's see. We'll keep an eye on that one. I think we have to go back to the Carlsen game though, because
exactly.
Wow. I mean, look at what we had here. So let's go back up. Yeah. So he did play bishop D6, C4, as you said.
Yes.
Was played. Queen D8 hitting the knight. Okay, knight G6. Okay, HG6 and D5. Not fearing Queen H4 because now the H file is open. Queen H4 looks very, very tempting. And Ali Reza just said, okay, I'll go H3. So you can win a pawn. Please open the F file if you want. Give me the two bishops if you want. Taking on G3 looks like suicide to me.
Exactly,
I mean,
yeah, because black's king is still in the center, so no way. Yeah, Magnus tries to keep the position closed, ED5, CD5, C5. The thematic reaction, however, his king is still in the center. So I'm wondering all these bishop B5 moves, where do they lead? And we have to highlight one thing. Yeah, let's not forget that it all started with a very peculiar maneuver, queen a5. After the queen moved back to d8, and it landed on h4. So white gained 2 tempi because black was committing all those queen moves.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't buy this for Magnus. This feels wrong to me. I would be very concerned if I was Magnus Carlsen here. I mean, okay, let's have a think. So bishop e5, knight f6, rook e1 check is the issue, right? I'm assuming this is a big no, this has to be horrible for black. So what does he want to do after bishop b5?
Well, I'm not really sure that black can really improve on this, yeah, because I don't feel like black will castle, but maybe black will castle.
Maybe he just castles, yeah, maybe he just castles.
Let's take a look at castles. I mean, okay, we might play some b4, I don't know. It's I wouldn't rule out, it's not my style, but in this position, I would definitely seriously consider it.
You could do it the other way, Peter. You could play bishop g4. Similar idea. And then if castle's long, you also have some elite. Then you have knight e4 and bishop g5 exists. What about
but
bishop?
After bishop g4, you're gonna play knight f6, I believe.
Okay, but then I can give a check.
Yeah, check, and then I sidestep with the king. Yeah, king d8. And now you are putting pressure on my bishop, yeah, and I don't want to release the tension so easily on d7.
Can I go knight e4?
For example, bishop d7, just to highlight, then I can take with the king, yeah, and the queen protects the a4 square. It's kind
but
of
even
fun.
here, there are some ideas, right? For example, here there is knight e4 again. But yeah, queen a4 check and rook e4 next. It looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah,
unless you can go b5, but
yeah, b5, queen b5, yeah, one has to calculate a lot. Yeah, maybe we can just play king d8. Who knows?
And knight e4, we're getting told here, knight e4, knight f6.
But in which position knight e4?
Yeah, so after bishop g4, knight f6, Peter, you can go knight e4. Wow. You can go knight e4 here. This is a killer move.
Rook e1 check, king d8.
No. Without rook e1, just knight e4.
Just knight e4 here?
Yeah, and if no.
Rook e1. No, you give rook e1, king d8, and here knight e4.
Now knight e4.
Wow. And then what? Knight.
Oh, you can give f2 with check?
No, knight takes e4, rook e4, knight f6, and I think here Tadeusz mentions queen a4 move, a stunning move. Oh my God. Okay, this is from different planet, yeah?
Oh my goodness.
Never seen a construction like this in my life.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's why we got the message from Tadeusz that yeah, knight e4 and then queen a4 and then but how to reconstruct? Finally we got there. Yeah, wow, incredible.
But I love what I actually really like what Alireza has done. He's played a4, Peter, and I think the idea is he wants to push a5 and rook a4. This is beautiful.
Exactly, yeah, it's a very nice strategic idea. I mean, not to get provoked, yeah, because all these provocations, if they not end up in your favor, then you will have a regret. This is a professional move, loving it.
Wow.
So actually the queen is in trouble. So if, for example, we just assume that black plays the two most natural moves, knight f6 and then castles, then after rook a4, the queen has to go back
to h8
to some terrible square when white will have some bishop g5, rook h4,
continuing
the queen hunt.
Magnus, I'm looking at the screen, Peter. He's smirking, he's laughing, he looks like he's having fun. But I mean, I don't get it because his position looks dubious, to say the least. He looks like he's having a good old time there, though, with this smirk on his face.
Well, he's down to 5 minutes on the clock. I don't think that he's enjoying himself.
I mean, it's a weird one. Maybe he's just thinking, okay, this was an experiment that went wrong. I won't repeat this in game 3 because this position looks... I'm sorry. I mean, this position looks disgusting for black, to my eyes.
Yeah, this looks horrible. Yeah, because White has such a clear cut.
But he's laughing. He's literally laughing. Look at his face.
Well,
he's
probably laughing at him that, okay, how on earth did I get into this position again? Yeah, I probably promised myself not to run into trouble like yesterday, and here we go.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and Magnus goes A5. That's why he's smiling. Yeah, that I have to play the most ugly move of them all, A5.
Goodness me.
Oh my God, yeah. This is horrible.
What an absolutely disgusting position.
Yeah, and we know that Magnus loves all the strategical ideas. I mean, he knows that this is the worst possible move strategy.
But I mean, how is this even play? Like bishop b5, knight f6, rook e1 check is like just flows. You have to play king d8 and pray, or what is this?
Yeah, well, one can argue that thanks to e5, at least black stops some b4 breaks. But okay, come on, yeah, the position is.
I mean,
terrible,
you can just play anything. Rook a3 here is an idea.
Of course. Bishop b5 on the board, so we're gonna see how Magnus is planning to hold on to his position. No, it's just a total disaster.
Catastrophe for Magnus Carlsen in game one, and I'm failing to understand how this has happened. Basically, none of this was necessary, and he's, you know, if he loses this game, which is very likely now, in my opinion, I think, you know, he's got such a fantastic position here, Ali Reza. He's going to have to fight back again, like he did yesterday. I don't understand the strategy behind it all. So bizarre, absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, okay, still on the board.
Yeah, these moves are all totally natural.
Yeah, such a simple play for White. And okay, yeah, Magnus down to 4 minutes. I mean, it just what, move 17 or move 18? Yeah, rook e8. Yeah, Magnus is trying to ease some pain by trading pieces. Yeah, this experiment, I mean, you should have played queen a5 because you know the spirit. Yeah, Magnus got carried away. He wanted to be fancy.
He wanted to be fancy, and, you know, he actually got the kind of position I think you want as black, but something went wrong somewhere.
Well, I mean, this queen d8, queen h4 felt too much.
Yes.
I mean, okay, you with black, you can't play queen a5, then go back queen d8 and queen h4. I mean, just give like this 3 tempis for, and White didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, he was playing in the center.
Okay, but you know, we know Magnus, he's a sticky opponent. He doesn't give up easily. A few pieces have come off. He's going to make Ali Reza work here. I mean, it's clear that White is tons better, but you still have to rook c3.
Wow.
Beautiful.
He insists on hunting black's queen with rook c4. Oh my
yeah,
God.
and if knight e5, that's just,
it's not possible.
Oh, sorry.
It's not legal.
It's not possible.
Exactly. That's the problem. Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, at least Magnus can say that I vacated the h8 square for my queen, yeah, by playing the rook to 8, but it's no consolation. I mean, no, Magnus is going crazy here.
Wow.
He needs to fight for his life to survive at least the next couple of moves to be able to put up a fight.
Totally agree. Totally agree. What do you do here with black?
King d8.
King d8? He really is going to play queen h8 on rook c4.
Yeah, he has nothing else. Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. No, it reminds me, Peter, of his game against Vichy when he played queen h1. Do you remember in the I think it was Vichy. Yeah, so it was in Chennai, wasn't it? Where he played queen h1. Somebody help me out.
It was,
the only difference was the queen on h1 actually did a job on the long diagonal, and this queen is not. But it's going to come back in via f8 or e8.
Yeah, but I'm not buying this. I mean,
no.
I perfectly agree with the compute evaluation. Yeah, many times the computers are exaggerating the pluses, but I mean, here it's clear that the knockout blow is very, very near.
No, this has to be. Okay, let's play some natural moves. Bishop G5. Allez.
Yeah, so
This
King
is the-
C7 has to be played, I guess.
Bishop G5, King C7. Now, if we go Rook H4, then the Queen kind of gets back. Hold on, Rook H4 doesn't really achieve.
Yeah, then it helps me. Yeah.
Okay, let me just have a think here. Okay, we don't have a B4. So if I take on D7, wait, if I take on D7...
Yeah, very unpleasant, yeah, because knight D7, knight E4
Knight
looks
E4.
horrible, and king takes D7 doesn't feel like I can survive. Yeah, bishop G5 on the board, Magnus goes knight B6. Okay, no, this will also not hold.
Yeah, but now Rook H4, knight E4 exists, no?
Well, it feels like, yes, something has to... And
No,
then
you play
also,
Rook
Alireza
H4.
very much in his element, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, he gets initiative for free. Usually he sacrifices a piece for the position like this.
I mean, Rook H4, Queen F8, Knight E4, Bishop E7, D6. What is this?
Just to highlight.
It's just over.
Mentioning, yeah, this is over. Yeah, so basically here, then Black will have to somehow dig in. But how do you dig in?
You can't, yeah.
Yeah, knight E4 on the board. Yeah, this is on the board. Oops,
Just
sorry, I clicked.
This is arguably one of Magnus's worst ever games, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean,
he played like a 2000 this game. It's bizarre. I mean, he was laughing the whole game. He was probably laughing at himself, thinking, "My goodness, I've played so disgusting that." Now he's got his head in his hands, and he's like, "Okay, this was really stupid. What I've done today."
yeah, exactly, because it seems like he's making his own life very difficult for no reason. I mean, also yesterday he kind of collapsed, then he made this incredibly heroic comeback, but the question is how much energy he lost, yeah, with all this comeback. We know that this requires incredible amount of mental energy to come back after such terrible games, and he bounced back. Then in the blitz playoff it looked like he will take it, and then some mistakes with little time on the clock cost him the match. And it feels like from this game, judging that he's completely a different person now. Yeah, okay, this is just hopeful. I mean, okay, Alireza's only problem is that probably everything wins at this moment. Yes, so he has to make up his mind how to finish it off.
I mean, the natural way is to take on F6, GF6, Bishop F6, but then he's probably banking on King's. But the Queen is trapped. King C7, Rook H8. There's no.
Yeah, then he will simply sacrifice.
He will just say, yeah.
Okay,
but this doesn't
hopeless.
hold. This doesn't hold. Queen F3. This doesn't hold ever.
Yeah,
no, this is just.
It's basically just to prolong the game. But maybe Alireza feels like he can play for the galleries with Rook H8, for example. Yeah. Going for this queen takes h8, knight takes d6, and then get the dark square bishop, and I'm going to checkmate Magnus. But maybe no need for this fanciness, despite it looks like it should be should be crushing. I mean, for example, Rook H8, yeah, very tempting as well. I mean, where is this?
I don't see it happening, to be honest.
But who knows? I mean, if Alireza really want to demolish Magnus, now it's the chance, yeah. Because okay, Magnus is, what can he do? King C7 even runs into knight F7 followed by bishop F4 checkmate. No, he's going for the professional way. Takes, and will take the queen and win the game slowly.
This is, of course, the way to do it. Wait, is there some weird tactic? Hold on. Rook H8, Bishop H2 check.
Wow. Okay, let's show this.
Oh my God.
But okay, it's very hard to believe.
King H1, Queen D6, Rook A8, and you are... Oh my God. Okay, it's still good for white, but it's Queen F3 now.
I mean, we are pawn up, right? And
pawn
I
up.
mean, usually even without being a pawn up, we would be claiming we are kind of winning. Yeah, G3 is a threat, and Bishop E5 loses the F7 pawn as well. So yeah, it's
still winning.
Yeah, It's still completely winning.
Everything wins.
Wow. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
still in a state of shock, yeah, because it was just too easy.
I've just never seen Magnus be in a lost position so easily. In my memory, in living memory, I can't remember a game where Magnus has lost so badly or been lost so badly. Absolutely bizarre. Very quickly in the other games.
Oh, Anish, look at this. Yeah, we have to jump right in there because he sacrificed on h7. Beautiful sacrifice, but the computer does not approve it. But
why not?
The computer, and look at this. Bishop d1, now computer approves it. Yeah, it just felt like knight h7 is a very strong move.
Yeah. Okay. So what's going on here? Bishop g6.
But now black gets some DC check. Oh, bishop c2 first.
f5, beautiful.
Look at this construction.
Unbelievable.
Wow, so white is somehow hoping to get the queen there, but it's not easy because DC check is coming. How to evaluate this? Wow, queen d6, apparently a horrible blunder. What is it, knight h5?
No, you can take on f6, Peter, and then go queen h6, no?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
And then knight h5 if rook c7 or something.
Wow, knight h5 played. What Anish is done to a minute. Yeah, he goes knight h5, now he's busted.
He's losing?
Oh my god, yeah, what, queen b4?
Why?
Maybe queen b4, trading the queens and then the
d3 check queen b4, Peter.
Yes.
And you force a trade of queens or what?
Yeah, I'm guessing, yeah. Oh
my goodness, what an absolutely monumental blunder.
But he's done to a minute, and after every move, everything changed. Yeah, like +10, minus something, +10 equal, just in the last 2-3 moves that we have seen.
Wow.
Well, queen b4 was played first. Yeah, it was my suggestion, but apparently it's also a mistake.
Yeah, because maybe you can give 2 checks on f6 and then go knight h5. And can you actually give the rook? No, you can play knight f6.
I want to go king h8 after knight f6. I want to go king h8. But actually, the point is that maybe somehow you can side. I don't know. I'm not really understanding what's going on here. I mean, that's why for the computer thought like including DC check first, king h1, then queen b4 was.
What about queen g5 here, Peter?
Queen g5. Okay, check.
Okay, king h2.
King h2. Okay, bishop b8.
Knight f4.
Oh, knight f4, and then you are settling something.
At least I've got a thread.
Yes. Wow. Okay, this is super fun. Yeah. Then in fact, bishop b8 is even a mistake. I have queen.
And if queen e5, knight f4 anyway. And there's a knight takes d5 at the end.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is completely. Yeah. Anish goes knight 5 f6. Similar ideas, but actually maybe the other one.
I prefer the other one. Yeah.
More useful, but he wants knight.
Oh my
g5.
god.
King h8.
King h8, knight g5.
That's what he wants. Just to highlight that this is checkmate.
Oh my god.
So after knight f6 now we have to that's why maybe it was very important to include this in order to kind of clarify also where white's king is going. Maybe that was kind of a key, but I understand Liam wanted to keep his bishop alive. Wow, what a position. And Liam, okay.
But actually, hold on. After knight f6, king h8, knight g5, can we just take
king
the knight?
h8, knight g5. Yeah, it's a terrible blunder. Okay, it continues. Yeah, apparently, yeah, g takes f6, and it's played. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. It's just over.
All right. So all the excitement was for nothing because knight f7 check, king g8, and then queen h6. We already now get checkmated. Queen e1.
Yeah, because of bishop b8. Yeah, it's over.
Wow.
Over. Wow.
But okay, I mean, how can you navigate here with 20 seconds on the clock or 30? Impossible. Wow, but Liam is taking the lead, which means that you are on track. Because I see that Duda is in control, Liam is probably winning. Alireza, we have both picked Alireza. Wow.
Hans also looks like he's got a good position. Let's quickly check that out. Hans Niemann.
Yeah, Hans Niemann. I mean, since we pick Levon, it's logical that Hans Niemann should strike at this moment, right? I mean, just to say that, okay, guys, I mean, come on. I mean, you should have believed me.
Wow.
Yeah, he can maybe take on e4. Oh no, but then 91
no, there's
check.
a check.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah, just to highlight, yeah, 91, 90, 94, 91 check.
Knight f6 is cute here, Peter.
Yeah, you can just block somehow.
Because of the mate. Rook c3, rook b8 check.
Yeah,
Knight f6 is pretty clinical, no? Because knight g5, there's probably some h4 there.
Well, it's 40 seconds. I mean, hang on, no. Levon 1 minute. Yeah, knight f6 on the board. Hans goes for knight f6. Computer approves. Lawrence had approved it already long ago.
I'm seeing a lot. Oh, and we're getting information. Magnus is about to resign. Yeah.
I think this is the best thing that could happen to. I mean, just get rid of this game. I mean, erase it from your memory. I mean, forget you never played it. Someone else was sitting there. I mean, okay, this was a total catastrophe.
Now let's see if Ali Reza talks to our reporter on site. And I guess he will have a word. Let's see. I'm very curious to hear what Ali Reza has to say. But really, this game is just not recognizable by Magnus Carlsen.
Definitely, we won't be seeing Magnus say something.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, we will? Let's hear it.
What was it about?
Oh, he played well. It was a good game by him. Gotta do better.
Ha.
Wow.
I don't think that's the true story. I think that's a bit of a bluff. It was a good game by him. I'll be honest. If I had white in that position and I didn't win, I'd be disgusted with myself. It was a catastrophic performance by Magnus. He has to bounce back, and of course, he's Magnus Carlsen and probably will. But wow, this is completely uncharacteristic. Meanwhile, Liam is completely winning. Nothing to do here.
Yeah, Liam is completely winning. So we can move to Hans Niemann versus Levon Aronyan, and we are about to witness that Hans is taking the lead, I guess. I mean, also his king is in some kind of a box, but Black's king on h8 and the back rank. So Black can't really go for counterattack because of rook b8 checkmate. I mean, and we see this very untypical stuff, yeah, that both knights, I mean, both knights are protecting each other. Now Levon tries to create something different.
f4 is a good move. Gives king some space. Knight e2 check, king f2. You can't take the knight. fg5 is a threat. Looks over to me. 0 moves.
Yeah, breaking the construction.
Just over. Levon just not able to something is wrong this tournament. So many good positions, unable to really to cash in. Very, very uncharacteristic. Okay, here any move is good. Take fg5 plays itself. And knight g5 and Hans might actually get the victory today, finally.
Yeah, well, to be honest, he has started a couple of matches by winning a very impressive first game. So the big test is how he's gonna handle the situation. That's the big test. And I hope that he won't be giving interviews, because what we noticed that there was a moment when he promised he had no interviews today, then he won a wonderful game and he stopped there, gave the interview, and then went on to lose the next one. I just feel like he should really not talk to anyone, focus on chess completely and make sure that he pulls it off.
I agree, but I don't think he can resist, Peter. He loves it. He loves the attention. He loves to be on camera. And Aronyan just had enough here, right? Levon just said, okay, enough's enough. This is a ridiculous position. And he resigns. Duda wins against Prague as well. Massive win for Duda. And a very welcome win for Magnus Carlsen. But Ali Reza Firouzja. I mean, what's going on? This is the most chaotic first round I've seen. 4 decisive results, Peter. Have we had that so far in the first round?
No, not really. Not really. But I also feel like, look at this result. Yeah, that Duda, after winning that Blitz playoff against Magnus, he's relieved and he gets incredible energy. And he goes on to win with the black pieces in a very good technical style. And we see Magnus getting crushed completely. I mean, just showing that what it meant that he won that tiebreak. Yeah, he's carrying now the momentum, and Magnus is fighting with his demons.
Let's listen to Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, actually, I don't know where my opponent did wrong. What he did wrong. Like, it seemed he should be better after the opening because I'm kind of undeveloped. But once the queens traded and the position became, I mean, he didn't have anything direct, and also this before move was highly weakening for him, and that was basically the reason why he lost the game.
It's safe to say that you found your form.
It's just the beginning. It's pity, that I started playing relatively, successful chess only at the end.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Obviously, very happy.
All right, Jan-Krzysztof there, smiling, feeling happy. And as he said, it's a pity for him that he started to get sort of some kind of form so late in the day, right? He's really way off the lead. He, of course, there's a lot of prizes and a lot of money to be fought for just winning individual games. Nevertheless, a bit of a shame. But wow, we've got an unbelievable situation already. Magnus needing to come back immediately with white. Pragnananda needing to bounce back if he's going to stay in contention. And, Peter, at the end of this day, if things continue like this, Ali Reza could be leading the tournament outright. Suddenly, from nowhere.
Exactly. I mean, the system is so tricky, and these 3 points for a match victory. And he's carrying the momentum. I mean, he started to play very well, very confidently. And somehow it feels like Magnus and also Prague had shown some nerves. Yeah, also yesterday and today. For example, here, Prague, in fact, what we talked about, that after takes, knight f6, it's like a Scandinavian structure or Caro-Kann. Yes, it's true. But the point is that because of the weakening, actually white, by move pair move play, got into trouble. Knight d5 now attack the pawn on c3. You definitely don't want to play an anti-positional move like bishop takes d5. You just don't even consider it. You play bishop d2, and now black plays a5. And because of the awkward placement of the knight, white was not able to stabilize his structure, and he went on to sacrifice the pawn. Takes. But this already then clearly is in black's favor, and Duda went on to confidently win this endgame. Wow.
In fact, Bishop, I don't like it. You might have to just bite the bullet there and take on d5. I know it's a disgusting move to play, but it also shows that the move e4 was probably incorrect. If this was the sequence of play, he had to probably find something else.
Yeah, then already this bishop f4 move looks so much more attractive, right?
Right.
Wow. Okay, and suddenly he takes the lead with the black pieces. Yeah, a lot of pressure now on Duda. I mean, a lot of pressure on Prague. Duda is enjoying his situation. Magnus has lost. Yeah, he has to do it better. He said it, but he should have known it better already before this first game. I mean, this queen a5 and then queen d8. I mean, I still have to, highlight that queen a5. Okay, you can experiment like this, but when it's seemingly you have a normal position after this provocation, I already felt like bishop d6 is maybe the wrong direction because it shows too much ambition, and maybe one should just not be so ambitious with black. Just be happy that the position is more or less normal, and that's it. I mean, this was really shocking.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a one-hit wonder, and Magnus will not be repeating this line that much, we know. All right, so fantastic first game. Everything we could have hoped for. Magnus getting drilled by Ali Reza. Liem Lequan crushing Anish Giri. Hans Niemann with a beautiful win against Levon Aronian. And Duda, too classy for Pragnananda. We're going to go for a short break. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the second game of today's action. Don't go anywhere.
Perugia, Magnus, Nepo, Duda, Aronian, Caruana, Sevian, Zhang, Kamsky, Svirts, Mark Paragua, Lodici, Sonis, Basso, Bernatsky, Shevchenko, Krivyorchko, Elyanov, Tukmakov, Erwan Lemy, Jordan Van Forest, Lucas Van Forest, Vanueli.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight rough.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Kamsky.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go.
Everybody, welcome back to the FTX Crypto Cup. It's the penultimate day, round 8. We've just seen game 1. Fireworks, if you've just missed it. And my goodness, we have had one of the weirdest rounds you'll ever see. Collapses left, right, and center. Magnus Carlsen, goodness me. If you said which Carlsen just played that game, you would say it was Henrik. It was not the game of a world champion. It was just and I'm not exaggerating, this is not hyperbole, it was an unrecognizable game from Magnus. Played a dodgy opening. Every move was just uncomfortable to even look at. And Ali Reza Firouzja just blew him away, meaning that Ali Reza takes a really big lead. In the other critical match, Praggnanandhaa looked like the opening went well, but he lost control in the early middle game. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, high off beating Magnus Carlsen yesterday, wins that first game, which is also beneficial to Magnus, of course. But it really does depend what happens in these next few games. Hans Niemann with a very nice win against Levon. Really nice to see Hans get a point on the board at least. And Liam Lequang beating Anish Giri in the complications. That could have been a very, very interesting game. All right, up next, we've, of course, got the same matches with colours reversed. Peter, I expect to see a very, very different game here from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, but that's the big question, that can you really immediately forget about everything and suddenly be Magnus Carlsen after you have played a terrible game like this? We know that Magnus might be able to do so, but still, I mean, it just... Really, I'm also in total shock. I haven't seen this at all. I mean, we have seen Magnus losing because of some blunders or whatever. It can happen to anyone. But this whole Queen A5, Queen D8, Queen H4, and then just getting crushed, that was shocking.
Yeah, just shocking. As we said, we won't bang on about it. I think we've made it clear it was a very uncharacteristic performance. I think Magnus is capable of forgetting about it. I think that's one of his big strengths. Reminds me also of somebody like Fabi. When I was working with Fabi, he was also very quick to bounce back, forget about a bad game, just go on to the next one. There are some players that are very emotional and struggle with that. One player in this tournament, for example, Hans Niemann, I think struggles with just forgetting a bad game. And if you're able to separate the emotion there and just soldier on, I think that's a big, big plus to have as a chess player. And I expect Magnus to put on the serious face now. There was a lot of laughing, a lot of smirking, a lot of kind of, what is this? Basically, he's laughing at himself mid-game, saying, what is this nonsense I'm playing? And now I expect to see serious Magnus Carlsen. He still wants to win this tournament. He still wants to show that he's the top boy. And he's going to play something now, in my opinion, he's going to play a much more orthodox system. He's going to play something a bit smoother, just get into some rhythm and try and pressurize with the white pieces. Praggnanandhaa, young guy. He's had an amazing few months, just an amazing few months with the Indian team in the Olympiad, his victories and rating performance over the past year. How is he now dealing with a bit of adversity? Loses yesterday, gets off to a bad start here. What do you think, Peter? Has he developed some kind of mental toughness because Prag doesn't often get, this kind of run of bad games. He's not used to it.
Exactly, yeah. He's always very focused, never really makes any mistakes. Yeah, he controls everything. And suddenly yesterday, things slipped out of his hand. Yeah, this second game against Leko and Liam, he just overpressed. He lost and then lost the last game, and the match ended with a terrible 2.5 score. And now suddenly, in the very first game, it didn't look good.
No, it absolutely didn't. So I'll be curious to see. I think Prag, if he's there with his coaches, they will just say, look, let's just settle in. We don't have to go crazy. Let's just not lose this game and try and, again, pressurize with the white pieces. As long as you're in the match, you've always got a chance, of course. It is rapid. We can see there, Liam, waiting for his opponent. All the games should be kicking off shortly. There is Anish Giri with the peach-colored T-shirt. He can pull that off. Is that peach? What is that color? Somebody in chat let us know. And Anish needing to bounce back as well, of course, after that very difficult first game. Please bear in mind that they are playing for huge amounts of money. It's something like, is it, remind me, Peter, is it $5,000 for every win?
No, 7,500.
Goodness me. But here we go. So $7,500 of each match. I beg your pardon. Right. So if you win the match, it's an additional $7,500. It's huge. And we've got the season bonus
we have
fund.
seen with Hans Niemann, this this is also maybe one of a heartbreak for him, that since he did not win a match yet, and he did not even get to the playoff, to the Blitz playoff, he didn't earn anything, so it's seemingly there is incredible amount of money, and with his performance so far, he was not able to cash in anything.
Right. Well, let's see what happens. And we do have liftoff. And as expected, Magnus goes for something much more classical now.
Now the question, d4 or e3, because with e3 he can go for the hybrid structures, with d4 he can get into the main systems where black decides which opening to play, and he goes cd5. Wow, okay, some extra, okay, cd5, ed5, d4. Now if black wants to play bishop b4, he can get to the Ragozins. That is a Ragozin with cd5, ed5. And black of course has also other moves like c6.
Very classical stuff by Ali Reza. Are we going to see something like queen c2 here by Magnus, preventing some bishop f5?
But then g6.
Yeah, queen c2, g6. I remember some old Karpov games, but I'm sure I've got the position slightly mixed up where he... I'm thinking of some old games, some old Karpov game where you could go e4, d4, queen takes e4 check. But that, of course, doesn't exist here. So queen c2, g6 simply is no good. There is a reason, of course, why White doesn't play this move order, and it's precisely because of this, I think. That actually White's move here is not particularly...
I think that recently there had been some development in some strange-looking move h3. There were a couple of online games with h3 trying to anticipate bishop f5 and then try to target this bishop with some g4 and so on, but maybe Magnus will go for it. I mean, if he has already played what he has done so far, then it could be kind of logical. On the other hand, it's also a very special, strange system. If you have lost the first game like you lost, maybe you want to play more traditional positions. He goes for queen c2.
He does play queen c2. Curious. Very, very curious. And he's still smiling. Like I don't understand exactly what's going on, because he hasn't stopped smiling since the first move of game one. What's happened? Has he won a fantasy team league before the season started? Did he win the lottery? What's going on? Because it doesn't make sense. Okay, well, let's see. Queen c2. Just for your own knowledge, queen c2 has been played quite a few times.
Yes, I think that after g6, bishop g5, this is something of a theory. Bishop e7.
And bishop h6.
As you mentioned, that all these kind of things with e4 somewhere are happening.
The old Karpov game, something like e4, d4, bishop f6, queen e4 check.
Something like this, But I think it's by now considered to be pretty harmless. On the other hand, maybe it's a good choice to try to surprise a younger opponent, And Ali Reza goes for g6, bishop g5. But I like Magnus's choice in the sense that h3 wasn't like the right situation after losing the first game like he did.
Right. So far more classical. Okay, should we come back to this one, because we can
we have a razor sharp position between Leko Angliam and Anish Giri. A big theoretical duel. I mean, this is, maybe there are not too many games, but this is a very classical and very critical position. If White plays the most critical way, he opts for this. Let's just see quickly where did we get this. So takes, e6, e3, c5, bishop c4. So it comes from this love. Bishop e7, queen e2 castles, bishop
e3.
going for the rook ad1, knight e5, and then f4 setup. b6, rook ad1, knight b4, knight e5, bishop b7, all logical. f4, now white is starting to play f5. This is the way how Botvinnik was treating this type of positions with white, but now black plays g6, and white plays f5 regardless because of the f7 weakness. After he takes f5, bishop h6, hitting the rook, and we see that now black has to sacrifice the exchange.
Yes. But it looks reasonable, right? It looks like black is completely stable, blockading the d4 pawn, the knight on d5, blockading the diagonal to the king. So if you want to succeed here with white, it looks as though you're going to have to be quite violent. And can you be violent here? After bishop f8, I don't see it, because if you try something like g4, you're going to run into f4, potentially. Or queen g5, or even this. I mean, g4 also is just it's a move you don't really want to play if you can avoid it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't feel right. I do believe that there was a game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian in very similar positions, but then probably black's pawn was on a6, and because it can also come from the queen's gambit accepted. It was a nice little twist because black was then trying with b5 to create counterplay, but with the pawn on a7, this does not work now. So, okay, it's a little bit surprising that Liam stopped blitzing, yeah, because it's really the starting position of this whole opening. I mean, if you opt for this from the white side, it basically means that your analysis is just starting, yeah? And then seeing him slow down, clearly Anish hasn't been playing this opening. Yeah, he haven't been playing this opening at all, and it might have come as a big surprise to Liam. I see you switch to the headphones.
I have, because a lot of people are saying that there's a bit of audio feedback, so apologies for that, guys. I'm going to use my very fancy gamer headphones. I'm not actually a gamer. I bought these headphones years ago. I don't play games, but my other headphones are low on battery, so I'm going with these. The good news, Peter, is that they've got the blue tint here and it matches my shirt. So for all of you fashionistas watching, I got you covered. Okay, let's go to another game. So this looks quite stable. Let's see Prague. Is he able to bounce back here? Bishop takes f3.
Yeah, they are playing a very typical and very trendy semi-Tarrasch. I mean, it all started with semi-Tarrasch, a very forcing line. A very forcing opening. It's clearly Prague's main weapon, so we are not talking about any surprise here. And basically, both players more or less got what they expected, and it's just a very big theoretical duel and discussion here. This is the most principled way for white to place all the pieces like this, planning some kingside attack against black's king. Prague goes for the rook e8 line, h3, h6, d5, takes, knight c5, and now white is counting on this pawn on d6. I mean on d5, which he pushes now to d6. And we see all the traits, seemingly an innocent position, but this pawn should never be underestimated. On the other hand, if black survives, then this knight on c5 is also a monster with this pawn structure.
Yeah, difficult one to assess, isn't it? I feel like you tend to want to have white here. It doesn't feel like white is really risking too much. You know, a move like queen d7, you can always play king g2, and the passed pawn always guarantees you counterplay.
Yeah, I think that there are some very long lines here. I do believe that Lanier Dominguez was playing this from the black side, and he showed with very precise play how to hold it with black. But I also understand from Duda that after winning the first game with the black pieces, then playing a line where maybe you can force your opponent to be very precise, why not?
Absolutely. Alrighty. Should we go and check out Levon Aronian then? Because we haven't seen that. And we can expect, well, I was going to say we can expect wild things, and that's pretty much what we've got. What opening was this? I'm very curious. I can't tell what opening this was.
Well, actually, it was a very slow kind of London system, but very strangely, Hans opted for g6 against bishop f4. It's not something that you do very often. Easily bishop g7, knight bd2, castle c3, b6. Okay, finally they got to a classical position again. I remember this playing against Tony Miles, yeah, because Tony was the one who was playing this kind of system with white, I believe, with bishop on g5. And he was also then going for this b4 kind of play. It's old school. And Levon clearly wants to use his experience in this position. Knight h5, bishop g5. And this is how we get to this. Ah, wow, no. And he was in time to go knight e5 and target this knight on h5. This is how we get this bizarre position. Takes, e6, f4.
Wow. Who's better and why? I've got absolutely no idea.
Well, I prefer white because somehow I feel like white should be better. On the other hand, black's counterplay also shouldn't be underestimated with a timely knight c4, yeah?
So you could maybe even play it now, actually.
Yeah, looks tempting. Yeah, knight
Why
c4.
not? Why not?
Okay, probably I will bring the queen. Yeah, I don't know, queen d3.
Yeah.
Probably queen d3, yeah.
Now the question is, do I have to take? I mean, I could go rook c8 here.
Yeah, I'm expecting the move, but after rook c8, you have to reckon with that I might move the knight and try to get it to d4. I don't know from which angle, but I would love to cement, and then this bishop on b7 would be dead.
Right. So actually, I have to consider knight takes d2 then, instead of rook c8.
But then you also give up the tension in the position, and again you are stuck with the bishop and the compromised pawn structure after all.
Yes. Yeah, no, this is tricky for Hans, actually, to find a solution here. Very, very tricky. Not completely sure.
And Levon, again, up on the clock. 6 minutes advantage. We have seen in the previous game, it did not help. And one thing I want to say that so far what was really surprising me that Levon was playing way too quickly. I just don't see why he plays so quickly, because he's such an incredible player. He is capable of just playing slowly his opponents. Yeah, there is simply no reason for him to play for an additional element of, you know, trying to put the pressure on the clock as well. I mean, he's hurrying, and because of this, playing way too fast, it cost him a couple of games.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to the Magnus game. Let's see what has transpired. And we have had a trade of light squared bishops, it seems.
Yeah, he plays actually in a very classical, old-fashioned way that just bishop d3 takes. I believe that if it would not be Magnus, people would be complaining. I mean, how can you play like this? This is toothless stuff. But Magnus everywhere has some small idea how to disbalance the position. So with bishop a6, he makes sure that black is not able to castle, provokes some extra move like knight g4, then he retreats with the bishop, knight f8 played, trying to get the knight to e6 is a traditional Carlsen reaction.
Yeah, and this looks all right for Ali Reza, I would say. I mean, you've traded the light squared bishops, you get a knight to e6. White can't get in the minority attack so easily with b4, b5. It's going to require some planning. Looks okay.
Yeah, but you know what? I believe that actually Magnus does not want to play anything slowly with b4. He's more like thinking about h3, knight f6, and maybe g4. Try to get this knight e5 and eventually maybe going long castle. I very much feel like this might be Magnus' spirit.
Could very well be, yeah.
I mean, this is what I'm expecting.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, Peter, but it's like non-stop. Like, is he listening to a comedy show? I know they're allowed to listen to music. Is he listening to what did the Fox say? Do you know that song? I think it's What Did the Fox Say? Did the Fox Say?
No, I mean, yesterday he was listening to classical album music. It definitely
Well,
he has changed it if he's not smiling all the time.
because there was a famous, I think they were Norwegian actually, group, and I think they were called Elvis or Ylvis, and there was a song about 10 years ago called What Did the Fox Say? And it's a ridiculous song. There's where you ask where the fox says, and I'm just wondering if he's listening to something crazy like that, because he's been really, he's been laughing nonstop. It's absolutely bizarre stuff.
Well, I mean, I feel like he very quickly has to forget about what he's listening and focus on the position, because he needs to bounce back as quickly as possible. And he goes for h4. He does not even go HTG4. He directly goes h4. So probably after h5, he wants quick knight e5 and making use that black has little bit committed something. I mean, at least it's not the absolutely traditional way, the way black is treating this.
Right.
But on the other hand, okay, so what is this? h5, let's just say knight e5. Yeah, it looks very tempting. And then we jump with the knight to e6. How is Magnus planning to punish us?
Oh, so nothing worked. Right. So knight takes g6 never works here, right?
Yeah, shouldn't. Yeah, because then king d7.
Exactly. Yeah,
just sidestep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. Okay, so is h5 mandatory here as black? What if I just play knight e6 first?
But then I'm going to go h5.
You're going to give this bishop and you don't care.
Yeah, because after knight takes f4 ef, I'm getting a very nice square on e5 for my knight. And I'm already putting some pressure on the h5. And Alireza goes h5. To my human taste, it looked very natural. And Magnus goes knight g5, stopping knight e6. This makes a lot of sense.
This is his idea, yes. How crazy is it just to play bishop takes g5 here? H takes g5, excuse me. This is the idea. And f3 will trap the knight. Oops.
Yeah, that's that's unpleasant.
Yes.
But yeah, knight g5 is very annoying because you would love to play knight e6, but this is now impossible due to the hanging g6 pawn. So that's not possible. Maybe a move like queen d7 trying to prepare knight e6, but white might have some f3 ideas already coming.
So queen d7, f3, knight h6, e4.
Wow, knight h6. Yeah, of course. Yeah, knight h6 is clever because knight on f6 would be vulnerable piece.
Right.
Yeah, e4 and what's next? So maybe just knight e6. No, knight is. Yeah, maybe you can play knight e6.
Knight e6, attacking the bishop. Gets very weird.
And very sharp. I mean, one really feels the potential in Magnus's position. I mean, it's incredible. He comes up with some very old stuff, yeah, which is supposedly completely harmless. And then we are what, like move 14, and already he seriously puts black under pressure. I'm not finding a comfortable way to react with black.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also what is nice that he kind of got a position which suits him very well. Yeah, these cards but structures, no matter with white or with black, he handles it perfectly. Alireza doesn't have so much experience. Very nice kind of play by Magnus. But maybe also now that things have slowed down here a bit and we see Magnus's idea, let's take a look at Levon, because now it feels like Levon is almost winning, if not winning outright.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, so after f4, rook c8 happened. Levon followed up with knight f3, knight c4, f5, direct attack.
Oof.
Knight takes e3, f takes e6, f5, the stunning f5. Wow, but Levon just reacting very coolly with a move like queen b4.
Yeah, threatening e7.
Yeah, and rook c7 played.
Okay.
And the computer shows like white is completely winning. Yeah, it's just like +8, whatever is the position. Black is completely busted.
So what is the way to win this?
Well, basically, okay, the big question, do we want to do something fancy or do we just want simply to collect the point, yeah? Because all these bishop f7 check things are hanging there. We can include some rook c1 if we want. I mean, h4 pawn is also falling apart. There is no dynamic, only this knight alone on e3 doesn't do any miracle.
What about queen f4 here? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes also perfect sense.
Knight f1 and just, but I take on h6. I'm not.
No, I mean, you shouldn't, yeah, you shouldn't get carried away like this.
No.
Yeah, you can maybe just take back and anyway
Just
you
take.
are, yeah. Look at this position. I mean, okay, you have in the pocket bishop f3, you have some knight d4, queen takes h6. I mean, everything. Yeah, Levon will find the way. Yeah, rook ac1. That was the move that kind of smiled on me the most. I'm expecting rook g7, trying to hit the pawn on g2. And I was thinking that maybe Levon just gonna go rook f2, or will he give bishop f7 check? I mean, okay, just very clear advantage.
Alrighty. Can we check in with Prague? Because I am curious to see if there's been. Okay, so we've got a position still very similar in nature.
Yeah, take queen c6, bishop d5. Queen d7, of course, queen d6 would run into bishop f7 check, terrible. Queen d7, queen f4, rook d8, king g2. And here we go with this traditional position that you mentioned already, that white can simply play a move like king g2. How is black really breaking out of this construction? Maybe even white next move is just h4, who knows? Yeah, king h8 feels like some, you know, a move out of little desperation.
So the idea is that if queen takes f7,
then he takes on d6, yeah, I guess.
Does he though? Have you got some bishop b3?
Yeah, bishop b3, so we have to move the queen to b8. Scary stuff.
Yeah, but now you might be like in a bind forever, right? How are the positions if the rooks come off here? Is that you have some queen g5 check.
Yeah, I have queen g5 exactly.
Yeah.
Also settling the bishop and queen g5 together. Yeah, should work. I mean, it should work, but still, we also see the computer suddenly feeling some momentum for white. This is the first thing, but also it's because it's some kind of a theoretical position still. I mean, they kind of deviated a little bit, but Prague has played it a little bit too slow. I mean,
right.
But I feel like, okay, our match of or game of the round is clearly Magnus. So let's focus on this. And he really got something incredible. I mean, all kinds of weaknesses in Black's camp.
Wow.
Let's take a look.
And look at the smart. I just can't get over it because I've never seen him just laugh. I mean, have you seen this before with Magnus?
No, never. This is just very strange.
I really hope that Sfera asks him, you know, after the game, what's making you smile, what's making you laugh? Because I'm very curious. It's completely out of character.
Yeah, what is he listening? Is it music at all or some comedy or whatever? I don't know.
I think it's very difficult to listen to a comedy podcast when you're trying to calculate, isn't it?
Yeah, usually, but who knows, yeah? I mean, at least in this game, it doesn't do him any harm. I mean, he's playing in the true Magnus spirit, yeah? He's just about to crush his opponent, and maybe he's laughing like, you know, I got crushed in 20 moves in the previous game. Now I'm doing the same to my opponent, so it's fair square. But, yeah, I mean, okay, also I haven't seen Alireza being crushed like this. King is stuck in the center. There are all kinds of weaknesses. White is coming with all the pieces. d4, d5 break hanging in the air.
Very strange stuff. And the position looks absolutely terrible for black.
Yeah, and then Magnus keeps on laughing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just honestly, I've been commentating. My first ever commentary gig with Magnus Carlsen was in 2009, the London Chess Classic, and he's like he can't control himself. It's has he like taken helium before the game? Like, in Miami and in the US, you can go to bars and stuff and they just offer you oxygen and helium and all kinds of stuff.
Well, I mean, yesterday I was already speculating that maybe the players have been too much at the sun. Yeah, because I know that it also definitely affects the concentration level. Yeah, now long castle D5 played. Alireza down to 3 minutes on the clock. It looks like, okay, he will try to close the position with C5 on the board.
Yeah.
Very similar structure than in the previous game. Okay, now at least black's king has castled. That's a bonus, but the position, according to computer, is just terrible. Yeah, queen C4 played.
Yeah, queen C4
is a good move. Yeah.
Yeah, because the idea is that if bishop d6, I guess you can take and then play knight e4, right?
Yeah, even knight e4 maybe, but I mean, taking looks good.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, we are getting the message from Tadas. There was beach chess happening 1 hour before the game, so who knows what happened. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe just staying alive after all the sun is the main priority.
Oh, wow. Who knows what happened at the beach chess? Maybe we can get some insight there. Sounds like fun. But this position is a catastrophe for Alireza, basically. This is very bad.
Yeah, how to play? Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, bishop d6 is the move that usually you need to play, but if it doesn't work, then it's terrible.
So what if I just go b6? Yeah, let's try b6. Trying to.
Wow. I mean, okay, maybe I just play like very simple rook h1.
But now I can go bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6, and then I land my rook on e6, for example. Yeah, just okay. I put it there. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Just enjoying the momentum. I mean, okay, black is so packed, and this pawn structure, this is horrible. No, he goes bishop d6 immediately. Yeah, he probably just wants to give up a pawn and then get his king to safety. And okay, it's bad because you have no compensation at all, but at least you get some little stability. I mean, bishop d6, I'm expecting actually black to take knight d6. Just forget about this pawn. Yes.
Okay.
We are wars, but at least I'm going to go rook c8, and who knows, I have a knight on d6. Maybe I can hope to make some, I mean, maybe I will get out. But if the pawn would be on g7, I would say that I would kind of somehow believe in some compensation. But with pawn on g6 and this pawn on f6 so vulnerable, for example, after a move like queen d4, everything falls apart, and white knight is also coming to f4 and e6, targeting the g6 pawn. I mean, it looks horrible.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of does he get lucky and survive or not? Magnus in full control. Levon did win against Hans Niemann. That game is over. That was an absolute... He blasted Hans Niemann off the board. What about the Leko against Anish Giri game?
Yeah, it just gets to this kind of positions that, okay, nothing is happening. I believe computers are usually saying 0-0. Black has a very solid structure, nice construction with sitting on the d5 square. Of course, black always has to maintain this blockade on the d5 square. That's the key to the position. Rook f1, rook c8, bishop b3, rook c7. Also kind of a very nice little move, protecting the f7 pawn just in case. Queen f2, a6, and Okay, we just take it from there. Yeah, I mean, take it from here. I mean, it's a very natural position. Nothing is really threatening, and black has moves like a6, just stopping any kind of knight b5s. And the point is, black does not want to take on c3 because then b takes c3 would strengthen white's structure, and white does not want to take on d5 because it releases the tension. However, after bishop a6, now, according to computers, something happened.
Doesn't like bishop h6.
Yeah, now some knight takes d5, some tactics is in the air.
What's going on? So knight d. Hold on a second. So knight d5. So if rook takes c1, knight takes f. No.
No, but b4 knight is hanging. Yeah, so you can't just take like this probably.
You can just take.
I mean, I don't know exactly, because Luxion you can still take on d5, but then why don't you just take immediately? Yeah, because otherwise you give me the chance of eventually going knight c6 as well. So I'm expecting the move knight takes d5 to be played here if I can. No, he takes with the bishop. Okay.
Rook takes c7.
With the bishop.
But okay, but now I can take on d5 and you haven't got the grip. I can take queen f3 is like incredibly logical to then be able to come to b3 or just a8 or no, this has to be better for white now, surely.
This is now very nice. I mean, okay, just queen f3, yeah, putting the pressure.
Sure, I mean it's, and if queen d6, then you are not cemento here. You are
no, not at all. I mean, this is now everything than cemento. I mean, the knight on e5 is cemento, but not the knight on d5. Oof. Yeah, queen d6, then your move like queen b3 might be also very strong. Yeah, just eyeing this pawn on f7, putting the pressure. Not even to speak about this g4 idea as well now. Also.
I was thinking about g4, but then f4, and I was like, maybe just g3. Is that a ridiculous move just to improve? King h1.
Yeah, just king h1, also understandable. I mean, okay, white just removes the king if he's already happy, and basically black can't really change the structure. Yeah, if computer thinks that this is simply better for white, then small little moves will not change the evaluation.
Right.
Okay, so Liam is now putting pressure. Very quick update on the Prague game that this is very equalish position.
Right.
Most probably a draw. So all eyes on Magnus. And Magnus is crushing. Magnus is crushing, yeah.
Absolutely
I actually
crushing.
really enjoyed that he did not even take, he went knight e4. It's the move in the spirit. King b8, rook e1, just forget about because f6 is also hanging. You anyway gonna collect something. Let black work for it to just get rid of a pawn. Knight e5, queen c3, queen f5, g3, b6, knight takes f6. Yeah, there was just no way of holding on to everything. Knight d7 takes, rook e7, rook e8. This is the current position. Alireza done to 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, rook e1. Good enough. He's going to take knight f6. But then there's even queen e5 check is probably good enough there.
I mean, it feels like white is a pawn up and has all the compensation of the position. Yeah, it's just a completely winning scenario.
Yeah. Alireza not going to survive, and the world champion bouncing back. That's what he does. He plays something classical. He did the right thing. And yeah, queen e5 check. This is all child's play.
Yeah, pawn g6 is falling.
Yeah, it's just resigns is not premature here, actually.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, I mean,
no moves.
You don't have a single move. Actually, white can just even bring his king.
Yeah.
Put even this bind and then go after the pawn or with rook e6. Yeah, Alireza resigns.
Yeah. Alireza not wasting time. And Magnus with just a very comfortable victory. That is the Magnus Carlsen we are used to seeing. Very curious. I think we should wait to see if Magnus talks to Sfera. What is making him laugh or chuckle? I'm completely unclear. Let's see.
He will reveal that now I played a good game, right?
Let's see. Let's see if we get something from Magnus. We'll see if he's in the mood to talk. Obviously, a lot of people on site today wanting to get a glimpse of the world champion. Arguably the greatest player of all time. That conversation still has to be. Let's hear him.
That was quite the quick work back into this match, Magnus.
Yeah, it was much better. I think he kind of confused himself a little bit. Played, some unnatural moves at some point, and after that, I just had to strike in the center and win the game pretty easily.
Are there any particular podcasts you really recommend these days?
No, I decided to go a different way. So it's certainly something funny.
Good luck in the remaining games.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. There had to be an explanation. He's not listening to a podcast, but he's listening to something funny. So could be music. I'm sure we'll find out at the end of the tournament. Nevertheless, easy win for Magnus. Okay. Pragnananda against Jan-Krzysztof, having to, well, I say hold this ending, but maybe not.
He needs to hold it, yeah, because actually it seems like White got some pressure.
Because the king is so advanced and you want to play king takes f5 and suddenly the knight is kind of dominated by the king and bishop.
Yes, exactly. And the point was, it's very instructive that Prague actually offered a pawn sacrifice with rook f8, like, please take this pawn on g6. Yeah, seemingly White can pick up a pawn for free, but then Black sets up a fortress kind of king to f6, and White's king will never really be able to enter. The pawn structure will anyway do nothing, and Black starts pushing on the pawns on the queen side, so nothing to hope for. But Duda has forced in this, and he goes for f5, gf5, king f4, making sure that now Black's counterplay will be just way too slow, because it's kind of weakening his structure. Yeah, White's king will be very quick running towards the queen side, and if Black just has to sit tight, it's slightly risky. I mean, it feels that maybe White won't be able to convert, but there is something to really play for.
But there's one feature of this position, Peter, that is very important, which is that the H pawn is the wrong color, right? So it does feel as though Black should be able to make a relatively simple draw. You push b5, a5, you can even give up a pawn there. Then you hunt the f pawn with your knight. I don't see Duda winning this under really any circumstances.
Well, but you know, these kind of things, I know that if my opponent can push the pawns, then it always works, like he will be able to trade these pawns, yeah? But if it's me, then somehow it's never in time. The White king will come there and then collect, and it's not so easy just to say, like, I have two pawns here, so if I want, I will be able to trade those pawns. White will start dominating. Yeah, Prague is also trying to set up his knight probably to f6, yeah, because he's anticipating White's eventually bishop retreat and then f4, f5. Then he would sit with the knight on f6. The danger that I'm feeling that, for example, if White plays a move like bishop d3 here, trying to be flexible, and if Black goes for this setup of trying to, then White will play king f5, and White wants to go right into g6. Threaten the h6 pawn, and if suddenly then Black would follow, then bishop c4 check, king g7, king e6. Yeah, that would be also some big achievement for White. It's not so simple.
No, I totally see that.
Bishop on the board, yeah, and Prague down to less than 2 minutes. I mean, it's a nerve-wracking defense, because the problem is that you don't know how to orientate. You feel like you should be able to make a draw probably, but there are no forced ways to do that.
Yeah, and as you said, 1.5 minutes here for Prague. Very unpleasant defense. b5. Okay, so he's saying, I'm gonna get these pawns rolling.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, because now with knight c7, actually he wanted to make sure that white is not able to play king d5. King d4 can be answered by king d6. That would be great news for black. And otherwise, then he has the next two moves, a5 and b4, at his disposal. Very important two moves.
Yeah, so if white plays the natural f4 here,
F4, yeah.
You want to go
maybe then we even go b4. Yeah.
And f5 knight e8 is
exactly.
Yeah.
This feels like it should be some kind of a fortress. Yeah. So very clever play by Plug. Yeah, not losing the control. Yeah, understanding it's unpleasant. So I need to create. I just can't sit tight. I need to create some counterplay on the queen side. And this knight c7 b5. If it turns out that it's really holding, then I would even go as far as to say it's very impressive defense. By the way, talking about defense, do you think that there is a chance that Anish holds this, or it just technically lost?
Wow, I doubt Anish holds this if b5 is... wait, knight takes b3, excuse me.
Yeah, but king e4, yeah, this is the point. White activates the king, the pawn will be taken care of with rook b6.
Yeah, I don't see Anish holding this. Disastrous day for Anish so far. Really had an awful time, completely getting outplayed by Leko, and yeah.
Yeah, hang on. But here now, suddenly Prague did not play our suggested b4. He started with a5, and he was not able to stop f6.
Now that might make a difference.
I mean, this is very scary. But maybe the point is because, okay, if he can get to a4, it should, but maybe after b3, white will play a3. I don't know. It's you never know this kind of things.
But maybe okay.
Because if bishop c2, then black has knight b5, knight c3.
Right.
This is a good counterplay. So this I definitely don't want to land. Yeah, bishop c4, kind of clever, and after
okay,
a4,
so a4,
king d6.
Yeah, check.
Check, king c5, b3, a3. But okay, that doesn't look. Yeah, that doesn't look bad for black.
Yeah, because that is a protected pass pawn.
King f5. He goes now for g6. Can he really do that? He has all the time in the world. Let's not forget that even if black gets rid of it, but white's bishop on the diagonal controls black of reaching h8. Yeah, that's a new element.
Yes. That's a really important element. Okay, knight e8. So king g6. Then what does he want? Knight d6. Does knight d6, bishop d5?
And then just activate the knight b5, knight d4, and then push b3, and it should work out. I mean, it's so hard to believe that it should be lost, but it will be tempo game.
Actually, you have to be careful. Sometimes you can lose this with white if you miss some b3, a3, a3, and he's able to shift your bishop away. You can lose this with white. It's losable.
Well, every position is losable in chess, as we know, yeah. And even not only if we want to lose it by, I mean, voluntarily, even if we don't, accidents do happen.
Certainly do. Leko is just a whole exchange up now. It's just not even Giri trying to put up some kind of resistance, but it's just not going to happen. Just very easy. Yeah, no, it's already over. Leko is going to win material, and so it's all about this game.
Yeah, it almost feels like a study-like endgame, to be honest. It's I believe that usually in old, I can't even believe that this hasn't happened in some very old classical position, which was adjourned 50 years ago, and people analyzed it day and night.
Okay, knight d6.
Yeah.
Bishop d5 will be played, I'm almost certain.
Yeah, and then this knight b5, yeah, and it will be a big tempo somewhere with knight c3. I mean, also not to forget, knight c3, knight takes a2, there is this idea. So this is what probably Duda is calculating, that he will simply not take, but he wants to queen his h-pawn, yeah? So much to calculate, just to highlight. Knight b5, king takes h6, knight c3, the bishop moves back, for example, to c4, knight takes a2. If we take them b3 queens, but we push
you can
the
go
pawn.
king g6, yeah, and push.
And then b5, king moves back. You still have to lose a tempo. h6, b2, h7. I mean, who knows? It's so difficult, and they have to calculate with seconds.
No, this is very, very tough. Yeah, I hated this decision to allow f6 check, Peter. If he blockaded that f pawn with knight f6, I think he stays very much in the match. Okay, we're getting from our producer knight. Well, he played knight b5, very understandable.
Yeah, okay, this knight e8 followed by knight c7, if somebody plays it, okay, he gets a special award. I mean, for the best defense ever. I mean, no defense. Yeah, this is the logical line, and then follow it up with knight takes a2, but it might not work. Bishop e6. Exactly, knight takes a2 and then just h5, and then king moves away and then h6, h7, and the bishop will take care of this pawn at the end.
Bishops are long-range pieces, ladies and gentlemen, and that's one of the big benefits. When you get a pawn race on opposite flanks, it can just go pear-shaped. If you've got the knight. And Pragnananda back against the wall. Had a fantastic first few days, won 4 matches, but it's just over. h5 is really just, there are no checks. There is no way to bring the knight back and give check. The king is completely controlled, and that's it. King g6, h6, h7, 4 moves you need, and it's the end of the game. So b3.
Yeah, this is the unlucky thing for black, that b2 is not a step because of bishop takes a2, yes? So black will need to move the knight one more time, and he doesn't have time for it.
Does it make a difference where you put the king now, Peter? If you put it on g6, knight b4, h6, knight c6, h7, knight e5 check.
Apparently big difference, yeah, very big difference. It's a very big question, yeah, that do you go, because if we go king g5, we might step into some knight e4 check, but that maybe it's not, I mean, who knows, yeah, and king g6 played the most natural one, and apparently this is a mistake. Wow.
But now you queen with check. Sorry, now you go knight b4, h6, b2, Peter.
Yeah, but anyway, I wanted to go bishop f5 at the end of the day, but
then I go king g8. Oh no, then f7, sorry, I beg your pardon. No, it doesn't work. b2, bishop f5. What's the g? No.
Knight c6 and knight e5.
And knight e5. Wow, and he goes knight e5, knight f7. Holy smokes!
And look at Duda. Oh
my god! Oh my god! He's sick. He's sick. He's just seen it. He's seen that he's blown it. Oh my goodness!
And we have a match. If Prague holds this, then anything is possible.
Oh my god! He's disgusted with himself. Wow! And he had very little time. So let's just go back, Peter. So he had to go king g5 or what?
Yes, king g5 was the winning move, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that he was hesitating. He thought like, okay, probably both moves are winning, and that's it. h7, knight e5 check, knight f7, and it's a simple draw probably. I mean, okay, who knows? Maybe there is some Zugzwang issue, but probably not. Yeah, black will just shuffle knight h8, knight f7.
No, I put the bishop on a2.
Yes, put the bishop. Okay, we put pawn to a3.
Okay, I put my bishop on. So let's say you go a3 here, right? No, whose move is it? Sorry.
No, knight's black's move. Yeah, knight
okay,
h8 played.
Okay, I go bishop a2.
Bishop a2.
I need to find a Zugzwang where.
Okay, king g5.
Yeah, this is clever. This is clever. Okay, now. Okay, you can give check here. This is the point.
Okay, nothing much has changed. Yeah, I mean, knight f7 check, king g6, knight h8 check, king f5. I mean, it will come down later also to the Zugzwang issue.
Yeah, but actually, I feel like there is a Zugzwang here somehow. Okay, so let's say I go like bishop a2 here.
Yeah, bishop a2, a3.
Yeah, and then I triangulate. So let's, where is the, you know, is there a, let's try and construct a Zugzwang. If I have my king on h6, the bishop on a2, and the pawn on a3, with black to move, is that Zugzwang?
Well, knight f7 check.
I take.
Yeah, I mean, I queen or I take back
I,
first. You
okay,
queen
I
and
queen.
Yeah, and I push b1 queen. I feel that it should be a draw. Because my pawn is also on a3, yeah? So it still will be, I mean, it's a very tricky position. And both players down to 20 seconds. I mean, anything can still happen here.
Okay, I think you'd have to go a3 here. And you can go knight f7, actually, because you can go knight f7. I'm sorry. You can go knight f7.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, it doesn't really change for the, okay, you go then king g6, knight h8, king h6, and still black will have to make a move. So Prag goes king e8. For some reason, he feels that the pawn on a4 is kind of needed just to make sure that he isn't in the Zugzwang.
Yes, that's exactly it. So he'll go back to f8 now. Yeah. King h6. Okay, we're getting close. So if I go knight f7 check here, is it losing?
Well, here I feel that it's much worse than with a pawn on a3, right? I mean,
right.
If you want to run for that position, you probably prefer the pawn on a3.
Yeah, because.
So yeah, finally it's the same position. Nothing changed basically.
So he's going to triangulate and get this with black to move, and then we're going to see. So he's going to go king g5, king e8, king h5. He's going to go king h5 now and king h6.
Exactly. Yeah. King h8, king f8, king h6. Then we're going to see this Zugzwang, and then probably black will play knight f7. And then we might be seeing that crazy queen endgame. With the pawn almost queening, but yeah, it's there are millions of checks. And if you hide on f8, then already I can push a2. So maybe it's a draw.
King f4, okay. Probably going to get some time on the clock also. Maybe move around, king g4 and these kind of moves. King f5. King.
Yeah, basically king g5, king f8, king h6 leads to that position that we are discussing.
Yes. I'm pretty sure we're going to get that. And like, is that definitely a draw? Because I'm not sure it is. Maybe giving the check here is very clever. Does that make a difference?
No, then king g6. King f8, king h. Yeah, okay. So you wanted to go knight f7, king g6, king f8, and wait like that, yeah? Could have been. Yeah, now we see this queen endgame, which I have been kind of anticipating. It looked dangerous, but so like maybe it holds according to computer, it doesn't. Wow, okay. So takes h8 queen.
Yeah, queen.
Queen g7 check, king e6. Yeah, this I have all calculated.
Yeah.
And then you will be able to collect the h3 pawn. That's kind of the problem, yeah?
Yes. But maybe, and you can't go king f5. You have to go king d5 precisely because of queen takes h7.
And now he just takes on h3.
Yeah, and I mean, probably this is winning, but maybe
this is probably, yeah, because actually black's king is very vulnerable in the center of the board.
Yes. And Prag disgusted with himself, saying, damn, what happened?
Yeah, but okay, then if he really needed those study-like defenses with 20 seconds, you can't really defend.
Agree.
And look at the body language of Duda. Now finally he feels like things are back where they belonged. Because he felt like he was winning already, yeah, there instead of king g6. Yeah, queen h1, king g7. White king hides on f8 against these checks. And then you push the pawn, and yeah, with queen on d5, it's actually a win.
Okay, let's see how easy it is. So here, king f8. Let's say I go king, I guess, yeah, it doesn't really matter, queen e7 check. Yeah, it might be relatively easy, actually.
Well, it's supposed to be that black's king in the center actually helps the stronger side.
Right.
To win. I mean, basically, this king should be somewhere on b1. Yeah, that's where black's king belongs, which gives the best chance. But actually, the c and f pawns are the most annoying pawns anyway. They still have some real practical chances all the time, even in the best setups. So here with the bad king, it's now white will start giving checks, and okay, black will maybe try to run to h2 or what, but it will never reach there.
Still tricky though, these queen endings. Who is the best queen endgame player in the world, Peter?
Well, Magnus by far, yeah, I think. Yeah.
Magnus, okay.
Yeah, he has been so incredibly impressive with all these queen endgames. I mean, one thing I know, I hated these queen endgames. I was never so good at. I just, because I always like to orientate myself on general principles, and I'm quite a good endgame player, but with the queen endgame, I was suffering enormously all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It requires so much precise calculation, and I just somehow wasn't really able to do that as well as otherwise in other endgames. So now king d6, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Or king d7, maybe king d7.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see, very difficult to give a check after king d7.
In fact, there are no checks.
Well, queen h7, but it's the wrong direction. You don't really want to do this. Yeah, king d7 on the board.
Well, you have to give this check, I feel. I mean, what else are you supposed to do? Queen h7, queen e7, and then pray. Queen f5 check, perhaps.
Yeah, usually play doesn't work out in queen end games. Yeah, it's I know that whenever in these bad end games you have to, I mean, you don't know exactly, or you don't have a clear cut draw, you end up losing it. But also it's so difficult to win them, yeah, with little time. Queen d3 check, we might be seeing.
Yeah, queen d3 check, I guess, kind of has to be played.
Yeah, we had a queen endgame now in the Olympiad with Peter Swidler. We were commenting on Lodici against Rasmus Wane, queen endgame, and there the players had the 30 seconds bonus. Still, it was impossible to really play correctly. There actually is Wane, I mean, Rasmus managed to escape in a draw. Queen d5, okay, queen a6 check, but then king e7. Queen a3,
queen
it's,
a3.
It's a more clever check, yeah.
Yes, I like this check. Okay, still not.
I mean, at least, you see that king e6, queen e3 check, and after king f7, you have queen a7 check, and you keep all these the side checks, which are so important, not to give white the chance to.
And I hate to say it, there might be a 50 move rule somewhere. I guess we're very far away, right?
Yeah, and finally white will push f7 at some point, yeah?
Yeah.
And then everything starts again.
Exactly.
Yeah, king e6 or queen e3 check. I mean, that would be already second time the same position, I believe.
Yes, okay.
Definitely,
all right.
You have to give, because you have to hope for a miracle threefold.
Right.
Yeah, king f7 played. Correct.
And the computer will send it straight away. That's the point. It's not a classical game where you don't know. So if king e6, queen e3, it's already threefold.
Yes, so king g8, yeah, now of course Duda is going in the right direction, just avoiding any kind of possibility for a threefold.
And he wants to push f7, he wants to block.
Yeah, and after queen g1 check, now he has king f8. Yeah, Prague goes queen b8 check, now king g7 will be played, so no checks. The white pawn will be pushed to f7. No, queen b2 clever.
Yes, I like this move.
Very smart.
And still, this is kind of annoying if you're Jan-Krzysztof Duda. You know it's winning, but it's like, you don't know the exact way to win it, but you know it's winning. You know in a classical game you have time.
King f7, clever move, but he has to watch out for the threefold, not to fall into any of this.
Yeah, like now you go queen. Like you're not threatening f7, so now you need to put the queen somewhere Queen b8 or something like that. Queen b6.
Yeah,
Queen
or
b6.
Queen a3. I mean, okay,
Queen
something.
a3.
Yeah, something on the dark squares.
Queen a1 is
also
fine, absolutely fine.
I mean, I feel like Duda should move his queen from d5 just to make sure that he will by no means end up in this default stuff. So queen c5, whatever, I mean, just move it.
Just put it on c5 or queen c4 check, right? Yeah,
queen
this is
c5.
clever.
I'm loving this because Tadeusz was mentioning king e6, king d7 wins, but I was really worried that some queen a7 stops the game by 3-fold. I'm already losing my mind. I can't be sure about this. And Plug, yeah, tries to change the defense. It's always very, and queen e3 check. I'm not liking this here because now king g7, his king gets into some mating net as well.
Yeah, king g7 is clever here.
Yeah, we are not threatening anything, but on the other hand, black can't do anything as well. I mean, he will just wait with queen b2.
Yeah, of course. King e7.
Wow, queen e7, but why? I mean, it's so artificial to put the king on e7. I don't know. Okay, there are no checks at the moment, but still, this king e7
doesn't change anything.
I mean, who knows? It did change for the computer. And king g6 is a table-based draw accordingly the computer. Wow.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but look at this now. Queen g3 check, there is king f5. And the king will always be hunting that pawn.
No.
Oh my god, but yeah, king g7 was so natural.
King h6 is the only move here. That makes sense. And if f7?
Yeah, then you start giving checks.
And then you can start blocking. Oh my god.
And also white's king will never be able to reroute through f8 to g7. Yeah, king on h6 protects the square. Yeah, now king g6.
Wait, queen e4. Careful. Careful. Now what?
But now it's already too late to be careful, yeah, because probably now practically actually black is safe. I mean, it's much easier for black, yeah, to play.
Okay, queen g7 check.
King h5.
Wow. King h5 and you don't threaten f7. Queen h3, king g6. And the bad news for Duda, he's given all these checks and he's allowing Prag to play only moves.
Yeah, Prag is already over a minute.
Yeah, now he's got a bit more time. Oh my goodness me. Wow. That's what I said, Peter. It's incredibly difficult to win these positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so easy if the engine is running and then you make 2-3 precise moves and yeah, it's finished, but good luck finding them because none of them is really logical. King h6, yeah, I like it. Yeah, you have to stay as close as possible. Provoke queen g7 check, only then we're gonna go king h5 and Duda going crazy.
I mean, Duda up in his chair, he's gonna be sick at the end of this game. Apart from the winning ending, he had the win before, so he had 2 wins. And if he doesn't win it, I mean, he could just completely collapse mentally. He's got black in the next game. He's got to be careful. There's going to be 3-fold soon. Hasn't he put the queen on these squares already?
Well, I think if he gives queen e3 check, it might be.
It's over, yeah.
King g6.
So he
has to push. But now it's just perpetual check. I mean, you just can't stop those checks.
Checks from the side, yeah. Queen a7.
Yeah, queen a7 check.
Oh wow, it's actually not even close now, right? Because
yeah, don't see any chances. Yeah,
you just give a check on the long diagonal.
Yeah,
you don't allow the block. Important. Queen b6 allows queen d6, and you might lose.
Exactly. Yeah, this you never want to do, but just queen a2 and queen a6.
Yeah. No, this is really a draw. And Duda is up in arms. He is sick to his stomach. 2 clear winning positions. And nothing to show for it. Okay, any move here is good. Any check. Yeah, this check is good, of course. And the further the king comes away, the easier it is to collect that pawn. Beautiful defense by Pragnananda. And Duda also down to his last seconds. King e4, you just check again. I mean, he's sick. Just cannot believe it. Queen a4 check, queen a8 check. Any check is good.
Yeah, now he thinks about why didn't I put the king on g7 and then stop all this king h6 nonsense? Yeah, because this is such an easy defense. Yeah, suddenly black didn't have to do anything. Just the position is draw by itself. Queen
Exactly.
check.
Jan-Krzysztof just looking out into the abyss here. King f5. You can even then go. You can even go queen c8. Exactly. This is the clever check, because then you have king f6, queen d8, queen d8, king e6, or queen a6, and you're just repeating. This is clever stuff by the youngster. Some of the other games have kicked off, Peter, as well. So
exactly,
we'll go.
Yeah. So immediately we're gonna get in there.
Yeah. And queen a8 check will be played, I assume. And the other thing is that, like, queen a8 check, king d7, you can go queen b7 check, and you can't even block queen c7 because you can trade queens and then go king g7. So if the king goes too far away, so for example here, if queen c7, you can trade queens and just go king g7. And actually, we're going to get a threefold very soon. I just don't see Duda. And he's like, what is this? He's like, I just cannot believe this is happening. And he has realized that it's king f6, queen a6 is, yeah, and that's it.
That's
threefold.
Wow. Incredible defense finally by Prague, and very big missed opportunity by Duda.
Incredible miss. What tenacity by the young Indian superstar to hold that position. Not many in the world would think he could hold against Duda. Massive half point for Pragnananda. That means that he gets a small rest now. Let's hear from him.
Defense you had to go through there.
Yeah, I think I probably had a simple draw, but I went for this suffering, which was just bad. Yeah.
Does it make you really tired to have to defend for so long?
Yeah, it does.
Then take your break from it.
Yeah, thanks.
He said it was tiring after defending for so long. No kidding, it's tiring. No kidding.
Overhanded moves, yeah.
I mean, come on. All right, so the other games have kicked off. I guess we should go to Carlsen.
Yes.
Let's have a look.
And you know, it's, I mean, I was trying to figure out what happened here. I mean, how did they reach this position? And here we go. e4, c5, knight f6, knight c6, bishop b5, e5. It's a Rossolimo with e5. A very rare line, but it's gaining some popularity. c3, knight, not a6, pardon me. Bishop c4, knight f6. d3, bishop e7. And it's basically like Italian, yeah, Giuco piano with the pawn on c7 and playing the so-called Hungarian system, but suddenly this pawn jumped to c5, right? I mean,
right,
just incredible. I think it should benefit black in some way, because I mean, it's after all, often in the Ruy Lopez, people are playing knight e5 to get c5, and then the knight retreats to c6. So it's clearly understandable why Alireza plays the move a4, so he stops b5. And that's the plus for white, yeah, that this pawn is kind of blocked. Short castle, and now the big question is, does black have the right to play d5 and open up the position, or is he better off with just playing the slow d6, bishop e6, for example, the classical way? A tough question. By the way, after d5, e d5, knight d5, he might be also getting some reverse stuff. Who knows, with rook e1, that now this pawn on c5, what does it do to the position? I have no idea.
I think it's more the fact that there's a pawn on a6, Peter, that makes a big difference, because in those Italians, you often have a quick bishop b5 there as white, but there are no bishop b5 options now. After, for example, rook e1, knight b6, one of the main ideas is to go bishop b5. But here there is no bishop b5.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it feels like it can't be worse for black than otherwise. On the other hand, yeah, Magnus is taking his time that, do I really want to open it up? or let's just give me the chance to play slowly with d6. By the way, Levon has tricked Hans, and he has equalized on the spot.
Let's see.
It's gonna be a draw because c4, e5, knight c3, this fancy line. Takes. I mean, it's unbelievable, yeah, that nowadays people just give up the two bishops like this, but with active and quick counterplay, they are compensating. Takes, f3, bishop d7, e3. It looks like it's a very classical position. Now, black played bishop c6, bishop h4, a5, and white played the move bishop e2, which allows this typical Nimzo Indian idea of jumping with the knight to e4, because after bishop takes e7, knight takes e3, the bishop on e2 is hanging. And basically, it kind of leads to some opposite colored position. Takes, f6, rook d1, king f7. I'm expecting some quick draw here. e4, rook d8, takes. Rook d1 probably will be played. Yeah, that's it. Handshake is about to happen.
Yeah, I don't see Levon trying anything here.
Yeah, but it will mean that Levon will have the white piece in the last game, so it's kind of a gratis situation for him. And Magnus said none of it. He opted for rook b8, insisting on b5. Okay, usually white plays the move knight a3 almost a tempo. He wants to provoke the knight to a3, or why is he doing this?
Maybe he just doesn't care and play rook e1 anyway. Then ideas of d5 don't work in any situation. And if you go b5, you can even just go bishop a2, or you can trade and bishop a2. Maybe you just trade and bishop a2.
You just don't care about b5.
Yeah,
you want to go to e1?
Why care?
Okay, but then I push. Okay, my opponent indicated that he wants to go b5. I do care usually.
Okay, I take bishop. See, where the bishop goes is probably relevant.
Yeah, I think that this is fantastic for black. I mean, Magnus will be super happy.
Okay.
No, I mean, because you don't have any good square for the bishop, yeah, and then black will be very active with some d6, b4, knight a5. Also, if bishop is on b3, it looks vulnerable. It looks like a very big achievement. No, we're gonna go. No, he goes rook e1. What?
This is what I said. Look, listen. I know my Ali Reza. I know him. Okay, he doesn't care about b5. I have the open a file.
I mean, I believe that he wants some bishop d5 trick. I believe that he is basing something on AB, bishop d5.
Also possible, yes.
I think that's the only justification, but still, I don't know, against Magnus, I want to restrict, you know, I feel like I always want to restrict Magnus.
I like bishop d5. What do you do against that, actually?
Probably queen c7. I mean, you probably take, yeah, takes, bishop d5, queen c7. What's my problem?
Probably no problem.
I mean, if I don't lose on the spot some material, okay, I'm going to go d6 next, and I'm happy. Yeah, Aliza goes bishop d5, queen c7 on the board.
Okay, knight bd2, yeah.
Knight b2, okay, d6.
Yeah. And we have a Spanish. Maybe here, actually, you have to go bishop b3, because knight takes d5 might be a threat now.
Yeah, knight d5 after d6 definitely is a threat.
So you have to go back, bishop b3, and we actually have a pure Spanish.
Yeah, but in pure Spanish, I do believe that those kind of extra tempos, yeah, and I haven't lost tempo for knight a5, c5. It should definitely benefit black.
Right.
Yeah, d6 on the board. I'm not a believer of what Alida is doing here.
Okay.
I mean, this is now very much Magnus's territory, and he loves this type of positions. There is no theory. He got a dream version. I mean, if you give me this, I'm gonna always go e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, e5, and then give me those tempos with a6 and rook b8, b5. Oh my god.
Yeah, very, very smart opening choice here by Magnus Carlsen. Less laughing, you will see in this one. And we are getting confirmation that Magnus was listening to a Norwegian podcast called Tatsta Priv, an old show from 2004. So he was actually playing 2850 level chess and listening to a podcast at the same time. I mean,
but hang on, yes, I absolutely agree that the second game was 28-50, but what happened with the first game?
Well, the first game, yeah, I mean, the first game was certainly not 28-50. So that's very interesting.
Oh, look at this. Now knight f1. Okay, this is panic. I mean, okay, now Magnus will take on d5 probably and go knight a5 and then go c4, and on the light squares no, okay, knight d5 ed, knight a5, white will play b4.
b4, yeah.
Yes, this is important. Just to highlight that, yeah, this is, if black gets the move c5 c4 in, strategically is kind of winning, but yeah, white can play b4, and then again black will have to go knight b7, and this is always unclear. This is always tricky then.
But these structures, I remember I commentated at the Grenka Classic years and years ago, and I remember a game, Anand Adams, similar structure where, but when you get in this b4, it's very good, I think, but with the knight on b7. But here, there's something different. So if I take on d5, go knight d8, and threaten to go f5 real quick. Even f6, I remember, is an idea, just to
exactly, yeah, stabilize.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I feel I'm worried for Alireza because Magnus is so much into all these territories, and he will be able to grab this bishop and then shuffle around the pieces. I don't feel where is the target. How is white supposed to be doing something against black's construction? I'm struggling to see that. I mean, if not for knight takes d5, yes, black can also just play a move like bishop e6, probably it's equal, but then one really feels that with knight e3, we're gonna get those typical kind of structures, yeah, and it's never so easy. So it would really surprise me if Magnus would not be taking this bishop.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if he doesn't take this bishop. All right. Should we have a quick look at the other games? Because I think, well, Aronian has finished. Let's quickly check in with Anish against Lequan.
Yeah, Anish is in fact in a totally must-win situation. Yeah, he lost the first two games. He needs to win this game in order to have a chance to play the last game. He has played some interesting pawn sacrifice in the reti. h3, bishop h5, d4, knight d7, c4, e6, knight c3, d takes c4. Well, there are so many move orders. This whole reti business is so tricky. And yeah, he goes for this b3 idea, takes, queen b6, queen a4, bishop g6, knight h4, queen b4. Yeah, of course, black wants to trade queens. And Anish finally, he couldn't avoid the trade of queens, yeah, because he was not in time to take on g6 and retreat his queen to c2, protecting his knight. Very well played by Liam. And then, okay, we already see that this is some kind of an endgame, and after e4, knight b6 also feels nice to just eliminate the options. Knight takes b6, a b6, bishop e3, b5, rook f8. Okay, rook f1, pardon me. Okay, white has some compensation, but yeah, black goes b4. The big question is it only enough for equality, or can white really try to hope for something? What do you think, Lawrence? That does white have the right
to?
Not really, yeah.
No, I think white is fighting for equality. He plays g4. I mean, fair enough. If you're going to play a move, play g4 to go g5 and d5.
Yeah, it's still I'm loving it. Yeah, that with g4 Anish spotted the only chance, the only idea in the position.
Actually, it's a bit unpleasant the more I look at it.
Yeah, black needs to be clever here.
Can you go g5?
It's a very big question. Yeah, that what happens after g5? Maybe it's a smart move, but on the other hand, g5 is vulnerable. Yeah, so what happens if I just protect my pawn and then insist that how you gonna defend this pawn, sir? No, Liam played bishop e7, kind of, okay, simply developing. Maybe after g5, he wants to go knight h7. No, he probably just, I don't know, okay. Getting interesting.
Yeah, Anish with a small lifeline here.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be so easy for black, but also I see the big developments in the Magnus's game.
Oh, let's go back.
He has taken on d5 absolutely correctly. I mean, it was natural that Magnus will take, but he chose the a7 square from all the squares. So he's basically hoping to somehow degroup his knight to b6, but it also gives white some time in the center. d4, edc, c4, bishop f4. This is gonna be razor sharp. I mean,
yeah, this is. I mean, I don't think Alireza is going to be unhappy with this position, actually, somehow.
Yeah, white has some kind of pressure against black's pieces. I mean, and this pawn on d5 is a long-term weakness, but on the other hand, restricts black's pieces. Magnus goes bishop. Ah, this is smart. Bishop to d3, covering the h7 b1 diagonal, making sure that white will not be able to create some real attack or initiative with knight g3, knight f5.
Okay, but if I go knight e3?
Bishop d3?
Okay, and here I need a good move. I don't have a good move.
Yeah, now the is somehow fixed, and okay, black even rook f8, bishop f8. Magnus will love it. Yeah, he always loved this rook f8, bishop f8 things in the Spanish.
Okay, what about rook a6? Let's try that.
Yeah, rook a6 is a interesting try. Okay, let me stick to the plan.
Okay, I play queen a1.
Queen a1. So since you want something, okay, let me then just block you on rook b7.
Okay, now I'm sensing that this pin down the e file is relevant somehow. So something like here, I would play something like knight g4. Does that exist? Does it do anything?
It exists. I mean, I'm not happy with my
Yeah,
construction here.
Mm-hmm.
No, this has heavily backfired.
I've got bishop takes d6.
Yeah, well, okay. So Alireza opted
we'll
for
get
g3, bishop d3. It's very similar, yeah, because you also put pressure on the e7 pawn. This rook a6 is a serious idea. Maybe I should have taken it more seriously. Maybe I should just ignore it. You know what? I take it seriously. I go knight c8.
Okay, but now I've got, so rook c6, you just go queen d7, right?
Exactly. Queen to d7 and then knight b6. I want to target this little pawn on d5.
Okay, so I'll go rook queen a1 again.
Queen a1. So am I blundering something if I go knight b6?
I was trying to think. So knight b6, rook a7,
rook b7,
b7, and you don't. And rook takes e7 doesn't work here.
Yeah, it doesn't work exactly. I mean, okay, you can take and then take on d6, but
then you take on a7.
Yeah, I take on a7. Yeah,
and it's mate.
Yeah. So okay, one sees that there are ideas for white, but in general, if black is careful, he should be better. And the evaluation bar also confirms that actually Magnus in control.
Yeah, and what I'm worried about as white here is that if you play a very slow move, black is just going b4, knight b5 very quickly.
Yeah.
In this position.
Well, with the knight on e3, there was an argument that after b4 you had rook c1, settling queen takes d3, and also the pawn on c4 was vulnerable. So that was the reason why I didn't do b4, knight b5. I felt like that's your trick. But yeah, with knight on g3, it's a different story.
Yeah, this isn't quite working for Alireza somehow. Knight d2. Now, what is this one?
Okay, trying to get some queen g4 in, yeah? Tries to create some counterplay. I mean, it's typical like Alireza, yeah, trying to target opponent's king side, but I mean, a bit slow, yeah? And maybe also black can black play a move like queen d7, just controlling the g4 square? Or is my queen gonna be overloaded on d7?
No, but just what happens if you go b4 here? I feel like that's loose, but I can't work out why. Like originally I was looking at something stupid like knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, rook c1, but then you have b3.
Yeah, then you have b3. Yeah, it's but okay. I mean, if Alireza already does this, then probably he goes for attack or he goes for rook c1 immediately. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now b3 doesn't make sense. Yeah. No, b4 is too hasty.
Yeah, no, I just want to somehow stabilize with queen d7 because, yeah, this queen g4 suddenly, I mean, we don't know. Maybe it's nothing, but it irritates a bit.
No, I like knight d2, actually. I think that's a good try because there's also some knight d4 ideas.
Well, Alireza has to play strongly because his situation is quite critical after winning that incredible first game. Yeah, I mean, just crushing Magnus, it looked everything is fantastic for him. Then he went down rather easily with black, and now with white he's in a shaky mode. It's if basically Magnus manages to capitalize on his chance here, he can just seal the match despite that disastrous first round.
Absolutely. Okay, Magnus in the tank here. No more smiling, no more laughing. This is a serious position now.
Yeah, also down to 5 minutes. There is no time to smile at all. Full
focus. After queen d7, does the move b4 exist there, Peter? I'm trying to.
I mean, I am anyway very happy to go knight c8, so I don't care.
And now I go, and knight b1, you're going to take my knight, or you knight de4. Sorry. You just don't care. You just don't care. Knight b6. I want to put a knight on c3. Basically, is my. But it's
but
no
I mean,
good.
okay, long terms, I should be just better with black. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no good.
It's defensive. Yeah, it's interesting why Magnus is taking so much time. Yeah, so after queen d7, there is something that disturbs him. Something is not that happy. I however, can't really see why he is worried. Or does he think that? But knight c8, queen g4. This is what I'm a little worried of. But maybe because of the bishop is on d3 and it can go what b4 and he runs into this rook c1 idea.
Wow!
Don't tell me that this happened. b4.
Wow, this is so counterintuitive to me. But I mean, it was my first thought, but I thought it's so loose.
Yeah, I mean, I just gonna go rook c1 and then I'm targeting this bishop with some rook e3 or queen f3, hinting at all kinds of queen takes. This is the bishop on e7 is hanging. I'm not understanding this.
What an incredible decision after such a long thing.
Exactly. I mean, if you blitz out and you blundered, but he spent like 3.5 minutes or maybe, yeah, probably like 3.5 minutes on it.
Okay, so rook c1 is just.
I love rook c1. Yeah, maybe
you
there are
love
some
rook
other
c1.
moves, but this one is so tempting. And let's just show, yeah, that if you make the most natural follow-up with knight b5, then actually you run this problem of, I don't know if rook e3 is the right move. Let's make a move like rook e3. Targeting the bishop, we are setting rook takes d3, the queen has to move, and if the queen moves, then we will have knight c4, right. And suddenly we win a pawn, and we also protect the d4 pawn.
Right. But
wow,
no.
and apparently knight takes c4 is the right move, your very first instinct that we just did not believe in. Yeah, we both saw the move, but we thought like, okay, what is that?
But why is knight takes c4? Let's get some confirmation why. He didn't do it.
Because computers say knight takes c4 is brilliant.
But I don't understand. So bishop takes.
Bishop takes, and then probably they will also combine with knight f5 ideas.
Knight f5.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, and if I move the bishop, okay, bishop f6, bishop takes d6, I assume. Queen queen d7, queen g4, and there's some knight h6 check.
Yeah, well, I mean, also just maybe take the rook. Yeah, queen d7, queen g4. Yeah, this is that's it.
Yeah, and if you go king h8,
then
you've got
okay.
takes rook e7.
We collect, yeah, or rook e7 immediately. Wow, I mean, what an incredible chance there. But okay, it's mind blowing. The big question also: what happens after rook c1? That we were considering that it's kind of smart. Maybe then b3 and then bishop c2. That was Magnus's idea. Wow.
Okay, but
so
look
what
at this
happens?
position.
Knight d4, queen d7, queen h5 on the board, f5. Now we have completely different dynamic in the game.
But now, but if I can take on a7, no, knight d6. Wait, if I go knight d6 here, what's going on? Knight d6. Let's try it.
You want to take knight takes d6?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess Magnus will just take.
Take.
Rook a7, and then okay, do something. Because
but
I always have queen g6. I have this passer.
No, but a rook e7 is a threat, Peter.
Yeah, this is a threat. Yeah, this is a serious one. This is a serious one. So I have to go queen g6 immediately.
Rook e7.
Hang on, just c3 and rook e7, queen e7. Yeah, just win. And then cb2.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay, this is great.
Oh my God.
This is fantastic. Yeah, okay, just to show how much the players need to calculate here, and they have 3 minutes. Basically, if this doesn't work, then okay, knight g5 is kind of the automatic move. But we are losing some dynamic after knight g5. Wow.
Wow. What a position. My goodness. So knight d6 takes rook a7, c3.
Yeah, that c3 is very annoying.
He can see, and that's very findable for Magnus.
And then Magnus will say, you know what? That's why I played b4, guys. I mean, why you were so critical?
Actually, he can do it now, no?
Yeah, he did play the move knight d6 on the board.
No, I'm saying he can go, knight d6 doesn't actually threaten anything. It's just a knight on d6.
You mean that just to push
just
c3?
Go c3 now, yeah. What's the big deal?
No, but I mean, okay, let's eliminate all these things. Takes, rook a7, and then c3. Very typical Magnus.
And then what do you do, actually? What do you do after c3?
Well, that's the big question, especially with 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. I mean, you go c3, and with black, you know that you have a clear-cut plan. Yeah, I mean, you are creating this passer. You have all the chances. If you are not getting checkmated and rook e7 does not work, so we are not getting mated, then maybe you have to just take bc. Yeah, maybe just bc, and then create some luft, then put the queen on g5, protecting back on c1.
But Peter, after bc, I can't go b3 there. Can I go b3?
Well, b3, don't drive me crazy. If you just want to beat me like this. Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
don't.
b2,
I'm just
b1, yeah?
I want to. Yeah, why not? I mean, I've got a rook behind the pawn. Let's
this is absolutely justified question. Yeah. Wow.
This is insanely complex.
Yeah, I mean, but Magnus will play c3. I mean, it's just impossible for him not to play it because it's his plan. Yeah, to create the counterplay.
Okay, has Alireza got any good defensive ideas? You can always try and bring the queen back. Queen d1. Look at this, cemento.
Yeah, queen d1 is a good touch.
And also there's some knight h5 ideas sometimes.
Wow, but Tadeas is so cruel. I mean, with his computer, he
Come
just
on.
drives us. Queen b6, insisting on rook e7, queen a7, and then.
But then I take on
d3
d3
at the end, or what?
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay. This is some insane line, and this is what the players are calculating probably with 2 minutes on the clock. Some CB, queen takes d3, rook bc8, for example, and then we have rook c1 check coming, but maybe there is a counter blow on, who knows. Wow. Okay. This shows why it's so difficult to play the move c3, and Magnus goes queen h6.
Queen h6. So that's either brilliant or it's bad. It's no middle.
No, actually, I think it's kind of a stable move. Yeah, if you don't want to go because you distract the queen. On the other hand, if you fall back with the queen, I'm still protected the bishop on d3 with the pawn on c4, and we get access to the e8 square for the rook. Yeah, we can fight for the e file once the queen retreats.
Okay, but what if there's no actual threat, right? Oh, so I need to create luft because I can't go. So what if I play what if I play h3?
H3. Okay, I can maybe just take and play rook f7.
Rook e7.
And
yeah.
then okay, you already
I'm tempting
promoted
fate.
the pawn against me. I will do the same to you.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
Yeah, no, if we get stability, actually queen h6 is a very classy move, human touch. Because probably this c1, queen d1 was spotted by both players, and it feels like, okay, it's out of control. The bishop on d3 is loose. Queen h6, bravo, Magnus. Done to 1.5 minutes both. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, this is like the calm before the storm. Yeah, it will explode in the next couple of moves.
Maybe he should take, actually. He goes queen d1. Okay, I also understand this move very much because you prevent c3. You might even threaten b3 on a good day. Rook e8.
Okay, yeah, rook e8.
But now you go. But now you go rook e5. Surely you don't allow penetration.
Rook e5. Yeah.
I mean, I would snap play rook e5 here. I was looking at this move in other lines as well.
A logical idea.
I mean, I'm a bit worried about the back rank, but what can I do?
But I mean, we have this queen b6. Yeah, the famous Stadias idea with queen b6 hitting the rook, and then maybe hitting queen d4. Maybe even here it's.
No, I blundered.
Possible. But then queen h5. Wow.
What?
Punishment.
What?
Punishment.
Rook takes e5.
Then queen f7 checkmate. Yeah. So actually, I'm lucky that I can play queen g6, and maybe I'm fine, but it wasn't planned. Yeah. Okay. In the game happened rook a7 to e7.
Oh well, yeah.
Okay. But okay, and after trade of one pair of rooks, I think Magnus is kind of feeling secure. I mean, now there are no more mating ideas. Queen d6 blitzed out, so I almost wanted to say rook e5 is automatic, but nothing is automatic in this game. Such a crazy structure.
Actually, he has to play kind of quickly here, Alireza.
I mean, he has a move like queen e1. Yeah, that's a slight little touch there. And then probably we have to open a luft with h6. No, okay, he goes rook e5. All right. b3 blitzed out.
Weird move though, no?
Very weird, because now you can somehow protect the ducks.
I love queen e1 here. I love queen e1, Peter.
Yeah, let's just do it, yeah?
Yeah, I love queen e1.
Yeah, threatening also some rook e8. Yeah, controlling the c3 square. Yeah, on the board.
Oof.
Alireza down to 20 seconds. Yeah, okay, this will be highly dramatic.
Plenty of time for Alireza.
Yeah, he has the 10 seconds extra. I mean, he's used to such situations.
Yes. H6. Now he's going to go like h3 to get some luft, I think.
Yeah, he needs, yeah. Because he does not feel like he has the right to go for attack immediately. Yeah, he needs, h4. Okay, h3 or h4.
Yeah, this was clear.
I mean, h3 was maybe more careful, just in case, because this h pawn is very easy running.
Yes, I agree. I liked h3 more, but queen b4.
That was Magnus's idea with b3. Yeah, he had a clear. Otherwise, he would have not made such a strategical mistake if not for an idea. Queen
e3. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
And yeah, okay, look at this. Some knight
No,
h5,
this is
rook
dangerous.
h3.
This is dangerous for Magnus. Seriously dangerous.
Luckily for him, he still has 1.5 minutes. I mean, down to few seconds, it
No,
will be a
but this
position to
is-
collapse.
No, I think he collapses anyway. I actually don't think you'd have... What?
F4, C3. Wow, Magnus collapsing. Are you sure?
Rook e7, rook f8, queen e5. And he wants takes, and cb2. Oh no, I can't go rook e7. I'm blundering. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, no, actually, yeah, rook e7 played.
Oh no, the b8 rook is hanging.
Yeah,
I blundered
B8 rook is
without
hanging,
knowing.
yeah.
I blundered without realizing.
Well, I very
my
quickly
God.
realized, yeah, that you are probably not blundering. You are just seeing everything.
No, I completely missed queen takes b8. I just thought I could go rook e7. I blundered the rook. Oh my goodness.
But a lucky blunder, yeah. Then queen b8 check, just to show what it really means. King h7, queen takes
But
b3.
now I take b3 and it's queen takes d3 check, Peter.
Exactly, yeah, winning the game maybe.
Oh my God.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah. All right. So rook e7. Your intuition was rook f8, queen e5, and then what? Queen takes e7.
E7.
And CB again.
That's
yeah?
what I wanted. Yes. And I thought that was winning for black. Simply.
Wow.
Knight
Okay.
h5.
So we have to maybe play queen e7, queen b8, queen f8, then queen takes b3. We have c2. Maybe that's the way then.
And then I have knight e2.
Yeah. We don't know who is fighting for what. Yeah.
It's completely insane. How long, Magnus? Down to 30 seconds. All three results. He's feeling uncomfortable. He's got the screw face. Queen e7 play, queen b8 check. Okay. Now, does it make a difference if you block or if you go king 8? Yes, I guess it does.
No, he
king
needs
8,
to play queen f8.
queen
but it's
f8.
not an easy move.
Yes. We take on b3, 100%.
And then okay, c2. But on the other hand, it's doable, yeah, because king h7, queen b3 is really a
d6 check. d6 check. d6 check.
Okay, d6 check. We just move king h8.
But then I go queen. I don't have a way. I have some perpetuals.
Wow, and computer showing his famous 0-0 in a completely wild 92. The move that you called out, yeah. Goes for this. This gives stability as 4 pawns. Okay, damaged pawn structure, but should be doable. Should be fine for white. In fact, maybe white can still pretend something.
Yeah, this is what I'm. And look, he throws in d6. This is brilliant because now some queen c7 is. Or this is not easy to. You've got. This is 3 pawns for the piece.
I mean, 4 pawns, but
4 pawns.
Yeah, 4 pawns. Yeah.
No. This is not easy to defend.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all. I mean, he will need some super smart idea that the bishop protects the pawn, and then bishop b5, and then the queen activates and tries to give some perpetual with some queen f4 or whatever. But
I put my queen on e5. I play f3 and king h2, and I say. What perpetual? What perpetual?
Well, Magnus will show you what kind of perpetual we are talking about. Yeah, if you don't believe me, then we will hear it from him.
I want to see.
Yeah, of course. No, it's super tense. I mean, you really feel like, okay, with white, you are risking nothing. And I'm very happy. I just did not want Magnus to win the game because then suddenly the match would be completely anticlimactic. No, this we need all this tension in the game and in the match. Queen e5.
Yes.
Queen g6. Yeah, this was the setup I had in mind that Magnus will set up like
king h2. He'll play king h2.
Yeah.
He will play king h2 here to prevent queen b1 check.
Yeah, b5 runs into queen b1.
This is king h2 mandatory.
I mean, the game is stealing the show. Yeah, we did not even have a chance to catch up on Anish.
But queen b1 anyways. Okay.
Yeah, king b1 and
okay,
queen e7,
then
queen f5. Yeah, that's...
Yeah. This is what he wants.
That's cemento.
That is actually cemento.
What a game. I mean, unbelievable.
I mean, how do they do this on 3 minutes, Peter? How is it even possible?
Well, they were then down to 20 seconds each even, yeah, at a very critical moment.
Just spectacular. Yeah, and
that's
we can have it.
Make a draw and battle it out in game 4, and we are looking forward to another such incredible, exciting game.
Incredible.
What? Magnus is posing like he's thinking, do I want to?
Yeah, he wants to play bishop c6.
No, don't tell me.
Yeah.
Because
he's
then
getting...
he gives f3 and he might regret it.
Yeah, he's...
Not enough excitement. Magnus, if you want to do it for us, for the viewers, I think we all agree that we have seen enough. It was fantastic stuff.
What a game. What an unbelievable game. What a fight between these two players.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Queen b1 check. That's it. Yeah, correct.
That's it.
What a draw.
Wow.
Well, look at Alireza almost look like on the side he's checking the score sheet, the non-existing score sheet. Yeah, it was very nice. Well, we're gonna hear the interview. I will already get the position from Liam against Anish. Well, also here drama is guaranteed, but we are keeping an eye, of course, on the interview. Anish is fighting. Knight c5, bishop c4, and the interview is coming.
Yeah, I did. I think I was doing pretty well, but then I missed a couple of crucial details, and it just became a total mess. It's probably losing at some point, but you know, he spent a lot of time. Then I felt like I was somewhat taking over, but it wasn't clear at all. And I couldn't find a win, so I steered the game towards the draw.
Do these kind of games make you tired before the remaining match?
No, not at all. It's fun.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There you go. Doesn't get tired.
Well, I think I get his point, yeah, because this was such an incredible fighting game from both sides that you get energy from it. Yeah, you feel like, wow, this was a good game. Okay, there were definitely mistakes, but we are finding many resources. There was so much at stake, and we calculated well. I mean, from such games, you get a lot of comfort.
Yeah. Let's quickly check in here with Anish Giri against Leko, because look, Anish has had a disastrous start. Doesn't look like it's getting better for Anish. I mean, I would take black here, personally, but that's just me.
Yeah, look at Black's. I wonder if maybe Anish has blundered f5. Yeah, he was dreaming of if we can just back down for 2 minutes, that 2 moves. He was maybe hoping for king g4, king f5, giving up everything. But Liam very nicely spotted f5, and basically now he's in charge.
Well, he has 3 pawns and a bishop, 3 pawns and a knight, I should say, for a rook. And if f5 drops as well, sorry, f5 and h5. Black is basically free rolling because rook d2 is not possible.
Well, and so let's not forget, just a draw and the match is finished on the spot. Yeah. Now it's also knight e4 isn't knight e4 almost a perpetual, but okay, Liam just takes on f5, white to bother. Yeah, rook f4 check. That's it. I mean, he's calling the shots.
Yeah, rook f5.
And rook e1. Yeah, that's desperate attempt. Yeah, he wants to give a check. Then the knight on c5 will be loose. So be careful.
e4. Protect laterally.
Wow, that's very nice. Yeah, on the board.
Yeah.
Closing all dreams of Anish of coming back.
Okay, rook h1. So what? Now actually you can play knight d3 and start to get active.
Yeah, I mean, okay, knight is it's I mean, white's position is almost about to collapse, and I feel like, you know, Lorenz, you are such a fresh reinforcement, yeah, that I feel you are. I'm already so exhausted from all these incredible dramas that we are witnessing every day.
Listen, I'm in the gym every day. You know, I'm losing weight. I don't worry, I got you. I'm all good. If I ever play chess again, be very, very worried. Be very, very worried.
Well, luckily I'm kind of, you know, hiding out as a coach, as a commentator, second, whatever. I just feel the tension. Yeah, I just don't want to mess with you.
No, I'm enjoying these positions. They're fun. Knight d5 here is obviously good enough. Knight d5, rook d5. Okay, maybe we can be a bit cleaner somehow. Rook g3 first. This is probably better, yes.
Yeah,
King
and then
f1,
Rook
and you
FC,
can...
just give a perpetual.
Yes,
Finish the
yes,
match. Finish
yes.
the game and the match.
That's it. Yeah, you just give the perpetual. That's much cleaner. That's it. Anish is toast.
Yeah.
No game 4 in this match. A clean sweep for Liam Lequan.
Wow, and you called it. You called it out. You said that you pick Liam.
I called it.
So you are actually leading. I mean, also with predictions, you are killing me. I mean, with your suggestions, you are just outplaying me. I don't know in which front am I still capable of, you know, fighting back. Okay, Prague, come on. Okay, you have to fight. You saved an incredible position.
I picked Duda. That's right. Okay, let's have a look. This is actually a very crucial game.
Very important.
What is going on here?
Well, Prague is winning a pawn, but Duda will try to create some chances to make a draw. But okay, it's a pawn, and Prague has incredible technique, as Magnus has also highlighted. I'm also fully agreeing with it that Prague is just incredible technically.
Okay, so we take a pawn. Okay, black to move here. He's got a stupid knight on g6. Very, very poor knight.
Yeah, he wants some bishop e6, e4, knight e5. Yeah, clearly combining with rook b8. So nothing is lost yet, but Prague is having chances. There is an extra pawn on b3.
Yeah. Prague definitely now free rolling. And of course, remember this one. I mean, Duda is a game up, so Prague needs to find a win somewhere. And if he's going to win something, this might be the one to try and win. But also looks tough to win, huh?
Yeah, bishop e6, super smart. Yeah, targeting the b3 pawn, not allowing white to get the grip with bishop c4 because the knight on a4 is hanging. We don't want to go knight b6 because that blunders the pawn with rook a1 and then bishop takes b3. So what is our move to start with? Do we go passive, but don't want to go passive?
Yeah, I don't want to go passive.
But maybe we have to.
What, rook b2?
Yeah, maybe we have to. I mean, just because after all, we need to win. We have to keep the pawn.
And if bishop a3, is that a weird move?
Then rook b1.
Ah, simply just rook b1. Okay.
Yeah, just rook b1, and then we are finally threatening some knight c5. Yeah, it looks passive, but I'm actually not quite happy here.
I think he plays rook b2 here because I don't see.
Yeah, somehow rook d3 allows this e4 counterplay. I don't want to let that happen. Maybe it's possible, maybe it's doable. Then rook d4 and then transforming this position. Bishop takes b3, rook e4, but I would prefer to have this extra pawn on b3. Wow.
Very tense. Big decision here for Prague.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, if he bounces back and after knowing that he survived that incredible scare in the previous game, I mean, that was lost. That will drive Duda completely crazy, yeah? Yeah, rook b2 played. Okay.
Yeah.
It's an ugly move. That's why it took so much time for Prague to somehow convince himself that, okay, I need to play this ugly move. Yeah, Duda immediately goes e4.
But wait, now bishop c6?
Then rook b8.
Okay, but now maybe I take on e4 and I can grind this endgame, no?
Okay, but grinding is not what I want with white, yeah, because maybe you're gonna hold.
No, sure. But what else do I do after rook b8?
Yeah, well, yeah, he goes bishop c6. Yeah, if there is nothing bad, I mean, okay, we have some knight b6. Yeah, for example, rook b8, knight b6 is an option. Maybe we can just hold on to the pawn, and the pawn on e4 is
I like knight
bishop
b6.
d8, knight b6, bishop d8. Can you defend like this? Driving me crazy. Maybe a miracle.
95 rook c8 or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. Then we start chasing and but yes, rook c2 is still possible. I mean, the line goes on, but no, then knight e5. Okay, no, it doesn't. Yeah, knight b6, bishop d8 on the board.
Wow.
What do we have here? We have some knight d7, but that runs into rook c8. But okay, rook c8, then we retreat the bishop. I mean, Prague is the type of guy who is able to calculate all this madness. Knight d7.
Yeah, and actually after knight d7, rook takes b3 is bad because you just take twice and then go knight c5. And you can...
Well, actually, I got so excited that I blunted my pawn on b3, to be honest. But yeah, okay, it's again this grind. We don't know. It should be maybe draw, but there are chances. But what else can we do? Yeah,
no,
knight
we can't
d7
do
played.
You just have to do this.
Yeah, and black has to take on b3. I really feel like you need to. I mean, black would love to play for some dynamic, yeah, but white is already threatening to come with the knight to c5. And also knight d7 stops any kind of knight e5 counterplay.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Duda up on the clock. He still has 5.5 minutes. This is so uncharacteristic because usually Duda is behind on the clock and close to time trouble, but now it's him having the upper hand with the clock situation.
So 97, so...
But so tough, yeah. That do you really believe that rook b3 is a draw? It's kind of a matter of
I
David,
mean,
yeah?
look, let me put it like this. I think, well, he's played it. So let's see if Pragnananda wins this will destroy Duda, because he will be just to not win the previous game and to lose a grindy end game. And what move are we on now? Like,
yeah, 33 or something.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to take 100 moves to win, basically, right? So
it already starts now. That do we include knight c5 or do we just capture on e4? Maybe do we capture on e4 exactly?
Okay.
Yeah, because knight will anyway come to c5.
And there are some, you could immediate blunders. Bishop c4, bishop takes g6 check, ends the game immediately.
Oh wow!
For example, I mean, these moves are possible.
But of course, anyway, luckily for black, bishop c4 doesn't do any purpose, so he might just play bishop e6 or h5. I mean, just try to protect this pawn on g5. Yeah, knight c5, bishop c4. Okay, clever play.
Okay, so the question now is, how do you ever try and win this position with white? Bishop f5, okay, provoking h5, basically.
Yeah, but I anyway felt like
and then he wants to go. No, then he wants to go knight d3 Peter, and he threatens bishop takes g6 check. Again, that's what he wants.
Wow, really? Yeah, but
and then actually no, but this is very important. No, because I thought after knight d3, if we put that on the board, sometimes you have bishop takes g6 check and knight f4 check, and you can actually blunder h5.
Yeah, but I felt like this type of position, if I blunder only the h5 pawn, they might be drawish with the two bishops, yeah, because I somehow lock the light squares.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I mean, it's very difficult, of course.
But like, let's put this, because I think it's very curious. Let's just say black plays a move here like bishop a2, right?
But I mean, of course, he would play bishop c7, yeah. I mean, just making sure. I mean, I understand why he goes knight e4, yeah, because knight e4 also stops any king's activity from black. Yeah, this bishop f5, knight e4 construction, but eventually there will be bishop e6. Yeah, knight d6 check, king f6.
Okay.
And then some pin, bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
What is this position? I mean, then can you play some bishop e7? No, bishop e7. No, bishop c7, knight takes e4. No, that's a blunder. Yeah, so bishop d4. You have to move the bishop.
Okay, so bishop d4, bishop a2.
Oh, bishop d5, or bishop somewhere, yeah.
Bishop d5, I thought maybe then bishop e4. Does that make sense?
I have no idea. I feel like maybe if I can trade everything, it's a good choice for me to make a draw, but I'm not sure. Clock taking his time down to 2 minutes. Yeah, he goes bishop e4 first. Yeah, bishop e2. Trying to cement on f3.
This is a good move. Okay, bishop d4, king e6, I guess.
No, then no, it's possible, yeah.
No, yeah, I actually blundered bishop e5,
Yeah,
knight
but
f7.
it's maybe possible, but maybe just okay. Bishop c7 blunders with knight e8. Yeah, how many little tricks are there? Yeah.
Yeah. This is blood. This is blood. But hold on a second. After king e6.
I mean, for example, how to evaluate this? Yeah, takes 6, knight f7, king e4.
It's probably
knight
just a
takes
draw.
D8. Should be draw, but okay, this knight is a crazy animal. Yeah, it will be jumping.
I know, but I was just trying to think like, our king is boxed, and can we do anything about it?
Yeah, maybe we can also box the knight somehow. Yeah, I mean, some bishop c4. Yeah, king e6 on the board. We might be seeing one of those endgames that we are talking about.
Yeah,
tough call now. But feeling wise, you don't want. On the other hand, knight f3 check is a problem already. Maybe you don't have other choice.
Yes. I think he will take and go knight f7.
Yeah, because at least there he can try. Yeah, maybe it will be a draw, but it's if knight f3 check happens, then it's over.
Yes.
Oh, knight b7, is that a move?
Wow.
Knight b7, but it doesn't. No, knight f5 is played. Okay, so he's hoping for some knight g7 and grabbing that pawn on h5.
So the concept is that knight f3 check, bishop takes f3, but I'm actually hitting your bishop with tempo as well. I don't even win it. I don't even win it. But maybe just bishop e3, h4.
Yeah, okay, that should be a draw. Yeah, I mean, if this is not a dead draw, so what is it? So knight f5, are we missing something? So after knight f3 check, we are not forced to take. We can move the king.
You can go king g2 or king h1 maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Then knight d4, knight d4, king e5.
No, then okay, that's something. No, I mean that we will be torturing.
No, it's the same position as we could get. No.
No, it was then with the light square bishop. Now it's a different color
bishop.
Yeah, I don't know what it gives.
Okay.
But because I don't know, maybe we are starting to play h4 and trade everything.
But maybe here you can go.
I'm not sure.
Knights.
Maybe it's
knight c3, knight c3 check.
Yes, okay. King f5.
Knight, and now I want to go h4.
Yeah, you have to go h4. Yeah, okay. Knight f3 check on the board. We have to see how practice. He goes for it. I mean, he goes for the other one. Takes 6 knight g, but after king d5, we felt it's a draw. And then next move just h4. No, this is nothing.
This is nothing. Yeah, this is nothing.
I mean, this is absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no, he's not going to win. Okay, so he's going to have to win the last game. The Magnus game has kicked off.
But actually, you know, the problem was that after king g2, black can also just give knight e1 check.
Right.
So, and after king h1, bishop f3.
Bishop f3. And we lose. Oh my god. Well, we might not lose, but we might
not lose. Yeah, knight g7, but it's already shaky position. Yeah, with the knight on g7. Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna be a draw. And you say Magnus has already started, yeah?
Yeah, let's go there. This is gonna be a draw.
Yeah, that is just no.
You can even go h3. Yeah, that's cemento.
It's a total cement. I mean, for both sides, it's a cemento. Yeah.
You just don't want to blunder.
Well, I believe that it will be drawn after a couple of moves. Yeah, bishop e7, knight g5, takes, and
yeah, that's going to be a draw.
That's going to be a draw. Yeah. Wow. Bishop a5. Wow. Is Duda? No, but I mean, he can't be playing for.
Wait, knight g5 check. Excuse me.
Yeah, but he just went for it because you can never get out with your king. Yeah, so you are kind of.
King f5, blocked. I take.
Yeah,
take. King f1, and I had no way.
And there is never. I will just.
How funny! Here. How funny! Yeah.
Total box.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so we already have 2 games in progress. Yeah, basically here I believe that we can just stay 30 more seconds because the game will end. After king f5, king g4, it will just end. The bishop can't reach the e1 square. It's just impossible.
Right.
That's it. Draw,
Yeah.
agreed. What a defense by Duda.
Incredible.
Yeah. All right.
And
so all eyes now on Magnus. What is it? So it's Catalan, and in such a critical moment, Alireza doesn't go for his usual d takes c4 c5 system, which he has used in the tournament with quite some success. But he goes for a very risky offbeat line with a6, castles, knight c6.
Oh, let's hear from Prague. Very quickly, let's hear from Prague.
I think I had great chances in this game, but yeah, I just missed it at some point.
What is your feeling before the last one?
Not great, but I'll try my best.
Good luck.
Yeah.
It's been a very interesting day today, Jan-Krzysztof. You've had especially chances in the second game. How did you feel after that one?
Yeah, it's too interesting, to be honest. No, I mean, the second game was a disaster. I kind of blacked out at the end, and also I think I was winning by force earlier on, but even this queen end game is completely winning. The thing is, I just was missing a lot of stuff, like a lot of checks, and at the very end I put the queen on the g file, which was completely stupid, but I was afraid because I was earlier on giving some random checks and was afraid not to blunder free court. So yeah, I mean it was a disaster, yeah, because otherwise the match would be almost over. But in this game I was worse, but after f5 I had a feeling it's going to be okay, because I was getting some activity and it wasn't trivial for him to convert.
You've been playing very good in the start of your matches. Now you need a draw in the last one. Based on previous experience, will you try to play a little more aggressive now?
I think he will play aggressively, so I will just, hopefully cope with that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well, he has to play aggressively. He needs to win on demand. Pragnananda, can he do it? But before then, of course, what we need to go to is this crucial match. Carlsen, Fröscher. Carlsen has gone for this classic pawn sacrifice, and it looks like a good version of it, Peter, to my eyes. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, his knight is eyeing the c5 square, yeah, very nicely. Black's knights are somehow quite unfortunately placed. Yeah, not able to fight for the c5 square so easily. And okay, it's the typical Catalan compensation. I would say, like, even the typical very nice compensation, because often white is just playing for compensation, but this is a nice one. Also, the computer agrees, yeah, that another plan is something like queen d2, rook c1, just bringing the rook. I mean, on the other hand, black is a pawn up, so how bad it can be, and that's another question. But the experience usually says that it's quite annoying if white gets the grip.
Very, very annoying position. But let's see what, because, I mean, Alireza must have an idea about these positions. You don't tend to enter these positions if you don't have some concept. But they're very unpleasant, I feel, from a practical point of view, how to play.
Yeah, and if he is kind of not in, because so far he has been blitzing, yeah, and this is the moment when he slowed down. Yeah. I mean, if you slow down here and you don't know exactly what to do, maybe the moment is that, can you play the move a5? Yeah, this is a very important moment. Yeah, that maybe you can try to fix your pawn structure with a5, b4, and then maybe you have this outpost on c3 for the knight eventually. Usually white doesn't want to weaken his structure with e4, because then his bishop will be locked and suddenly the pawn structure won't be so nice. So maybe this is kind of an important moment, that can black do it, or is white really having some threats already on the queen side? I mean, on the king side, I'm not yet seeing it. So, okay, let me play a move like a5, a provocative stuff. How would you punish me?
Well, I'm not sure I would punish you, but okay.
Well, you have
Queen-
something like
Queen
Queen
C1.
D2, B4, and then Rook C1, Rook C5, targeting the A5 pawn also. Or you wanted to do the same with Queen C1?
I
yeah?
wanted to do Queen C1 first. Yeah, that felt kind of.
Okay, so I'm gonna stick to my plan, go B4.
And Queen C5.
And Queen C5, yeah. Okay, I would love to go some Queen D6, but then you go Rook E5.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not...
This is so unpleasant to play, in my opinion.
Basically, okay, after A5, Queen C1, I have to castle first.
Okay, so I can, I can't go Queen, I go Queen takes A8 at the end, or what? Is this nonsense? Queen C5?
Yeah, and then Queen D6.
Queen B takes B5.
I wanted to hope to have some...
And Queen takes Queen A5, Bishop B7, I'm blundering.
Yeah, I got lucky here.
Oh, that's
I got lucky. But okay, this is all irrelevant. Actually, Alireza opted for short castle. The most natural move, and Magnus immediately blitzed out knight d3. Yeah, you just want to make sure that the c5 square is kind of under control. We also got the message from Tadeusz that there was a game apparently Max Todlu Firuza where black played the move c5 instead of short castle, but I don't think that was really a preparation or something, because he did not repeat it. Yeah, he goes castles, knight d3, bishop b7, but okay, now white gets all these little ideas with knight c5. He just wants to go bishop c6, give back the pawn. So Magnus, queen d2.
Queen d2. Yeah.
Let me just enjoy. Next move will be rook c1. No rush.
Very
okay, this gives us a chance now, because okay, to jump to Hans, I mean Levon against Hans, the match is tied, and if Levon wins this game, then he wins the match. And then look at this, Levon with 60. I mean, how he does it? Okay, if he would be leading the tournament, would be saying super genius. They're like blitzing everything like this. That he's not having such a successful tournament. One could argue that no, what are you doing, Levon? But one really has to appreciate that he has a good position and kind of blitzes everything.
Yeah.
What happened here? So it was the similar stuff, and again Hans went for g6. Again, we see the same stuff that we have seen. And now Levon spices things up with h4. It's some idea that he definitely prepared in the break. Knight f7, knight d5, takes, and he creates some, I don't know exactly what. He's, I mean, I thought he will do something on the king side, but no, he went queen a4, c5, h5, very provocative. No, queen a4 and then h5, it seemingly does not fit together, but Levon probably knows, yeah, bishop b5, kicking the knight, and then knight e5, right? Yeah. Smartovich play by Levon here. So takes, okay, this is now wonderful structure, of course. This is now incredibly beautiful. Takes, f5, a4, knight c4, a b5, blitzed out as well. I mean, Levon, come on. I mean, think at least a little bit.
He's in a rush to end this match, huh? And poor Hans, yeah, if he loses this game, it's still 0 points.
Yes.
It's really, it shows you how tough it is at this absolute top level. And by the way, Hans tomorrow plays Leko, which is
not an easy match.
Not an easy match. I mean, actually, of course, no match here is easy, but it's, you know, stylistically, again, I don't think Leko is such a great opponent for Hans. But yeah, this looks good for white. AB, you trade rooks. You go queen c1 or something like that, I guess. Try and control some dark squares, and
yeah, I mean, also good. Here, basically, we have seen that after losing, yeah, he bounced back, yeah, against no, I mean, he won the first game, and then Levon bounced back. But he's always capable of beating almost anyone in this field. Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Right.
Yeah, that it shows Hans's potential. But on the other hand, yeah, this is such an incredibly tough format with these 4 games matches. You win a game and it's just nothing. I mean, finally, at the end of the day, you can end up being there with empty-handed.
Right.
I have to say, I'm really rooting for Hans to save this game and get to the Blitz playoff, because at least then he gets a point. Yeah, please give him a point, and maybe thanks to this, he would get get this momentum tomorrow to get the maximum out of it.
Yeah, totally agree.
He just needs this 1 point. I mean, something on the scoreboards. Yeah, that his name is not associated with 0, because this is so frustrating. Yeah, that you are fighting, you are giving your all. Yeah, you also got unlucky and so on. It's part of the deal, but you weren't outclassed. Yeah, and you are still stuck on 0 points. Drives you crazy.
Absolutely. So
but
rook A8.
On the other hand, I don't see him surviving against Levon in a strategically dubious position.
No. I hate this position. I think you have to take with the bishop as well, right? Basically.
Yeah, probably. It's of course you are hoping that maybe bishop c4, d4. Thank you very much.
Yes,
that would be a relief, but it will never happen.
But actually, is that even so clear? Because let's say bishop a8, bishop c4, dc4, rook a1. You can't go queen b6. Yeah, because of knight d7, I'm protecting g2.
It might be even annoying, but I mean, it just shows that even when we finally get this bishop opened, even this can be tricky.
Yeah, because rook a7 check just is almost game over if I get it in. What do you do here, actually?
Yeah, well, I don't know, but yeah, bishop takes 8 on the board. Yeah, Levon is taking his time. There is clearly this problem of knight is d4. The question how we want to deal with it, and eventually maybe knight takes e5 won't be so bad for black. It will be ugly, but who knows? There are some constructions which might give some hope, and Levon goes rook a1 immediately.
Yeah, this also makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel pretty bearish on Niemann's chances here. I think we should go back to the Carlsen.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, because it even hurts the eyes and the heart seeing Hans in this position. Yeah, and here Magnus also doing the usual Magnus stuff. He's in no hurry of taking back the pawn. He knows the spirit. He knows the Catalan spirit very much. That, you know what, I'm grinding this. You don't have any counter chances. I will decide when I want to take that pawn back. And it's kind of very interesting to see how he treats the position.
But I feel as though Hans is that Alireza has done a pretty good job here somehow. Exchanging
he traded pieces. Yeah, he managed to trade
exactly.
Pieces. Let's take a look. Yeah, knight d3, bishop b7, queen d2, queen c8, knight c5, bishop c6, and now he will be ready to trade. Yeah, that's what you meant, and it's correct. Rook d8, knight c3, and knight takes c3, takes, and then going back with the knight to e7. Now he can already get this fortress position with c6, and yeah, he says, I know that you have no problems, you are slightly better, but maybe I can just simply sit and make a draw. Queen c5. I feel like if Magnus manages to show some idea, we will be much more clever after this game. Yeah, that to see how do you treat this type of positions.
Exactly. Queen b7 is very logical.
For example, will he go rook a5 now? This is a big question for me. I feel like I want to go rook a5. Yeah, he does it. I don't want to capture the c6 pawn. I want to take the a6 pawn slowly and then claim that the c6 pawn is not running away. That's kind of the plan.
Yeah, it's still difficult to make moves here as black, right?
Yeah, probably you want to open up some luft with h6. Just in case it will serve a purpose. And yeah, h6 played. Logical.
And if knight b4, rook dc8, I assume.
Yeah, queen a3. Yeah, I somehow felt like Magnus wants to do this and then knight c5, but I wasn't so sure, because if knight c5, then black will eventually get the chance of breaking out with e5. I was honestly more thinking about simply playing rook c1 to a1, because the knight is nicely controlling, and then maybe I'm going to triple and already threaten rook a6 immediately. But okay, Magnus kind of blitzed it out. He clearly has some intentions. And the very quick update on Prague's game, that Prague needs to win with the black pieces. And he got a messy position. I think that he should be very happy.
That's messy?
It's messy because there is a weakness on b3.
That's me waking up in the morning and brushing my teeth.
No, this is messy, strategically messy. I mean, with black, you can't really hope for more than some double-edged stuff.
Wow. My messy, I mean, your messy is my, you know, I'm just having a shower and having, you know, a bit of toast with jam. Goodness, I don't want to show you my messy, Peter. You'll go nuts.
Okay, what happened here? A3 bishop b4, knight e2 castles, a3 bishop back, and d4 takes. I mean, I don't understand Jan-Krzysztof, because he only needs a draw, and he goes on the direction like, let's keep as much life in the position as possible. You got to love this attitude. Knight a6, and yeah, he's thinking, what is Magnus doing? So Magnus recaptured the pawn. Queen a3, knight d5, knight c5, queen b6, takes.
Yeah, but all of these traits, you tend to believe that black is fine.
Well, but this pawn on c6, tricky. Ah, wow, and Hans is busted. Yeah, he ran into this beautiful knight takes f8 trick.
Oof.
Ah, so rook a1, g takes f4, knight g6, and after knight e3, there was intermezzo, knight f8.
Yeah, that's resigns.
Takes, and bishop takes b5.
Yeah. Poor Hans.
Only
nothing is going his way. Nothing.
Yeah, but here, of course, finally he got outclassed by Levon. Yeah, that he didn't get anything in his third game with white, and Levon, with his smart play, simply got the upper hand and never gave Hans a chance. Yeah, this is just toast. Yeah, knight b6. Okay, all eyes on Magnus. Is he grinding? It's so important for the tournament situation. If Magnus wins the match,
it's over.
Then basically also knowing that Prague is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, if I mean, Prague needs to bounce back in order to make it exciting.
No, I think if Magnus wins, it's over anyway, because he's going to be. Well, no, actually, if Magnus wins and Prague wins, and then Prague has to win the playoff, and then Prague has to beat Magnus in the first 4 games. So, I mean, it's pretty much over. If
so basically, it means we have to root for Alireza to hold at all costs.
Yes, we need a hold here desperately by Alireza. King e7 looks logical.
Yeah, but the position is, I mean, this is such a terrible torture. I mean, my classical eyes hurt by seeing this position.
Yeah. So e4, I guess.
Yeah, e4 might be very well timed, because after knight f6, we have knight b4 coming back. You can't go king d6 because of e5, and after king d7, we have rook a1.
Rook a1.
We have rook a1 because c5 doesn't work due to rook a7 check. And then we even get the a5 plus we're going to go then knight d3.
I thought you wanted to go knight d3 immediately, but maybe rook a1 is...
Yeah, if we can do that even, then even better. But yeah,
this is clever. This is clever, knight b6. He wants knight b4, king d6, and rook a8, precisely.
Yes,
he wants.
But okay, now we switch to your plan. Yeah, that we're gonna go knight d6.
But now I'm gonna go king d6. This is the point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But still, nothing moves. Yeah. Okay, now c5 is a threat.
No,
No.
check.
I mean, we shouldn't be hurrying, bringing back the knight.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Improve King E3?
Yeah, but King E3, King D6, maybe it will help you, yeah, more than me. But one can argue that whenever you go Rook 8, then we're gonna come back Knight B4 and we force you back Rook C8. This would mean that we are in no rush. Is that true? Yeah, then we're gonna go King E3 here. Okay, King D6.
Okay, so Magnus in the tank here.
But hang on, yeah, that we can also just put the knight on B4 and you can never play C5 because of E5 check.
That's what I was saying, E5 check, yeah.
It's an eternal box then. Okay, we have to go knight D7 runs into E5 check, we lose the pawn. Then this is a horrible structure. I mean, the structure was horrible, but we can't solve it.
But there, if I go F6, Peter?
So King E3, yeah, King D6, knight B4.
Yeah, F6.
F6, F4.
F5.
F5, yeah, I knew that you want to provoke it. Yeah, fight for the D5 square. That's the only chance.
Okay, I'm not dead here.
Yeah,
I'm not dead.
Not dead. Yeah, that's what we're gonna see. Yeah, knight before King D6 played.
I actually think we're gonna see exactly that.
I mean, King E3 will be played most probably.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you want to play?
E5 check immediately.
Wow,
really? Such a committal move?
What? I'm actually shocked by this decision.
I didn't see that coming, that's for sure.
I mean, I am flabbergasted by this quick decision. Truly. Wow. And now knight d5, I don't understand this move.
Exactly.
It's so uncharacteristic. Wow, to play such a committal move like this. I mean, Karpov would never play this move.
Well, and one could argue Magnus would never play it, right?
Magnus would never play it. I mean, Peter Leko would never play this move in a million years. I mean, knight d5 is coming. I don't understand anything. He wanted to be clever maybe and go... I think I understand his idea. He wants to go knight a6, knight c5 and get the a file without challenge, but I'm not sure he can get it.
I mean, but we're going to go rook a8, no?
Yeah, knight a6, we go rook a8.
And also rook a1, rook a... I mean, is he really thinking that the knight endgame he calculates very deeply?
No. There's no way that is winning. It cannot be. There's not enough weaknesses. I don't think. Well, maybe.
I mean, really? Okay, I'm just trying to make sense of it, yeah, because if you don't go rook a1, I'm afraid that after knight d5 you won't have any chances, because then if you move the knight, we have rook a8 already.
But I can't believe that knight ending is losing. I just can't. I'm sorry. If this knight ending is losing, then no, I mean I would lose it, but I don't think it's losing.
Yeah, okay, white can of course squeeze, yeah, then he will put the king somewhere and then push f4, g4, f5. But definitely this is the best position black could hope for, yeah?
I mean, on f4, I always have f5 check. So let's say I go like king e4, knight d5, f4, f5 check. I mean, I'm just never losing this position. I mean, I'm losing this position, but Ali Reza is not losing this position. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, in any case, his position improved dramatically.
Shocked.
Yeah,
I'm shocked. Let's go to the Prague game quickly. Let's quickly switch over there. What's going on here? I mean,
let's see the big mess. Yeah, that I was calling out. Yeah,
huge mess. Tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, this is your dream King Indian.
No, this is amazing, because actually G6 comes next, Bishop F5. I mean, this isn't that nice for white at all.
I mean, this is very nasty, yeah, with these packed pieces, yeah, nothing really moves. The knight at least should be on d4, yeah, then we cover some squares, but this knight on f4 with pawn on c6, biting on granite.
And a 5-minute advantage on the clock already for Prague. I mean, if he could get a position, this is it. This is his chance.
Wow. I mean, okay, with black, you couldn't have asked for more.
Incredible.
Yeah, stunning. I mean, especially because if he would have gone d4, pure d4, I mean, Prag's opening is the semi-Tarrasch, which he has played, which he cannot play, yeah? So he would have to, you know, switch to something, getting out of his comfort zone, leaving his main repertoire. And yeah, it's kind of unexplainable why Jan-Krzysztof felt like he should. Wow, and what? Magnus is going for this pawn endgame. What is it?
But you can take with this.
Yeah, we're gonna take with the c pawn, definitely.
Yeah, because rook a1, rook c2 check.
Or rook c3. I mean,
no, it's a
both.
draw.
Yeah, what is Magnus doing?
No, it's just a draw. Rook c8, king c8, king d2, b4. It's. I mean.
No, of course, it's very good for our tournament situation. We are
Yes,
very happy that
we're very happy.
Magnus felt like, let's think about the tournament, but I mean, it's uncharacteristic.
It's a draw. King d2, b4. What are we missing?
Yeah, king d2, b4. Yeah, this is what we are blocking. And I mean, is he really planning to break? I mean, there shouldn't be any breaks here.
No, I can't believe this is winning.
It's impossible, yeah.
No, I mean, it's just not winning at all.
Shocking development.
Absolutely shocking. I was prepared for a lot of suffering there for Ali Reza. He'll be thinking, wow, I mean, okay, now he has to be a little careful here, no?
Well, he needs to, yeah, because Magnus clearly wants to get his king to h5, and then, I mean, is Magnus such a genius that he somehow understands that this is win, but it would be shocking, yeah?
King g4. King g4, can you play g6, Peter, or is that
then
really...
h4, then h4.
Yes.
And then you just sit tight, but no, then h5 is coming.
Yeah, no, you can't go g6. This is a bad move. Okay, we go king e7. I want to put my king on h7, maybe. Let's try.
Yes, this is kind of logical. Yeah, it's very logical to try to run there, but I was not sure if you are in time, but maybe you are. I mean, this is the way. Yeah, try to get this and then g6.
And g6, and I should. I mean, if this is losing, then this is the most genius transition I've ever seen.
I mean, definitely Magnus is excited about the position. He's looking at it. He is still having fun, but yeah, it does feel like with this running backwards, black should be able to hold.
And it's very intuitive to do this. It's very natural.
Exactly. Because otherwise, if just to show, yeah, if black sits and waits, yeah, he does nothing, and then white eventually goes something like this. And if we get this position, then the h pawn is coming as well. Yeah, it might be, you know, white is also pushing f4, f5. This gets very tricky. But yeah, Ali Reza goes king e7. We are expecting king h5, king f8. Super smart defense. And
yeah,
then,
just
for example,
in time.
if white pushes, then we are just in time to meet f5 with g6.
G6, very important.
And thank you very much. Then we log b4 and bye-bye. No breaks possible. So how will Magnus try his magic?
I don't think he can here. I mean, he's only got a certain number of pieces. I think there's only so much magic the guy can have, right? I mean,
also, his body language now shows some disappointment.
By the way, just have a look at the Duda position. It looks disgusting for Jan-Krzysztof. He's pinned. His pieces are all over the place. He's got a knight on b1. That's horrific. This is catastrophe. Hans has lost.
Yeah, Hans has lost. Yeah, so Levon bounces back. And he gets the 3 points. Yeah, very important 3 points, because then he's also jumping back to 8 points ahead of Anish. And okay, it will give a much better feeling. I mean, having 8 points than 5.
Yeah. And now, so let's look at this position. So knight d3. And okay, so what do you play here with black?
Well, I feel like the position is so beautiful. I even don't want to make a move. No, I mean it's fantastic already. But we know that we have to do something.
Okay, what do you do here?
Okay, maybe bishop g7 first, yeah, because the knight on, or maybe we have to, but knight e4.
I was thinking knight e4, yeah.
But it does allow some trades, yeah.
What would Alexander Morozevich play in this position?
How would I know?
You played the guy for 10 years straight.
Yes, but I never gave him such a position. Never in his life. I mean, okay, there you have it. At least now we know that Prague goes for knight fe4.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because it was always kind of my, idea to restrict Alexander as much as possible. And he has won some couple of nice games against me, but I did the same to him. I mean, it was always clash of styles between us. Yeah, knight
yeah, he's completely stopped playing, basically, right? As far as I can understand.
Yeah, completely stopped for already quite some time already.
Yeah. Great.
I also haven't played for 2.5 years, so I
really
I shouldn't be the one talking about. Yeah, he hasn't played for a while. But...
Oh wow, okay. 2.5 years, huh?
Yeah, okay. In online chess, I played the Legends tournament, which was like in end of July, beginning of August 2020. But my last classical game it was in the Bundesliga in 22nd or 23rd of February.
Wow.
2020 against Fressinet, Laurent Fressinet, my good friend. And it was a nice little draw in the Catalan. Yeah.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, King h5, King g8. King g4 back. Yeah, I mean, we see that Alireza is very alert. Yeah, he's getting his king to h7 because then he will be able to play g6. But be careful because you only want to play g6 when white committed f5.
Right.
Otherwise, white still has this h4, h5 break, which you don't want to give. Yeah, b4, very professional.
But now if f5?
Well, if f5, then we go g6. It's finished.
I
mean, whenever f5, then we set up the blockade and it's finito. But the problem is that we can't, for example, just to illustrate, if white plays h4, if we play g6, then white plays h5. Yeah, f5 played, knight g6 and finish. Finito. We get a blitz play of which we called out. Yeah, you even went as far as to say that it might be an Armageddon.
I failed the Armageddon today. I do. It's for the tournament. The tension.
Yeah, we need a nice little Armageddon, definitely. We haven't had it yet in the tournament.
Right.
I know, we had it. Actually, Alireza beat Anish Giri. Yeah,
oh, that's true,
Yeah, we actually got there. Yeah, that's it. Now you just sit and wait. And wow, and now we can really call that Magnus's e4, e5 was uncharacteristic because there was no magic afterwards. He tried, but there was nothing to do. Magnus is doing the David Havel stuff with King H2, King H1. You have to see the game between Hare Krishna, David Havel from European Club Cup 2019. That was one of the most astonishing things. David Havel, I think, played for like 100 moves all around the corner. Yeah, check the game out.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely. Wow. Okay. So it's a blitz playoff. Alireza manages to hold this terrible-looking position.
All right. So that actually only leaves us with one game, and what an important game it is. We might hear from them if we get an interview. We will of course cut there. But let's see.
How do you view going into the tiebreaker here now, Magnus?
No, it's okay. I tried to press a little bit. I probably played inaccurately at some point because I think I had some advantage. Then I had some slight hope that the pawn ending there could be chances there, but obviously there was nothing. But overall, with the way things were standing, draw was a good result for me.
Yeah, because a loss would have taken destiny out of your hands, right?
Yeah, no, I know regardless of what happens now, I will win the match if I win tomorrow. So that's good news. But obviously, I will try my very best now to gain that extra point.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. There we go.
Actually, some interesting insights, yeah, that Magnus felt like there might be a chance. He might have underestimated this king f8, king g8, king h7. Yeah, he was thinking in general terms like, I'm going to get my king to h5, I'm going to have this g4, g5 break, and it will be very unpleasant. But yeah, this king f8, king g8, king h7 plan held the game very nicely for black. And also was interesting that Magnus was, I hear it almost for the first time from Magnus, that he's taking care of all these calculations, what needs to be done in the last round, that he will have things in his hand. Have you ever seen him or hear him talk like this before?
Yeah, I have. I mean, it's not unusual. He's very aware of he's a very strategic guy, obviously. So no, he's fully aware of such things, for sure. But now it's going to be really interesting, because if Pragg knows what he needs to do. He needs to win this game. And yeah, and as he said, tomorrow, all he needs to do then, yeah, I mean, firstly, let's see. Pragg has to win. If this, actually, if Pragg loses and Alireza wins the tiebreak, Magnus will only be,
1 point ahead. 1 point ahead of Alireza then.
No, it won't. Yes, you're right. 1 point ahead of Alireza, right. So then he'll be, and then things can get very interesting on the last day. Then there are a lot of permutations. Three players can then win.
Good luck calculating all the scenarios, right?
Right.
Yeah. But
let's look at this.
Yeah, now Pragg is putting a lot of pressure. I mean, I feel like if White survives the next couple of moves, then one could argue that his situation slightly improved, because he managed to trade down one pair of pieces, which is some achievement. On the other hand, this bishop on e4 is a monster. I mean, but now the big question is, what do we do with this knight on c5? We definitely don't want to trade it, or do we?
Why can't we just hop in knight b3, gain a tempo?
Yeah, gain a tempo.
The queen also doesn't have a good square. Queen c3, bishop g7 already looks losing.
Yeah, so okay, queen c2, or yeah, knight b3 on the board, or queen e1, but queen e1 also looks terrible.
Yeah.
But queen e1, yeah, he wants to make sure that the knight will be able to jump. He wants to get the bishop to c3.
Okay, how to improve here with black? Tricky position, very tough.
Yeah, if h5, then h4 will be played. But maybe we want to provoke h4. Yeah, that's some kind of a target.
Yeah, h5, h4, queen f5.
Yeah, something like this.
And you just weaken that structure ever so slightly, and you never know what could land. Some bishop takes e3s in the future. Even his...
Black just goes look a8. He says, you know what? Please make a move, sir.
Yeah, no, this is also, of course, very good. No, but he will go h5, because I think h5, h4 helps black.
In general, but maybe he also has some ideas like c5, bishop moves back, and then d5, break like this.
I was thinking that as well.
Yeah, I mean, his move rook a8 kind of indicates this plan. Okay, clock situation is more or less equal. That's good news for Duda, because he was also way behind on the clock.
Duda really like he had to invest a lot of energy in this match, huh? You can feel it, that he's invested a lot of energy.
And how much energy invested yesterday as well. Yeah,
goodness me, yeah.
Yes, I mean, I'm already completely exhausted as a commentator, yeah, and I don't have this incredible pressure and so on. But I can imagine the players, yeah, it's already the 6th round of this, and every day there are 4 games and eventual playoffs. Super tough. But that's why it's called the major, yeah? I mean...
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah, and now for Duda, so unpleasant. I mean, what do we do? I mean, I like to shuffle things, but I can't even move the knight. Yeah, knight f4,
bishop c2. Yeah.
Yeah, so bishop c3, correct? Yeah, you want to get back this bishop. Maybe is he planning? Maybe he would love to use the momentum to jump knight before, because then we stop any kind of c5, and then we could be chasing this bishop with bishop d3. Maybe that would give some relief, but Prague will not let this happen. d5 played.
Okay.
cd5. cd5. Wow.
Wow. What?
He hopes for some break with d5,
goodness
d4.
me. This is very clever. If it works. If it doesn't work, it's a catastrophe. If it doesn't work, it's a strategic catastrophe. And he could lose all of his advantage. And worse, in fact, could suddenly just be worse. So here, okay, this is such a critical move. Duda needs to find some genius move. So d4 is a winning threat, no? So let's just say white played. It's actually
you
difficult.
can't even make a pass.
A pass, yeah. I'm trying to find a pass that it doesn't influence the position. I don't have a pass. Damn. I don't have one passing move.
Yeah, actually, very clever choice by Prague. Yeah, that time trouble is approaching, changing the character of the position, putting a lot of pressure. Yeah, now to deal with this threat of d5, d4 is devastating.
Wow.
I mean, can white do something like knight e5? Can I jump like this?
Wow.
I mean, it's desperate move, but
looks very. So rook e5, f4 is your idea.
Yeah, rook e5, f4 is my idea. Of course, you have bishop c2 hitting my rook, but I felt like maybe I can. Yeah, knight e5 on the board. I mean, I just feel like we need to change the character of the game, because otherwise we're gonna get crushed with white. Yeah. And this bishop c2 I don't care, because bishop c2 I'm gonna go f4. I get activity, I get some bishop b5. There is a weak pawn on e. I mean, suddenly white jumps out.
Yes.
This is practically, I think, the only move. I see computer doesn't like it so much, but who cares? It's a practical game. All about emotions. Okay, we get a fight. We get a fight.
It's a real fight.
Duda is fighting with 95. I'm loving it.
It's a real fight. Okay, what do we do here? Like, such a tough position now to play.
Yeah, suddenly everything changes.
Struggling for a move here.
Yeah, not easy. And Plug might finally actually be unhappy with regretting his choice. It looked so promising. It looked fantastic. Yeah, CD, put the pressure, d4 is coming, and then the stunning practical choice, 95.
Wow.
On the board.
What do you do here with black? I'm looking at the position. I'm actually struggling for a single candidate move here.
Exactly, me too. I mean, suddenly there is a shift of momentum with white. We feel some hope, yeah, that we are jumping out of this miserable position. And actually f4 is not a weakness, because we are coming then with bishop b5, and also black has committed this g6, so some vulnerable dark squares. But maybe Prague will find, I mean, he invests time, maybe he will find the right way.
Yeah, I'm with Prague. I'm spending 2 minutes here. I still haven't come up with a single candidate that I like.
And look at this, yeah, Prague is, and somehow we can feel like Duda is relieved, yeah, like I managed to make an active move, and I might be fighting back. I mean, if Prague will even here find now the right way, that would be incredibly impressive.
Maybe. No. I genuinely don't see. He's put the rook on e6.
Rook e6 played. Wow.
Okay. Rook e6 played.
Rook e6 on
Rook
the board.
e6, bishop d3.
Bishop d3. I mean, I see the computer actually approves this rook e6 move. It's a prophylactic move, stepping out of this bishop b5 ideas. Very smart. Bishop d3 takes.
Bishop
Wow,
d3.
but hang on. After rook takes d3, we have rook takes e5. What Duda has done? I mean, rook d3, rook e5 works.
f4, queen f5, and the rook is hanging.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And if
knight takes d3, d4.
That's it.
Oh my god, what a tragic blunder. Yeah,
no, but also incredible reaction by Prague with rook e6. He was somehow preparing queen e7 retreat, maybe. Wow. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, what a move, rook e6. d4 on the board, knight f4. Wait.
Yeah, now rook just goes back to e8, I guess. I don't want to be provoked into this d takes c3.
Why not? You just have to calculate it. dc3, knight e6, rook d1.
You think you can, yeah?
Well,
because you have rook d1 intermezzo.
Yeah, there's a rook d1 in there, of course.
But if we first start with rook d8, I mean, because this queen d8, knight takes e6, and then queen c3.
c2 is too provocative, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have rook c8 at the end. I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
Wow, and Tadeas is saying that after dc, rook d8, queen d8, just don't panic. It's a very bad position.
Why didn't we just do that? We have two pieces. That's
Yes, no, I understand it's two pieces, but humanly, of course, he goes rook e8. I mean, I'm loving Prague. I mean, he plays the humanly correct move. You just don't. You are not computers. We can't somehow understand this knight e6, fe6 structure. We don't want to spoil the structure.
Yeah, what he does is completely reasonable as well, of course.
Yeah,
he's
having everything under control.
Yes.
I mean, white doesn't want to play fe this structure. If he takes on d8, then we have ef2. We will be pawn up. But no, probably he will not even take ef2 because then we have some problems. Maybe just takes back with the queen on d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. True class by Prague. Yeah, just please take f takes e3. We will take it from there.
Do you think Prague is the chosen one, or do you think Gukesh of the Indian kids, who is for you, Peter, the chosen one?
Well, I mean, they are just so impressive. I mean, of course, in this format, Prague is unbelievably strong. I mean, just incredible that he every tournament that he plays, yeah, it's not like one time he gets lucky or he has the flow and everything works in his favor. No, I mean, he has constantly shown that in all these tournaments, he's fighting for first place. I mean, this is truly stunning. It's just unbelievable. I have never seen something like this with 17 years of age, and he just turned 17, I believe, 1 month ago, or even less. Then how do you do that? And on the other hand, Gukesh is not even 17 yet. And what he is performing there with 27-30 already, super impressive. Yeah, takes, and okay. I understand if black would have the pawn on g7, we would be talking about really big advantage. Like this with pawn on g6, there is some vulnerable square there on f6, but Prague is using the momentum. Knight d2, rook d1 is not possible due to knight f3 check. So this rook has to go to a very awkward square.
Rook c1, exactly. Yeah, this is the move. This is
the only move.
So yeah, rook takes e3 looks dangerous, no? Because queen takes b7. But you have some queen d4 there,
queen
maybe.
d4 move, yeah. And he goes for it.
But then there's a rook c8, no, knight e6 doesn't work. We cover e6. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so queen takes b7, queen d4. Yeah, that's the key move. Okay, white can just sidestep them with king g2, but it's very scary in long terms. Yeah, this shouldn't be holding.
It's scary, though. And there's a view of Pragnananda Prague, the Indian star, part of this group of Indian geniuses. What a player. Goodness me. Just stunning how they managed to improve so quickly and play with such maturity. Truly phenomenal players. What a team they're going to be in 2 years, 3 years as an Olympiad team.
Well, we have seen already what a team they are right now, yes?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Okay, King H1 on the board. Yeah, Duda is sidestepping out of this nasty threats. And he doesn't want to give the d4 square. Yeah, this d4 square, if black's queen lands on d4, it looks very unpleasant. I even feel like somehow I would love to eliminate this a4 pawn if there will be a chance, because this a4 pawn is really irritating, but we might never get a chance. Besides, somewhere some g5 might also appear. Okay, now after g5 we have queen takes b7, and then the knight will have access to the h5 square, so be careful with such weakening moves. Only if it wins on the spot, we're gonna go g5.
He's gonna go rook b3. He nearly did. No, he goes knight f3. That's a weird move.
Yeah, well, but it's logical because rook b3 I could have captured on a4, I guess, yeah?
And then rook takes b2, but okay.
Then, yeah, it's a different story, yeah.
He wants rook b3, rook takes b2 here. This is his plan.
Yeah, targeting the h2 pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, but he's down to 1 minute 14 seconds against 136. Super
But
tense moments.
It's tense, but it looks bad, right, for white.
Yeah,
and
how do you...
Queen takes b7, queen d2 again is just lights out. Rook c8 check, king g7, knight g2, rook e1 check. There are a million ways to...
Yeah, basically one really feels that the queen has to stay on b4. It has no right to move anywhere. Wow. Yeah, king g2, getting out of the corner, eyeing the knight on f3. On the other hand, running into some kind... I mean, it reminds me of Levon's advice, yeah, in Backhouse, that you should never run from the checks. You have to run into it. Yeah, king g2, rook b3.
Nice. Yeah, and now queen d2 check comes if you take on a4, and that's gone.
Yeah, so where do we go? Queen e4, queen d2,
Queen.
knight e2. Is that the only way?
Queen e4, queen e4. Queen e4, yeah. Then queen d2 again, no? Knight e2, rook e3. That wins, it wins.
I just don't see a defense now. And do the down to 40 seconds.
No, this is catastrophe. Jan-Krzysztof, he can feel it. He's given the queen c4, queen d2 check is knight e2, rook e3 is just end of game, yeah. And he's sick to his stomach. Look at him shaking his head. He can't believe it. Needs a draw. Just needs to make a draw with white to bring it home. Oh my goodness gracious. What a player this Pragnananda is. Okay. Knight e2. b5 is good also, by the way, I should point out. Rook e3.
And you want rook e3, no? That
yeah,
was
rook
you were
e3.
shouting.
But b5 might actually be even better because you
yeah, let's not forget that there is also a fork on e1 at the end of
exactly.
the day. Yeah.
Any move here is good.
Wow.
I think he'll go b5 because it feels logical to... There are no checks. It feels logical to kick the... Okay, he goes for e3. This also just looks completely crushing. Rook c3.
Rook c3. Wow, what a defense! Is this holding? No, it can't be holding. I mean, rook e2. This is finished.
King f3, rook f2 check, king g4, h5, and rook takes
white only
h2.
has one check. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just an easy win.
This is hopeless.
Calculates this in his sleep. You just take on e2, rook e2. Rook e2, rook f2 is just hopeless. King e4, pray.
No.
He took with the queen. Wow.
He took with the queen. What are we missing or blunder? Or he just thinks that, okay, that's it. It's,
No,
yeah, completely
'cause,
winning endgame.
Yeah, rook b3 is just a winning move. So the ending is just completely over. Actually, it's just 2 pawns, right? Now he doesn't even have to sweat. I mean, this is just really over.
Yeah, that's it.
Actually, it might be more because you might actually lose a3 and not win b7. Like after rook c7, b5.
Yeah,
Rook
no, yeah, I mean,
c5.
this is just completely hopeless, yeah?
Yeah, it's hopeless.
I mean, you put the pawn on b5, you put rook on b3, and then you start walking with your king towards the queen side, and that's it.
That's it. There's really nothing to discuss.
Wow, so Prague is bouncing back. We're gonna see 2 blitz playoffs.
Incredible.
This is a lot of fun.
This is and you know what's really fun? Joshua Usyk. You're into your boxing.
Yes, I know that tonight in Saudi Arabia, yeah, they are.
Yeah, about 11:30 our time. So they'll be perfect. We'll finish this popcorn and a bit of heavyweight boxing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, he just took this pawn. That's also good because he takes
he took because he will be 3 pawns up. Yeah, rook a2 and
rook a2, yeah, and Jan-Krzysztof very, very disappointed, of course. Now he can resign here. It's actually a bit much playing on here, I think.
Yeah, just h6. Okay. I mean, Prague will just play h3. I will take your g pawn as well.
Yeah.
No, he will. I think
he'll resign here. I think.
Resign,
yeah. It's time to save some energy.
Wow. That's it. Prague bounces back and saves the match.
Wow. He had to win on demand with the black pieces. This young man is sensational. Sensational. Oof. Wow. And now we have such a great setup. Let's see if we can get some words either from Jan-Krzysztof. No, Jan-Krzysztof not interested. Maybe Prague is going to be okay talking very quickly. Let's see Prague come out of the playing ball. I mean, what an unbelievable save to win on demand with black. Let's hear from him.
Strike back. You're still in the fight here to win this tournament.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to be back in this match. I didn't really expect going to this game, so I'm very happy.
Are you happy with the game and how you played it as well?
Yeah, I think I played quite well. I put him on a lot of pressure on the clock as well in the starting, so yeah, I'm quite happy.
Good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that rook e6 move, yeah, how he reacted to 95, to the shocker move 95. He spent 2-3 minutes. He came up with rook e6 and crushed through. Unbelievable performance.
So the situation is clear. Magnus Firouzja play. Let's do some calculations. If Firouzja wins, that will put him on, these are the live standings. So this is with the extra point already given. So, I mean, basically, if Firouzja wins, he will have 13 points. If Pragnananda wins, he will have 14 points. And if Magnus so if Firouzja wins and Magnus loses, if Firouzja wins, obviously Magnus loses. If Firouzja wins and Pragnananda wins, then Pragnananda and Carlsen will both have 14 points going into the last round, and they play each other. Not only that, but if Firouzja wins and Pragnananda wins, Firouzja will have 13 points and can win the tournament outright if Pragnananda Carlsen goes to a tiebreak tomorrow. If Magnus Carlsen wins now and Pragnananda loses, Carlsen will have 15 points Pragnananda will have 13 points, and Ali Reza Firouzja will have 12 points. And then Magnus, of course, is almost a lock to win the tournament. So for the fans, we want to see Pragnananda win, Firouzja win, and then tomorrow we have a lot of fun trying to work out everything.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we also get the message Magnus chose white. I just want to enjoy the show. I want to enjoy the games, all the excitement. I already don't know, I'm losing my mind what kind of calculation we are dealing with. The players also, I think the best what they can do, just forget about everything, focus on those games, those blitz playoffs. Just one mistake and it can cost the match. And I believe Magnus will start pretty soon.
I would assume so. It's already, unless they're both going to start. No, I guess they're both not going to start at the same time, right?
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, they finished much earlier, yeah. So it would be logical that they are soon starting.
Yeah.
Wow. No, actually, we get the information that they should start at the same time, actually, in some 2-3 minutes. Wow, then it's logical. I mean, you have to give some time to Prag and do that to calm down after this incredible comeback.
Unbelievable.
I mean, amazing. Yeah, this you remember after 95, we thought like, wow, what a moment. Who knows what's going on? There is a change of situation. I will even bring back that position because that was truly stunning. I mean, here the break, and then 95, the time trouble was approaching, and then Prag spent like 2.5 minutes and finds rook e6. I feel like this is a computer move. Like if somebody, you know, says like the computer says you have to play rook e6 here. No, nobody will find it, yeah. And Prag goes on under pressure to find this move. Absolutely stunning.
I mean, this move is so good. It's a sensational move because, you know, we were looking at that position, struggling for candidates, and it just achieves so many things. You prevent getting hit with bishop b5. You also set up the trick with bishop d3. So it's kind of, yeah, I wonder what the correct move is there. Should you go f4 anyway? After rook e6?
Yeah, okay, we don't have time to analyze the position, but definitely, yeah, rook e6 made a very huge impression on both of us. And Duda chose black, yeah? That was the message, I think, from Tadeas. Yeah, Duda chose black. So very professional after losing with the white pieces. He doesn't want to put on himself the pressure that he needs to win now. He just wants to play a quiet game and see first the result, and then he will adapt to it. But I mean, his strategy, going for c4 and then this knight c3, e3, knight g2, just let's play chess kind of stuff, heavily backfired.
Yeah. There was no need to get an original position. He needed to make it boring, but it's very difficult for Jan-Krzysztof to do that. It's kind of against his nature, against his style. So he gave Prag that chance, and here we go, 2 playoffs. Now, I said there's going to be an Armageddon today, and I stick by it. I feel Armageddon in my bones. I really do. But what a tournament, and what a stage we have. Look at this setup here, Peter. Unbelievable. Look how beautiful it looks. Modern, esports, like exactly where we're looking to go with chess. The players, I'm sure, are having a great time out there as well.
Well, and the spectators, yeah, I mean, the spectators are there. They were allowed to enter, and they are going to witness 2 epic blitz playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I only wonder that how will we manage to deal with 2 blitz games at the same time, and both so interesting.
That's going to be very, very interesting. Well, I mean, we'll just have to keep an eye on both of them, and if there's a big moment, I think we should stay with Carlsen.
With Magnus, yeah. With Magnus versus Ali Reza, and we're going to keep an eye. If something dramatic happens on the other match, we're going to jump in there, but otherwise we stick to it, yeah.
Who do you like, Peter? Who do you think is going to take it? Do you think Magnus is going to come through?
Well, I mean, we have to stick with our prediction. No, we both picked Ali Reza, so
we did.
No mercy. I mean, we can't change our minds. Besides, I mean, Magnus wasn't so impressive that we have to change our minds immediately. It's just a 50-50. I absolutely believe it's 50-50. We're gonna see bishop c5 line, okay? d3.
Okay.
Let's just play chess. Yeah, d3 is the let's just play chess approach. Avoiding all the forced lines, d6.
All right. c3. c6.
Wow, this is the reversed e4, c5, knight fc, d6,
That's
bishop c4
right.
kind of stuff.
It is.
Which Levon is doing quite a lot recently.
Okay.
a5.
a5. All right. Okay.
Now there are all these questions, strategical questions. Do you want to go bishop g5 and then give out the bishop and eliminate this knight and then try to play for some a3 b4 plan? Or do you keep it? And Magnus goes for d4. Isn't this something that we have seen? Yeah, a4, it was Ding Firuza in the candidates. I think something like this happened in the candidates. Firuza already has experience with this position.
There you go. Okay.
I was following closely that tournament. Yeah.
Yes, you were. Slightly.
Yeah, a4, e3. Okay, so Magnus stabilizes. Yeah, I was wondering strategically during that game that how to evaluate this. Yeah, because I usually like the center, but
What do you do? A3. Yeah, I was going to say maybe you just go A3.
Okay, slightly also surprised. Okay, b3.
Did you expect Queen A5 there, Peter?
Yeah, well, yeah, something just, but yeah, I mean,
Queen
Magnus was
C2.
Queen C2.
Wow.
Very
That's surprising. So he just says, okay, I don't mind damaging my structure. I'll put a bishop on B2.
But can we not take and go bishop A3, try to make sure that we trade that bishop, or the D6 pawn will be really vulnerable? Rook E8 played, okay. Rook D1, bishop G4, okay, so that's still kind of very important. White is not able to get his... That also explains why usually White loves to play moves like H3 and then follow it up by Rook D1, but now with already so much tension on the queen side, it would be also logical if Magnus does something here. But what exactly? You don't want to play B3 because then Black has all these jumps bringing a lot of ideas. Yeah, knight B3, okay, typical. But now AB and then bishop A3. Isn't this a normal reaction? And then Magnus is gonna go for the D pawn.
Okay. How? Yeah. Still feels okay to me for Black. I mean, intuitively, I haven't analyzed a single thing, but it feels...
Wow, but oh my God, bishop E6, giving up the dark square bishop, no way.
Wow.
I don't believe in this.
Wow.
Yeah, Magnus takes it and gonna go knight E4 or some, I mean, this is
wow.
very strange. Knight E2, yeah, knight E2, knight F4. I mean, the structure now, this bishop is this is a big joker, this jolly joker, this bishop on B2.
Goodness me. That is very, very surprising.
Yeah, now one needs to watch out for some knight B6. You're targeting the C4 pawn. Because I feel like Magnus even does not want to trade on E6 yet. He wants to keep the tension. Yeah, A4. Okay, after knight B6, he might have to. Or he also, I mean, okay, very ugly position.
Goodness me. Shocked that he gave up that bishop like that, actually.
Yeah. This is shocking.
That's absolutely shocking to me. I mean, bishop A3 was just trying to be played. And
even somewhere to sacrifice the D6 pawn, trade the queens, and then you have all those squares and you jump and you always get counterplay like in King's Indian. And now Magnus is spending his time because he feels that this is his golden opportunity. He has to use this game. I mean, can he just play something like A5 and then even protect with Queen C3?
Yeah, I love this. Okay, rook
okay,
F1.
He goes Rook F1. He puts pressure on the B7 pawn.
Also makes sense. No, this is very unpleasant. really have no space here for black as well. I just, oof. No, a very, very poor decision by Alireza, in my opinion.
Yeah, and now also with rook fb1, Magnus actually opened up the f1 square for the bishop. So for example, if black goes pawn hunting like this, then after knight e6, queen e6, bishop f1 might win some material at the end of the day also. I mean, just an extra motive as well. Maybe it's not so important, but it does feel like an additional finesse.
Rook f8, rook e8, sorry.
Yeah, rook e to a8, bishop
Bishop
c3,
C3.
putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and then he gonna put pawn to a5, and it's total blockade. And black can never take on c4 because then bishop takes f6, wins the piece. The queen will target the bishop.
So do you think he's going to go rook 6-8-7? I'm just, but it's so ugly to play like this. With the
well, he can't move the b pawn because c6 is hanging. That's a very big problem. Yeah, he opts for rook a6 to a7, and now a5 might be also.
Yeah, he wants
total
a5.
packet. I mean, this is a total packet. Yeah, the a5 and nothing moves here.
You have to play knight f8 or knight f8, knight g6 or something. Knight e8, some same kind of idea. No, this is a catastrophe.
Yeah, white even has a6. If he wants to break, yeah, he can just break the construction with a6 and then take on b7. But the position is so huge that maybe even white does not want to do this. But usually it would be enough to claim plus minus. Let's see. Magnus just keeps the tension, queen d3. Wow, and what a big difference. Yeah, Magnus also opted for c4 and got this lovely position. And in the previous game, Duda opted for c4 and got the horrible position. Just what a contrast.
Incredible.
Knight df6. Okay, Alireza is fighting. Yeah, he's trying to, first of all, keep the time under control. Yeah, he has the advantage. Knight e6, queen e6. Rook d1. Yeah, Magnus occupies the d file.
Yeah. Well, Magnus, I mean, Alireza is very slippery. He's resourceful. He's played these time controls a lot, but I don't see, I mean, the two knights are so horrible here against the two bishops. No squares. Even suggesting a move here is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, somehow I don't see anything else than going knight is, I mean, somehow this close the eyes and go for it. I mean, otherwise you are just losing the game anyway. There is nothing to lose here.
Right.
Yeah, knight c7 played. I mean, it's maybe it's a mistake, whatever, but it's a blitz game. You have to go with the plan. Otherwise, you end up losing on the spot.
What a dominating performance so far by Magnus. This is the Magnus Carlsen we all know. Wow.
And that's why we were so shocked, yeah? What we have witnessed in the first game.
Yeah.
But okay, hang on. His clock is ticking down. I mean, his position is so nice that I'm pretty sure that he does not want to spend so much time, but not breaking through yet.
Yeah, but he looks confident. He looks calm, relaxed.
Well, calm and relaxed, it's understandable. But if he continues in this spirit and his clock ticks down to few seconds, then he will regret it.
Yeah, actually, he's already spent a minute on his move, e4. This move is very clever. He wants to go e5 and force this knight to go somewhere very passive. And look, there's the smile. What is he, listening to his podcast in a blitz game? Probably.
No, don't tell me.
Of course he is. Look, he's just laughing out loud. He's able to concentrate on two other things. In the other game that we're not looking at, it looks like it's a holdable game for Duda. We'll keep an eye on that just in case. Duda playing with black.
Yeah, Duda has everything under control. Firuza correctly sticks to his plan. There is nothing to be done. The position is awful. Yeah, Magnus just goes f4. And now after knight b4, he will be able to just ignore you. You don't want to give up the dark square bishop.
Yeah,
I mean, he will just move.
He'll go queen f3. Yeah.
Yeah, no, f5. Wow, even this is what he has foreseen and calculated.
Goodness me.
Very important, actually, just kicking this queen from e6.
How does he do it?
Well, that's why he spent the 1 minute. Yeah, we were a little bit harsh and critical, but Magnus had definitely foreseen and calculated this, and probably because of the reason he spotted f5, he opted for this.
Just a masterclass. What a game.
Yeah, so after queen e7, we are expecting what I mean, then already, because there is no pressure on the c4 pawn, you can put the queen wherever you want. Wow. Queen e7, queen d7. Yeah, I was expecting that. Probably Magnus feels like he wants to break. Yeah, Alireza jumps away from the queen trade, but he hopes for some b5.
I don't know what he's hoping for, a miracle though.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a miracle.
Queen g5. Yeah, I don't see it, but okay, e6. So no immediate knockout. Everything is covered, but actually, sorry, queen f7, queen f8 is threatening to win the game.
Yeah, how do we deal with this? Yeah, because knight f6 runs into queen d8, finishing the game on the, I mean, okay, it's I can also take on f7, but queen d8 to checkmate is also possible. Yeah, fe6 had to be played. Fe. Still the same issue with knight f6, queen d8, checkmate.
Can you move the b? You can't even move the b pawn, right?
Yeah, maybe you have to, but then even AB wins.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. AB, rook d7, and then ed7 or something.
Yes, ed7 also. I mean, everything wins. Yeah, queen is 3 check, king h1. It's a total massacre.
No, boy, just bulldozing. Bulldozer. He will go b6 here or b5. He just will play this move. He has to. There's just no queen f7, queen f8 is a mate threat. So he goes b6. And now what?
Yeah, well, the same ab6 and then rook d7, ed7 is very tempting. I mean, it wins on the spot, right?
I think everything wins on the spot, basically.
Or then at the end of the day, there will be some knight d3 jump and then knight f2 fork. That's kind of typical Alireza.
Yes.
Wow. I mean,
got to be a little careful. Actually, this isn't so straightforward.
Yes. Sorry. I mean, ab6, rook d7, ed7, rook a1, bishop a1, and then knight d3 jump. Who knows what is it? But ab6 is on the board. Magnus doesn't want to see. Goes knight d3 immediately.
Immediately. Oof. And a little bit of
threatening the famous smother mate.
And this is over. Why?
And it down to 10 seconds, Magnus.
This is not over.
What a resource by Alireza.
Wow.
Queen d3. Yeah, I mean, okay, he just goes for the position and takes b takes a7. What?
And queen c3, bishop c6 he wants.
Oh my God.
Rook a7, and he's just winning this position.
Wow, what an overview.
I mean, it's special. Queen c4.
Yeah, because it was everything else than trigger. Yeah, now
okay, that's it.
Game over.
That's it. G6, and now it's really game over. E7, it's really game over. Yeah, rook g8 check, whatever. Rook g8 check is just.
Or rook g1. I mean, yeah. I mean, rook g8, king h6.
Okay, e8 equals queen is good enough.
E8 queen, so no perpetual, yeah.
No perpetual.
King hides on h3. No, F3. Here he goes king f3, and yeah, he runs in the other direction.
Yeah.
Wow. But also, Alireza, how much what kind of tricks he was pulling off with at the end from a completely lost position.
Unbelievable.
That's it. Wow. Wow, grabs the lead, and this gives us a chance to catch up on the other game. Pragg is actually putting a lot of pressure now with his look on c7 and knight versus the bishop.
Yes, this is very unpleasant for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Bishop d5 on the board. And now
even some rook end games can be nightmare with a passive rook, because he wants to go now king d8,
king d3,
king d3. So king d8, rook a7, rook a8, knight e6 check. That is. That's a lovely little trick.
Wow.
King d8 played, rook a7 and rook c8 will be blitzed. Yeah, exactly. Now black gets
and now
counterplay,
e4,
bishop to c4, and
king
e5 is
d2.
also coming. Bishop c4 and e5 and rook c7, whatever is bouncing. Bouncing back.
Very nice. King b2, e5, knight c2. But that ending is also not straightforward to hold with black, right? Because I have some knight c2, knight e3.
Okay, but clearly the situation improved. Besides, maybe we just go rook c7. Who knows?
Okay.
Maybe just rook c7 more professional, because the bishop from c4 guards the g8 square, so you can't go pawn hunting on g6 or trying to weaken me further. Wow.
Okay, but still some work to do here for Jan-Krzysztof. You tend to feel. You feel like it's a draw, but he has to do a little bit of work here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Will he try e5, knight c2, bishop e2 to be fancy, but that runs into knight e1 and the game continues. Down to 9 seconds. Is it true? b5
b5.
played. No, b5. I can't believe. Now white goes f4 and we'll put the pressure. The knight is alive. Oh,
rook a5.
Rook a5 wins the pawn.
Oh my goodness, he just blundered the pawn. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, going down with the clock and then blundering. This is the worst scenario.
Rook c4 or what?
Possible. No, bishop g2,
Bishop
but
g2,
okay,
but
no, knight
knight
d4.
d4, yeah.
Or king e3, whatever.
Also good. c1. Okay, a pawn is a pawn. Rook a2. Rook a8 check. Check.
Rook a7 check. Yeah, getting the 10 seconds extra.
And knight d4. Nice centralized. e5.
Knight e6 check.
Yep.
King e8 and king c8. Okay.
Okay. Actually,
hoping for some counterplay.
Yeah.
Objectively should be lost, but yeah, it's all that matters. Yeah, with so little
knight
time.
c5.
Rook c3, king d2, rook takes f3, b5.
This is what he wants.
King f2, but then bishop takes f3 and the rook is keeping an eye on the knight.
Rook a.
Wow, rook a6. What an incredible overview by Prague. Yeah, giving up.
He wants rook c6 check. No, rook c6 check. Knight e6.
Oh my God. Yeah, now also check and then rook takes f6. Yeah, getting the seconds.
Wow.
Actually, he only gets 3 seconds. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, pardon me. I was saying I got carried away by 10 seconds.
Wait, and now rook g5 or knight d3?
No, rook e2, mate.
No! No!
Oh my God.
No.
Oh my God. So tragic.
Oh no.
And look at this. He's completely heartbroken.
Oh no.
This hurt.
Oh no.
Okay, this is.
Oh no.
Incredible. Impossible to find words.
Oh.
My goodness.
No, he shouldn't talk. This is the moment.
Yeah, looking for the next game.
Good luck in the following game.
He's too nice. This is where he's too nice and he shouldn't talk. He should just walk straight past and collect himself.
Yeah. No, this is.
Oh,
I feel like I have kind of tears in my eyes. This is just so incredibly painful as a player. You just feel you grind out. You are about to win the game, and then you checkmate yourself. Oh my God. Unbelievable.
And Duda just sitting there saying, wow, did that just happen?
Yeah, he's also in a state of shock. Yeah, but
yeah.
It's such a shock that he can't even be happy. Of course he's relieved. I think it's the feeling that he has is relieved, but not happy. This is a shock.
Just absolutely devastating for Pragnananda. It's not over. He can do it again, but you have to say a blow like this is almost it's very difficult to come back from something like this. And you can see Duda hasn't left his chair. He's almost having some kind of out-of-body experience here. He doesn't understand what's going on. Looking around the room, he's just
trying to come back to his senses, right? I mean,
he doesn't know what emotions he should be displaying, because he can't be happy and he can't be sad. He's just in a state of flux, simply.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, I mean, okay, just when we thought like we have seen almost everything, yeah, and then checkmate. What an incredible! I mean, otherwise, knight this is such a classy, stylish move. Yeah, let's just show that why Pragg has opted for knight d3, because he understands that probably there were other moves like b5 and then b6 and then checkmate on g8 is coming.
Right.
Probably wins on the spot. But he felt like, okay, come on, but it's a very important game. Why not just knight d3? The e5 pawn is falling. I'm covering the b2 square and the game is just automatically won. And then runs into rook e2 checkmate. Unbelievable. I mean, just b5 and game over. Yeah, b6 unstoppable. Yeah, rook b2, b6. Okay, we can even make the move rook b2 and then b6. Check is coming and the pawn queens if you play bishop c8, otherwise you are mated. Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, this is what chess is all about. Yeah, it's so much emotions, so much dramas. You can never be sure. There's not a single position that you cannot lose. And when you are down to few seconds on the clock, anything can happen. Oh my.
Just shocking. I honestly, very rarely do I feel, I mean, that is a moment where I feel just gutted for him. But he still has a chance. He has to come back. Because it affects the tournament situation so much. It makes things so much more interesting for tomorrow, were Pragg to win. I don't know how he's going to come back. I don't really know how you're supposed to come back from that with black, but let's see. And Magnus Carlsen, everything going his way, just everything. And off he goes. Alireza Firouzja needs to win.
And we're going to see a Rossolimo. Yeah, bishop b5, e5, the repeat of this line. Castles, bishop d6. Yeah, it's a tricky line. I mean, especially for rapid and blitz. I mean, there are all kinds of tricks here. Yeah, it's not the usual stuff that you can play by hand, and such an unorthodox position.
So rook e1.
White is trying to go d4 to try to bring it. Whoa, wow, a4 first.
Kind of okay. Maybe he'll play slightly slower here. Rook b8. Maybe he'll just go d3. Yeah, exactly. Knight bd2, knight f1.
Then it feels like, okay, again, he's giving the momentum. Yeah, I mean, black has done everything. I mean, it's not a punishment of e5, right? It's just a very normal Magnus' type of Spanish position.
It is, but, at least...
Yeah, and the bishop on d6 is a bit strange. Yeah, the pawn belongs to d6. That's true. And with bishop e3, he eyes the bishop. Yeah, Magnus goes back bishop e7, knight b2 played. And another special piece is the knight on g6. Usually it's on f6. Who knows who will profit from it?
Feels bad on g6 to me intuitively. It's very difficult to break with f5. I'm not quite sure what black is supposed to be doing. Okay, d6.
Yeah, maybe he wants f5, and then now that he opened up the bishop.
But
bishop b3.
Okay. Yeah, this is a nice move. Bishop b3. This is a nice move. King h8, I guess.
I mean, also planning some bishop d5.
Right.
Now that the knight is not on f6, yeah, suddenly the d5 square is vulnerable.
Okay, what to do here?
I'm also
Maybe-
keeping an eye on Duda versus Prague. We see
Yes.
some Trompovsky there. I mean, in such positions, there is also all to fight for.
Wow. What is Duda playing this opening for? Goodness me.
Yeah, again, like if he's in a must-win
What are you
situation,
doing?
yeah,
I
with
mean,
white.
you give black the 2 bishops in this weird structure. I mean, this is...
Yeah, just a very quick update. Yeah, that this is the position. I mean, okay, black is already incredibly happy. The only trick is that, yeah, Prague is clearly shocked. On the other hand, this gives him the confidence, yeah, that he has chances. And he
This is a
should take
great
his
position.
chances.
This is a great position for black. Okay, let's keep an eye on that. Let's go back to Carlsen.
Yes, of course, yeah. Bishop e6, bishop d5. We just acknowledge that, okay, Prague is back in business. He's fighting. And here, yeah, all about this, yeah. Can white play the move rook a6, yeah? How does black react after a move like rook a6? You need to defend the knight on c6, or is this not the moment when actually you can go for this structure and then knight d8 and f5, and because of the knight on g6 you create counterplay? It could be that this is possible.
And there's no d4 there after takes knight d8 d4.
Yeah, there is, but there is also some queen b7 targeting the d5 pawn and the rook. Okay, it's messy, tough call.
Okay, Magnus down to at least Ali Reza up a good minute here. I mean, he needs to keep the pressure on like this for sure. Not so easy, this position.
Not easy and so difficult to assess, yeah, because we never have seen this kind of positions with the knight on g6, yeah. So evaluating bishop takes d5 in a blitz game, if it works, it's fantastic, but it might not work. And then
sorry to interrupt, Peter. Can we go to the Prague game? Has Jan-Krzysztof blown it already? D takes e3. Missed by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The point being c takes b6, e takes f2. Check. King takes f2. Queen b6.
Yeah, well, that's frightening. So maybe he has to take queen d8 and then okay.
But then bishop d8.
Yeah, he just be in a very unpleasant situation. Wow. Okay, Prague about to bounce back in 10 moves with black.
Oh,
what are we witnessing?
Goodness. This is a catastrophe of a position for Jan-Krzysztof. I mean, look at this structure.
Yeah, you are not developed. Terrible.
You go f5 here, I think, as black.
This pawn, I mean, this knight on b3, yeah, also in long terms, black can also just put pawn on a5 so that you won't have any b4, and then you do all these kind of ideas that you already mentioned. Wow, total catastrophe. Bishop e7, rook c1.
Goodness me.
Yeah, okay, so everything to play for with black here, but of course, this is a very tricky position. There are all kinds of bishop takes c5, d6 ideas, but there is c4. How do we evaluate things like this? Yeah.
So bishop takes c5.
Because you still have d takes c4, then it might be very good for white. So who knows? Maybe in fact, okay. Then let me check. What are we doing after bishop c5?
No, this look.
Or just d6 and then knight f7, and we say like, okay, what did you achieve? We have knight on f7, knight g6 covering e5. Maybe it's working in Magnus's favor. Okay, just to show that lot of tactics to calculate. Otherwise, the bishop on e3 is kind of trapped. Yeah, if black goes king h8, then and f4 will be a threat. How do they act? Yeah, he goes for it. He goes for it. Bishop takes c5, d takes c5. d6 check, and I'm expecting knight f7. I mean, I do expect knight f7 for stability. Does Magnus think about knight f4? That was a move, but it might run into some knight takes e5, and then we still have this problem with the pin. I mean, this diagonal is the key diagonal. I'm assuming just dc and then d6 knight f7. If I'm not blind and I'm not blundering anything big. Or at the end, will be there rook takes g6 and then something on e5. No, but it shouldn't hurt us. It shouldn't hurt us that much. Why is Magnus hesitating? Does he have a choice? The body language. What does it? Okay, Magnus is in calculating mode. DC, D6. Okay, wow, he goes for C4, but then on knight takes C4, blitzed out by. Wow, did Magnus miss it? I can't believe he missed it. Wow, but now Queen C7. I mean, I don't know. It looks very scary. What is going on? And maybe Queen A7. I mean, Queen A7 is possible, and then takes Bishop D6, D takes C4, and 3 pawns. Who knows? It's looking bad for Magnus. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. I mean, I haven't seen this coming. It looked like a very stable structure, very Magnus's possession. Bishop takes D5, and there was no reason for black to go for this C4 kind of adventure. But the big question is, yeah, how should white play? I mean, there is this Queen A7 move, which seems to look at this, Lawrence. I mean,
sorry, guys, I had somebody came to the door. What have I missed?
Well, I mean, Magnus reacted with this F5, Bishop takes D5, takes D6, C4, and then got hit by Knight takes C4, B takes C4, Queen takes B8, Knight F7. That's the current position, and computer does not like it. White has Queen A7, White has Queen C7. Maybe, wow. I mean, okay, I feel like Queen A7 is maybe a clever move. Alireza feeling the momentum, the importance of the momentum, burning all his time to make sure that he finds the right reaction. And by the way, breaking news that Duda is in control. Duda actually managed to get away with that horrible opening, and is now safely better, or at least definitely not worse.
Doesn't look that clear. 94 King E7. Does not look clear.
Yeah, but yes. I mean, okay, with all the weaknesses now, yeah, white is safe. But yes, all eyes on Alireza. Is he really going down to 50 seconds and not moving? Oh my God! I mean, this is.
So
Queen A7 is the move that strikes me as a. And he goes Queen B4. Okay, interesting. He retreats, but down to 40 seconds. In such a complex position.
Yeah, he wants to take on C4, I guess. So 96, okay. Knight E5, yes.
Yeah, this is what he wants to. Yeah, so much at stake. Yeah, he knows that he needs to win this game.
CD, this all makes sense. Does he want Rook D5?
Yeah, but still back rank issues. Yeah, then Queen E6, Queen E1, checkmate. Counterplay. Down to 28. I mean, I feel like the position is so complex with maybe Queen B3 check, Queen D5, some stability.
Yes.
He needs some stability. Queen B3, Queen D5. 15 seconds. Queen D4. Okay, same idea.
Hey, he wants Rook A7 as well, Peter. Yeah. Winning immediately. Oh my goodness. Queen D4.
Wow,
that's a tough move.
Yeah, he plays very ambitiously with 10 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
Amazing stuff. Now, how will Magnus hit? Can he play some Queen B7 and then try to hit on B, but doesn't feel right?
No, Queen B7, Rook D8. Yeah, this feels correct. Okay, now we just
Rook A7, you called Rook A7. What's after Rook A7? Queen takes A7 and then some D2. Okay, Alireza just picks this pawn up.
94.
Down to 6 seconds.
Yeah, so take G3, I guess, is what he's going to do. Or G4. Yeah, G4, exactly.
G4.
Yeah. No, this is correct. No, this is suffering now, because Bishop F6, Rook takes F5 exists.
Yeah, that's very important. Yeah, suddenly White's king is safe. And he still has 8 seconds and gets the 3 seconds per move.
He can run it up to 20 seconds easily in a position like this. Wow. This is child's play for somebody who plays bullet for a living.
I understand, but there is so much at stake, and There is so much tension.
H5.
Magnus, H5, wow.
GF, yeah. What's the idea? I don't get H5 at
Who
all.
knows? I mean, something like knight G5, H4, H3, knight F3, something. Yeah,
Knight G5, King G2.
King G2, H4, H3.
H4, H3, control.
And rook, yeah, rook D3, I can't even play.
No, this is a catastrophe.
Yeah,
Bishop
rook E3.
F6, rook E3 now.
Yeah, protecting the third rank. Or rook E2,
rook E2.
but rook D3. Okay, rook D3. Counterplay. Rook D5 played.
Okay, now we just go. Allez, C4. Yeah, this is correct. Rook F5, B4. Off we go with the pawns.
Yeah, but okay, I will get some rook F4.
Rook C2 or rook C6.
Rook C6, very nice. Yeah, knight F3. Okay, jumping.
B5 is fine. Knight D4.
Rook C8 check.
Knight D4, rook C8 check, correct.
Yeah.
No, this is just over. Surely these pawns are going to queen. How do you stop these guys? Surely this is just very good for white. Okay, knight D4 check, king H7, rook now to E3. Correct. Knight C2 trying some jumps, but rook F3, for example.
And knight E1, that's what he's trying.
Oh my god.
That's what he's trying.
Oh my god, I blundered it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so easy
Oh my goodness.
But now
Okay.
he's at 13 seconds. Yeah, he has things under control. But yeah, knight F5. Anyway, bishop D4 is coming. Then rook E2 will come back. But you can't push B6, yeah, because then bishop D4 still. And down to 3 seconds. Rook E1. This is already a game. Bishop D4. Knight D6. Actually, knight D6 is double attack. Maybe Magnus is escaping. Oh my god, bishop D. He didn't spot knight D6.
Well, they must be extremely tired now, both of them as well.
Yeah, but Magnus has 30 seconds. I mean, there was he could have spotted the double attack.
Goodness. What a tough position.
Yeah, because those pawns are still not running. Yeah, now
Knight-
Magnus plays knight
now
D6
rook
and it's
C6.
too late.
Yeah, rook C6, not
Knight
allowing
E4. He will go knight E4. What else?
knight E4, B6.
Yeah, and then do we have some tricks? No, yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, now Magnus is also down to 7 seconds. B6. Knight
Rook
E5. Rook C. Wow, bishop takes B6. Rook E5.
C5?
Rook F2.
C5.
C5. Okay.
C5, C5. Everything under control.
Oh, okay, but still, is this such an easy technical job?
You would think so.
Yeah, black is not in time to coordinate.
But how to do this?
Rook G5, yeah, rook G5, because knight F6, rook E7, very
Rook
important.
E7.
Otherwise, rook G4 comes.
Rook G4 anyway, can you do? I
Yeah,
think
now
so,
rook G4, yeah, this is
yes.
just winning.
Yeah, king H3. Or F3, or king F3. Yeah. Rook A2, go long.
No, rook A2, knight E5, check, draw.
Oh my goodness.
No, king F, wow, and
he
he
did
goes
it!
for it. Oh my god, why do you, now G5 check, knight takes G4? I mean, okay, you at least give chances.
Yeah, rook
Why?
A6. I don't know.
How is that possible?
Oh my goodness.
And Magnus survives this, unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. I cursed him. King F5.
Yeah, knight takes F2. Okay, it's gonna be a draw.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
Rook A2, he wants to trap the knight, but he never traps
No,
it.
you never trap it, yeah.
Knight H3.
Yeah, because he's coming back to F4 and then closer to the king.
Rook A8 will be played, I guess. But it's just a stone cold draw. Okay, now check. Okay, he will carry on, but
Yeah, by the way, Duda has won the second game as well, so big loss for Prague, and Magnus is escaping here. What an incredible escape. Okay, at least with rook H5 now, Alireza will win those pawns. Will he? Yes, he will with king G4, but it doesn't really matter.
well, you can still lose this. The knight is cut off from the king. Is this so easy? King G4, knight F4 is the only move. that
Exactly,
draws,
yeah,
right?
this is the point. Yeah, that's why Alireza does not want to take the pawn, but now the knight just runs away.
Okay, but hold on. We carry on here, of course.
Yeah, but king is escaped
Ma-
from the
Magnus draws this easy, huh? On increment.
Of
Or
course,
what?
I mean, okay, king c6, king d7, you go crazy if you don't.
Okay, I mean, I understand he draws this, but on increment, does he draw this 100% of the time?
Yes. Yes. I mean, without increment, he would lose because he gets flagged, yeah? But I mean, with increment, knight
Let's see.
c7 back.
It's very annoying. The knight is on a good route already.
And that's it, draw agreed. Oh my God, what are we
Wow.
witnessing here?
Wow. What a day.
And actually, it means like Magnus is winning the event, right? After these results.
Well, not exactly. It all depends on tomorrow because Magnus gets 2. So that puts him on 15. Pragnananda gets 1. That puts him on 13. And Alireza gets 1. That puts him on 12. So if Pragnananda beats Magnus tomorrow in the 4-game portion, he will win the tournament.
Said at one point that if you were to play a world championship match, you would hope it would be against Furusha. Is this the kind of match, or these the kind of games that you would hope for then?
Yeah, not really, because I was under pressure the whole time. I feel like I've had the same thing against him like a couple of times in Norway Chess already. Either Blitz games or, in that case, Armageddon games that that just get way out of hand. Actually, I just blundered early on. I thought I didn't see that he had knight takes c4 when he did. I thought he had to take with the pawn, then I moved the bishop, and whatever the evaluation may be, I thought it was just a very complicated position where it's at least playable. Yeah, after what happened, I thought it was quite a bit worse. And after I exchanged queens, I was hoping I was surviving, but then he wins the 3rd pawn. I couldn't see how to get on after that. At some point, I was just dead lost. You know, you fight till the end.
Games with a lot of complication. Is it motivating?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not maybe the kind where I have the biggest edge sometimes, but you know, right now I enjoy it a lot, strive towards complicated games most of the time, and I'm successful at least enough to be leading the tournament.
You have your destiny in your own hands. You play Pragnananda tomorrow. What do you think about that match?
I don't know what happened in his last game. Like he lost. He
lost the tiebreak.
He lost the tiebreak. So that means he has to. So that means if I make the tiebreak tomorrow, then I'm beating both Alireza and Prag. So that's good to know.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. If he makes the tiebreak tomorrow, it's all she wrote. Pragnananda, if he's going to win this tournament, has to do the unthinkable and beat Magnus Carlsen in the first 4 games. If he does that, there's nothing to be said. He wins the tournament outright. If he goes to the tiebreak, he cannot catch Magnus Carlsen, and Alireza will be bitterly disappointed not to have converted that advantage. We're a completely winning position, but Magnus, he's just special. He's magical. He's so resourceful. I mean, who would think he could even save that ending at the end? He saw the trick. I blundered. I blundered in the way that Alireza blundered, and the world champion, he just doesn't. He doesn't miss the shots when they really count, and as a result, it's all in his own hands. But Peter, tomorrow, is the Indian sensation after a disappointing day going to do it?
Well, it's so difficult to say, because actually there were also some moments when Prag played brilliantly. I mean, bouncing back, and then that first game in the Blitz playoff, yeah, he should have just won it, and then we were having a completely different conversation. So yes, there are many signs that he's capable of. Magnus, yeah, finally relieved and very happy that he won this, but it was a shaky affair. I mean, it wasn't so convincing. Clearly, Magnus is now absolute favorite to win the tournament. I also don't really believe that Pragg is thinking about first place or whatever, and he shouldn't be thinking. He should just be enjoying that he can play against Magnus Carlsen, a match, yeah, of 4 games, and there is even something to play for. And if he shows his best, maybe he can pull up this upset, but he shouldn't be thinking about the result or play for the result. Just play his best chess.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a special talent, and he's going to need all of that special goodness that he has if he's going to beat the world champion in 4 games tomorrow. It's going to be a place you're going to be able to see it all, of course. Back here tomorrow, same time, same place, the final round. Only one question remains. Can Praggnanandhaa do it, or is the world champion going to win this huge event, the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami? It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to everybody who has watched the coverage today. Remember to get yourselves an FTX account, get yourselves the key in order to be able to win all of these fantastic prizes. Just go to ftxcryptocup.com and register there. And yeah, Peter, it's been a very emotional day. Ups and downs everywhere. I really feel like that blunder by Pragg in the blitz, he just couldn't quite recover. Fingers crossed he manages to sleep and get in top shape for tomorrow. But I think we've been spoiled today by another day of just wonderful chess.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, whenever it gets to these Blitz playoffs, yeah, first of all, it shows that the matches were dramatic. Yeah, that's why we get the Blitz playoff. And then it's only the beginning of all the dramas. What we have witnessed here in this last game between Alireza and Magnus, okay, this was incredible because it looked like that's it, finish, and we're going to get to the Armageddon that you were calling out right from the start. It was just kind of one move away, but it was not to be.
Absolutely. Well, I think that is it for us from the team here at Chess24, from Peter and from Tanya, who is no doubt in Miami celebrating her birthday now, or planning to. It's been an absolute pleasure. Tomorrow is the final day of this event, and we've got a cracker in store. Praggnanandhaa Carlsen, who is going to take it home? We'll find out tomorrow. See you then.
Yeah, happy birthday, Tanya, and see you guys. Bye-bye.
Magnus, Trent, Firuza, myself, Anish, Likwang, Duda, Ramesh, Nihal, Gukesh, Adiban, Raunak, Arjun, Erikesi, who else? Dominguez, Levon, Wesley, Fabi, and who else? Shanfan, Visit, Hari Krishna, Vishayanand. Wait, I just forgot.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.